Journey to the Center of the Earth. Written by Jules Verne. Chapter 1. On Sunday, May 24, 1863, my uncle, Professor Lidenbrock, hastily returned to his home at 19 Königstrasse, one of the oldest streets in the old quarter of Hamburg. Marta, her excellent maid, was extraordinarily upset, believing that she had been delayed, for she had barely begun to cook the food on the stove. Well, I thought to myself, if my uncle comes hungry, he will set up the one of San Quentin because it makes it difficult for a man of less patience. So early in the morning and already here is Mr. Lidenbrock, exclaimed poor Marta, full of amazement, half opening the dining room door. Yes, Marta, but you are not to blame for the fact that the food is not ready yet, because it's not 2 o'clock. He has just given the average in San Miguel. And why has Mr. Lidenbrock come so early? He will explain it, probably. There he comes. I run away. Mr. Axel, make him reason. And the excellent Marta left hastily to her cooking laboratory, leaving me alone. But as my timid character is not the most purposefully to bring to reason the most irascible of all professors, I was preparing to retire prudently to the small room on the upper floor which served as my bedroom, when the door of the street turned over its hinges. He croaked the wooden ladder under the weight of his phenomenal feet, and the owner of the house went through the dining room, hastily entering his office, placing, as he passed, the heavy cane in a corner, throwing the badly brushed hat over the table, and telling me with imperious tone, "Come on, Axel." I had not yet had time to move, when the teacher yelled at me with a broken accent, "But what are you doing that you're not here already?" And I rushed into the office of my irascible master. Otto Lidenbrock is not a bad person, I admit it naively. But as long as he does not change much, which I think unlikely, he will die being the most original and impatient of men. He was a professor at the Johanneum, where he explained the mineralogy chair, usually enraging once or twice in each class, not because he was concerned about the desire to have applied disciples, nor the degree of attention that they paid to their explanations, nor the success that as a result of it could obtain in their studies. Such details were of no concern to him. He taught in conjunction, according to an expression of German philosophy. He taught for himself and not for others. He was a selfish sage, a well of science whose pulley squeaked when something wanted to be taken out of him. He was, in a word, a miser. There are a few teachers of this kind in Germany. My uncle was not, unfortunately, very fluent in speech, at least when he spoke in public, which is a regrettable defect for a speaker. In his explanations at the Johanneum, he would stop perhaps fighting with a recalcitrant word which did not want to come out of his lips, with one of those words that resist, swell and end up being expelled in the form of a club, this being the origin of his anger. There are many names in mineralogy, semi-Julian, similitines, difficult to pronounce, rough names that would strip the lips of a poet. I do not wish to speak of this science, far from me such profanation, but when it comes to rhombohedral crystallizations, resins, selenites, tungstites, lead molybdates, magnesium tungsitates and zirconium titanates, the most expeditious tongue that stumbles and makes a mess may be forgiven. In the city this well-forgiven defect of my uncle was known to all, and many dissolutes used to make fun of him, which exasperated him greatly, and his fury was cause for the rise of laughter, which is very bad taste even in Germany. And while it is true that he always had a large number of listeners in his classroom, it is not less so that most of them were just going to have fun at the expense of the professor. However, I will not tire of repeating that my uncle was a true sage. Even though he often broke the mineral samples by treating them without due care, the genius of the geologist was joined by the insight of the mineralogist. With the hammer, the punch, the compass, the blowtorch, and the bottle of nitric acid in his hands, he had no rival. By its way of breaking, its appearance and hardness, by its fusibility and sound, by its smell and taste, it classified without hesitation any mineral among the 600 species that science counts today. That is why the name of Lidenbrock was so popular in national gyms and associations. Humphrey Davy, from Humboldt, and Captains Franklin and Sabine visited him on their way through Hamburg. Becquerel, Ebegman, Brewster, Dumas and Milne Edwards used to consult him on the most pressing issues in chemistry. This science was indebted to him of magnificent discoveries, and in 1853 a treatise on transcendental crystallography by Professor Otto Lidenbrock, illustrated with numerous engravings, had appeared at Leipzig, but it did not arrive to cover the costs of printing. Besides that, my uncle was the curator of the Mineralogical Museum of Mr. Struve, ambassador of Russia, a precious collection which enjoyed well-deserved and fair fame in Europe. Such was the character who called me with so much impatience. Imagine a tall, thin man with an iron health and a youthful appearance that made him look 10 years younger than the 50 he counted. His big eyes were constantly spinning behind his wide glasses. His long and sharp nose looked like a steel blade. Those who pursued him with their mockery said that he was magnetized and attracted iron filings. Vile slander, however, for it only attracted tobacco, though in great abundance, to be sure. When I have said that my uncle walked at mathematically equal steps, that he measured each one half a head in length, and added that he always did so with fists firmly clenched, sign of his impetuous character, the reader will know him well enough not to want his company. He lived in his modest little house on Königstrasse, whose construction was made of wood and brick in equal parts, and which gave on to one of those winding canals that crossed the oldest quarter of Hamburg, happily respected by the fire of 1842. True that the house was a little tilted and threatened with its belly to passers-by, that it had the roof dropped over its ear, like the caps of the students of Tugendbund, that the verticality of its lines was not the most perfect, but it was held firm by a secular and vigorous elm that supported the facade, and when covered with leaves, coming spring, rewatered it with a cheerful greenery. My uncle, for a German teacher, was always rich. The house and everything he locked up belonged to him. In it we shared life with him, his goddaughter Grauben, a 17-year-old Kurlandessa, the maid Marta and I, who, in my dual capacity of orphan and nephew, helped him to prepare his experiments. I confess that I devoted myself with great enthusiasm to the mineralogical sciences. Through my veins flowed the blood of a mineralogist, and I never got bored in the company of my precious rocks. In short, I lived happily in the little house on Königstrasse, despite the impatient nature of its owner, because he, regardless of his brutal ways, professed great affection for me. But his great impatience did not permit him to wait, and he tried to walk faster than nature itself. In April, when he planted in the earthenware pots of his living room, he would go every morning to pull the leaves to accelerate their growth. With such an original character, he had no choice but to obey blindly, and for that he hastened to his office. Chapter 2. This was a real museum. All the specimens of the mineral kingdom were inscribed in it, and arranged in the most perfect way, according to the 3 great divisions which classify them into flammable, metallic, and lithid. How familiar I was with those trinkets of mineralogical science! How many times, instead of going out to play with the boys of my age, I had taken pleasure in dusting off those graffiti and anthracites and hulas and lignites and turbis. Oh, and the bitumen, and resins, and organic salts that had to be preserved from the smallest atom of dust, and those metals, from iron to gold, whose relative value disappeared before the absolute equality of scientific specimens. And all those rocks that would have been enough to rebuild the house of the Königstrasse, even with a good additional room in which I would have settled with all comfort. But when I entered the office, I was well away from thinking about any of this. My uncle just absorbed my mind completely. He was in his large, velvet-lined Utrecht chair, and had in his hands a book which he contemplated with deep admiration. "What a book! What a book!" I repeated ceaselessly. These exclamations reminded me that Professor Lidenbrock was also a bibliophile in his leisure time, although there was no book of value to him as not unfindable, or at least illegible. "Don't you see?" he said. "Don't you see? It's a priceless treasure I found this morning in the shop of the Jew Havelius." "Magnificent!" I exclaimed, with feigned enthusiasm. Indeed, what was the enthusiasm for an old book in the fourth, whose covers and back seemed to be covered with coarse cordovan, and from whose yellowish leaves hung a discolored record? However, the admiring exclamations of the short teacher did not cease. "Let's see," he said, wondering and answering himself, "is it a good copy?" "Yes, magnificent." "And what a binding! Does it open easily?" "Yes, it remains open for any page left." "But does it close well?" "Yes, because the covers and leaves form a whole well united, without separating or opening anywhere, and this spine that remains unharmed after 700 years of existence." Slightly smiling face, thumbs up, slightly smiling face, 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 speaking head \128. Here is a binding capable of enlivening Bozerian, Klaus, and even Purgold. When my uncle spoke in this manner, he opened and closed the ugly and repugnant book, and I, by pure formula, for I was not interested in the least, "What is the title of that wonderful volume?" I asked him with too much enthusiasm not to be faked. "This work," my uncle replied with encouragement, "is the Heimskringla, by Snorri Sturluson, the famous Icelandic author of the 12th century. It is the chronicle of the Norwegian princes who reigned in Iceland." "Really?" I exclaimed, striking a great astonishment. "Will it be, no doubt, some German translation?" "One translation," replied the professor, indignant. "And what would I do with a translation? For translations we are. It is the original work, in Icelandic, that magnificent language, simple and rich at the same time, which authorizes the most varied grammatical combinations and numerous modifications of words." "As the German," I correctly suggested. "Yes," my uncle replied with a shrug of the shoulders, "but with the difference that the Icelandic language admits, like Greek, all three genera and declines proper names like Latin." "Ah!" I exclaimed with somewhat stimulated curiosity. "And is the impression beautiful?" "Impression? But how can you speak of printing, unfortunate Axel?" "Well out, but do you think it is a printed book?" "It is a manuscript, ignorant, and a runic manuscript no less." "Runic?" "Yes." "Will you tell me now what this is?" "I would guard myself well from it," I replied, with the accent of a man offended in his self-love. "But I don't want to. My uncle taught me things that didn't interest me at all. Runes," he continues, "were characters of writing used once in Iceland, and, according to tradition, they were invented by Odin himself. But what do you do, ungodly, that you do not admire these characters out of the exalted mind of a god?" Not knowing what to answer, I was going to prostrate myself, a kind of response that must please the gods as much as the kings, because it has the advantage of not putting them in the commitment of having to reply, when an unforeseen incident came to give the conversation another turn. This was the appearance of a greasy scroll that, slipping from the pages of the book, fell to the ground. My uncle rushed to pick it up with unspeakable greed. An ancient document, perhaps from time immemorial enclosed within an old book, could not but have for it a very high value. "What is this?" he exclaimed, excited, and at the same time he carefully unfolded on the table a piece of parchment about 5 inches long by 3 inches wide, in which there were drawn, in transverse lines, some magical characters. "Here is your exact facsimile. I would like to make known to the reader such extravagant signs, for it was they who prompted Professor Lidenbrock and his nephew to undertake the most strange expedition of the 19th century." The professor examined carefully, for some moments, this series of scribbles, and finally he said, taking off his glasses, "These characters are runic, I have no doubt. They are exactly the same as those in Snorri Sturluson's manuscript. But what do they mean?" As runes seemed to me an invention of the wise to trick the ignorant, I did not feel that my uncle did not understand. So, at least, I was made to suppose the trembling of his fingers that began to shake in a convulsive manner. "It is, however, ancient Icelandic," he muttered. Professor Lidenbrock had more reason than anyone to know, for he did not properly possess the 2,000 languages and 4,000 dialects spoken on the surface of the globe. He spoke many of them and was considered a true polyglot. When he encountered this difficulty, he was going to let himself be carried away by his violent character, and I saw a nasty scene coming, when they struck the clock on the fireplace. At that very moment, Martha opened the door of the office, saying, "The soup is served." "The devil carry the soup," exclaimed my uncle angrily, "and that he has made it with, and those who eat it." Martha left in a fright. I went out behind her, and without explaining how, I found myself sitting at the table, in my usual place. I waited for a few moments without the teacher coming. It was the first time, as far as I knew, that I had missed the solemnity of the meal. And what food, my God! Soup of parsley, ham omelette with etceteras and nutmeg, veal fillet with plum compote, and for dessert, sweet shrimp, all abundantly watered with exquisite wine from the Meuse. Here is the appetizing meal my uncle missed for an old turtleneck. I, being a good nephew, believed in the duty to eat for both of us, and I caught myself in an amazing way. "Oh, I have not seen in the days of my life such a thing," said good Martha, while she served me food. "And it's the first time that Mr. Lidenbrock is absent from the table. Not conceived, indeed. This seems to be a harbinger of a grave event," added the old maid, shaking her head with the sentence. But in my view, what he foreshadowed was a terrible scandal that my uncle would foment as soon as he realized that he had eaten his ration. I was eating the last shrimp, when a stentorian voice made me return to the reality of life, and in one jump, I moved from the dining room to the office. Chapter 3. "This is undoubtedly a numerical writing," said the professor, frowning. "But there is a secret that I must discover, because otherwise—" A gesture of anger ended his thought. "Sit there and write," he added, pointing to the table with his fist. I obeyed with haste. "Now I'm going to dictate the letters of our alphabet corresponding to each of these Icelandic characters. We'll see what happens. But by the nails of Christ, take care not to be wrong." He began to dictate, and I wrote the letters, one after the other, forming all together the incomprehensible sequence of words as follows: MMRNLSSRUL SEEK JDSGTSSMF UNTIF NIDRIKA KT SAM ATRATES SADEN ERNLNOECT RILSA ADVER NX CRC IABS KADRMA UDOFRANTA DT ICO SIBO KDIY una vez terminado este trabajo mi arrabado vivamente mi tío el papel que acababa de escribir, y lo examinó atentamente durante bastante tiempo. "What does this mean?" he repeated mechanically. It was not I who could have explained it, but this question was not addressed to me, and so he continued without stopping. "This is what is called a cryptogram, in which the meaning is hidden under altered letters of intent, and which, combined in a convenient way, would form an intelligible sentence. And to think that these characters hide perhaps the explanation, or at least the indication, of a great discovery. In my concept, that nothing concealed. But I kept myself very well from externalizing my opinion." The teacher then took the book and parchment, and compared it with each other. "These two manuscripts are not made by the same hand," he said. "The cryptogram is later than the book, I have evidence of it. Indeed, the first letter is a double M that we would look for in vain in the Book of Sturluson, because it was not incorporated into the Icelandic alphabet until the 14th century. Therefore, between the document and the book median by the shortest part 2 centuries. This seemed to me very logical. I will not try to hide it. I am inclined to think," my uncle continued, "that some of the holders of this book traced the mysterious characters. But who the hell would it be? Wouldn't he have written his name somewhere?" My uncle lifted his glasses, took a powerful lens and looked at the first pages of the book. On the back of the second, which was a cover, he found a sort of stain, like an ink blot. But when examined closely, some blurred characters were discernible. My uncle understood that the key to the secret was there, and with his lens he worked hard until he could distinguish the unique characters which I transcribed below, which he read out of thin air: Arn Saknussemm. He shouted in triumph, "It's a name! An Irish name, by the way. That of a 16th century sage. He of a celebrated alchemist." I looked at my uncle with some admiration. "These alchemists," he continued, "Avicenna, Bacchus, Lullius, Paracelsus, were the true, the only wise ones of their time. They made really amazing discoveries. Who tells us that this Saknussemm has not hidden under this unintelligible cryptogram some surprising invention? I am sure that it is so." And the professor's vivid imagination was exalted by this idea. "No doubt," I dared to answer. "But what interest could this sage have in concealing his wonderful discovery in such a way?" "What interest? Do I know? Didn't Galileo do the same when he discovered Saturn? But we shall not delay in knowing, for I shall either rest nor eat, nor close my eyelids until I have broken the secret which is contained in this document. God help us, I thought for my cloak. Neither you, Axel, he added. Well, I thought, 'cause I've eaten a double ration. And also, my uncle continued, it is necessary to find out in which language the hieroglyphic is written. This will not be difficult. Upon hearing these words, I raised my head. My uncle continued his soliloquy. Nothing is simpler. It contains this document 132 letters, of which 53 are vowels and 79 consonants. This is the proportion which, more or less, is found in the words of the southern languages, whereas the northern languages are infinitely richer in consonants. It is, therefore, a southern language. The conclusion could not be more just and correct. But what is this language? This is where I expected to see my sage falter, although I recognized that he was a profound analyzer. Saknussemm was an educated man, he continued, and as he did not write in his native language, it is to be assumed that he chose the language which was in vogue among the 16th century cultured spirits, namely Latin. If I am deceived, I will use Spanish, French, Italian, Greek, or Hebrew. But the sages of this century wrote, usually in Latin. I can therefore reasonably assure a priori that this is written in Latin. I jumped in the chair. My memories as a Latinist rebelled against the assumption that that series of bizarre words could belong to the sweet tongue of Virgil. Yes, Latin, my uncle continued, but a confused Latin. Congratulations, I thought. If you manage to make it clear, you will be credited as clever. Let us examine it well, he added, taking again the sheet I had written. Here is a series of 132 letters that appear before our eyes in an apparent disorder. There are words like the first one, mmrnlls, in which only consonants enter. Others, on the contrary, in which vowels abound. The fifth, for example, untif, or the penultimate osibo. Obviously, this provision has not been combined, but it results mathematically from the unknown reason that has presided over the succession of letters. It seems to me that the original phrase was written regularly, and then altered according to a law which must be discovered. Whoever has the key to this riddle would read it. But what is this key, Axel? Do you have it? Nothing answered this question, for a simple reason: my eyes were fixed on an adorable portrait hanging from the wall, the portrait of Grauben. My uncle's ward was at the time in Altona, at a relative's house, and his absence made me very sad. For, now I can confess it, the beautiful Kurlandessa and the nephew of the professor loved each other with all the patience and all the German phlegm. We had given each other a marriage promise without my uncle's knowledge, two geologists to understand such feelings. Grauben was a lovely girl, blonde, blue-eyed, somewhat serious in character and spirit, but she did not love me any less. As far as I am concerned, I worshipped it, if this verb exists in the Tedescan language. The image of my beautiful Kurlandessa was transported in a moment from the world of realities to the region of memories and dreams. I saw again the faithful companion of my tasks and pleasures, to which every day I helped to sort out the stones of my uncle, and I marked them with me. Grauben was very knowledgeable in mineralogy, and liked to delve into the most difficult questions of science. How sweet hours we had spent studying the two together, and how often she had envied the fate of those insensitive minerals that she stroked with her delicate hands. During the rest hours, we would go for a walk along the leafy Alster-Alster-Amlands, and we would go to the old tar-filled mill that produces such good effect on the end of the lake. We walked hand in hand, telling him of the stories that made him laugh, and reached the banks of the Elbe, and after saying goodbye to the swans swimming among the great white water lilies, we returned by Vaporetto to the landing. Here I had arrived in my dreams, when my uncle, throwing a terrible punch on the table, turned me back to reality in a violent way. Let's see, he said, the first idea that anyone should come up with to decipher the letters of a sentence. I think it must be the vertical writing of the words. It is not wrong, I thought. We must see the effect that this procedure has. Axel, write on that paper a sentence of any kind, but instead of placing the letters one after another, place them from top to bottom, grouped in such a way as to form 4 or 5 vertical columns. I understood his intention and wrote immediately. TOBAULESGBAOLIRED, well, said the professor, without reading what I had written. Now put those words in a horizontal line. I obeyed and got the following sentence. Tobio Iris GBALIRD, man perfectly, exclaimed my uncle, snatching the paper from my hands. This writing has already acquired the physiognomy of the old document. The vowels are grouped together, as well as the consonants, in the greatest disorder. There is even a capital letter and a comma in the middle of the words, exactly as in the scroll of Saknussemm. I must confess that these remarks seemed to me extremely ingenious. Now, my uncle continued, addressing me directly, to read the sentence you have just written and which I do not know. I will only take successively the first letter of each word, then the second, then the third, and so on. And my uncle, to his great surprise, and especially mine, read, "I adore you, beautiful Grauben." "What does this mean?" exclaimed the professor. Without realizing it, I had committed the unforgivable clumsiness of writing such a compromising sentence. "So you love Grauben?" "Huh?" continued my uncle with the accent of a true tutor. "Yes." "No," balbucized. "So you love Grauben?" he continued mechanically. "Well, let's leave this now and apply my procedure to the document in question." My uncle again was overwhelmed in his absorbing contemplation, and he forgot for the moment my reckless words. And I say recklessly, because the wise man's head could not understand the things of the heart. But fortunately, the question of the document completely absorbed his spirit. As he carried out his decisive experiment, the eyes of Professor Lidenbrock were sparkling through his glasses. His fingers trembled when he picked up the old scroll again. He was truly excited. Finally, he coughed strongly, and with grave and solemn voice, naming one after the other the first letter of each word, then the second, and so all the others, dictated me the following series. Masunka sen re dot I sefto k dot segnitimer nisertsret, rotav zadua, adnexit san iakart nilicidatrax mutabiled meli meritarx aliquus lefines, and I confess that, at the end, I was thrilled. Those letters, pronounced one by one, made no sense, and I waited for the professor to let out some pompous Latin phrase from his lips. But who would have said? A violent punch made the table wobble. The ink sprang and the pen fell from my hands. "This cannot be," my uncle exclaimed frantically. "It is not common sense." And going through the office like a projectile and down the stairs like an avalanche, he swallowed in the Königstrasse and fled all the way. Chapter 4. "Has he gone?" asked Martha, hastening to come when she heard the noise of the door slamming that made the house tremble. "Yes," I replied, "he has left." "What about your food? You won't eat at home today. And your dinner? You won't have dinner either. What do you say, Mr. Axel?" "No, Martha, either he nor we will eat again. My uncle Lidenbrock has decided to put us on a diet until he has deciphered an ancient scroll, full of ticks, which, in my view, is quite indecipherable. Poor us, then. We will perish from starvation." I did not dare to confess that, given my uncle's stubbornness, that was indeed the fate that awaited us all. The gullible maid returned to her kitchen sobbing. When I was alone, it occurred to me to tell Grauben everything, but how to leave the house? What if my uncle came back and called me, in order to resume that logographical work capable of driving the old Egypt mad? What would happen if I did not answer? I thought it best to stay. It was precisely that a mineralogist from Besançon had just sent us a collection of silicious geodes which needed to be classified. I set to work, and I chose, labeled and placed in his showcase, all those hollow stones inside which small crystals were agitated. But the least I thought about was what I was doing. The old document did not move from my mind. My head was spinning and I felt overwhelmed by a vague restlessness. I sensed an impending catastrophe. After an hour the geodes were placed in their proper order, and I dropped down on the velvet chair of Utrecht, my arms hanging out and my head resting on the back. I lit my long foam pipe, which represented a voluptuously reclining naiad, and then I paused to observe how the smoke was gradually blackening my nymph. Occasionally I listened to make sure if steps were heard on the stairs, always with negative result. Where would my uncle be? I imagined him running under the leafy trees of the Altena causeway, gesturing, hitting the walls with his heavy stick, trampling the grass, decapitating the thistles and interrupting the rest of the solitary storks. Would he return victorious or defeated? Would he triumph over the secret, or would it be more powerful than him? And while I was asking myself these questions, I machinally picked up the sheet of paper on which the incomprehensible series of letters drawn by my hand was written, telling me several times, "What does this mean?" I tried to group the letters together so that they formed words, but in vain. It was useless to gather them from 2, 3, 5, or 6. They were in no way intelligible. However, I noticed that the 14th, 15th, and 16th letters formed the English word ice, and the 24th, 25th, and 26th letters the voicer belonging to the same language. Finally, in the body of the document, and in the second and third lines, I also read the Latin words rota, mutabile, ira, nec, and atra. Devil! I thought then, These last words seemed to give my uncle the right about the language in which the document is written. In the fourth line I also see the voice Lucco, meaning sacred forest. However, in the third one reads the word table, of perfectly Hebrew structure, and in the last one mer, arc and mir that they are distinctly French. That was to go crazy. 4 different languages in one absurd sentence. What relationship could there be between the words ice, Lord anger, cruel, sacred forest, mutable, mother, bow and sea? Only the first and last could be coordinated easily, for it was not strange that a document written in Iceland spoke of an ice sea. But this was not enough, by far, to understand the cryptogram, so I struggled against an insurmountable difficulty. My brain was on fire. My sight was obscured by so much looking at paper. The 132 letters seemed to swirl around me like those silver tears we see moving in the air around our head when we are swarming with blood. I was a victim of a kind of hallucination. I suffocated. I felt the need for fresh air. Instinctively, I leaned on the sheet of paper, whose front and back were presented in this way alternately to my sight. Judge my surprise when, in one of these fast turns, at the moment of being the reverse before my eyes, I thought to see perfectly Latin words appear, like cryptogram and terrestrial among others. Suddenly clarity became in my spirit. I had just discovered the key to the enigma. To read the document it was not even necessary to look at it in the backlight with the sheet turned inside out. No. I could read it as dictated. All the professor's ingenious assumptions were made. The arrangement of the letters and the language in which the document was written had been correct. It had been a short time before my uncle could read from the beginning to the end that Latin phrase, and this little he had just revealed to me by chance. It is not difficult to imagine my emotion. My eyes became troubled and I could not use them. I spread the sheet of paper on the table and I just needed to look at it to possess the secret. Finally I managed to calm my agitation. I decided to go around the room twice to calm my nerves, and then I went out in the wide chair. Let's read, I said to myself immediately, after having made a good supply of air in my lungs. I leaned over the table, put a finger successively on each letter, and without hesitating, without stopping for a moment, pronounced in a loud voice the entire sentence. What immense astonishment and terror took hold of me. I was at first as if struck by lightning. How? What I had just read was accomplished. One man had had the audacity to penetrate. I exclaimed, jumping. No, my uncle will never know. There would be no more to it than if he had news of such a journey. Immediately I would like to repeat it without anyone being able to stop it. Such an exalted geologist would leave in spite of all difficulties and obstacles, taking me with him, and we would never return. But never. I was in a state of unspeakable overexcitement. No, that will not be, I said energetically, and since I can prevent such an idea from coming to my tyrant, I shall avoid it at all costs. In going through this document, it could happen that I discover the key in a casual way. Let's destroy it. They were still rotten in the fireplace, and taking with feverish hand not only the sheet of paper but also the parchment of Saknussemm, I was going to throw everything into the fire and destroy this dangerous secret, when the door of the office opened and my uncle appeared on the threshold. Chapter 5. I barely had time to put the misplaced document back on the table. Professor Lidenbrock seemed extremely worried. His dominant thought did not leave him for a moment. He had evidently scrutinized and analyzed the matter, putting into play during his walk all the resources of his imagination, and was again ready to try some new combination. He sat down in his chair and with a pen in his hand began to write certain formulas that reminded algebraic calculations. I watched his trembling hand, not losing a single movement. What unexpected result was going to happen? I trembled for no reason, because once the only combination was found, all investigations were bound to be fruitless. He worked for 3 long hours without talking, without lifting his head, erasing, rewriting, scraping, starting again 1,000 times. I knew well that, if I managed to coordinate these letters so that they occupied all possible relative positions, I would eventually find the phrase. But he was also aware that 25,434,902,8,176,640,000 combinations can be formed with only 20 letters. Now, as the document consisted of 132 letters, and the number which expresses the 133 letters of different phrases, it has, at the shortest part, 133 figures, a quantity which cannot be enunciated or even conceived, was confident that this method would not solve the problem. Meanwhile, time passed, night fell upon us and the noise of the street ceased. But my uncle, completely overwhelmed in his task, saw or understood absolutely nothing, not even the good Martha who opened the door and said, "Will the Lord have dinner tonight?" Martha had to leave without getting any response. As for me, after resisting for a long time, I felt myself befallen by an unwinnable dream, and fell asleep at the end of the couch, while my uncle continued his complicated calculations. When I woke up the next day, the tireless pawn was still working. His red eyes, pale complexion, disordered hair by febrile fingers, bruised cheekbones clearly showed the desperate struggle he had waged against the impossible, and the weariness of spirit and cerebral restraint which, for many hours, had experienced. To tell the truth, it inspired me compassion. Despite the many grievances I thought I had against him, I was moved. The unhappy man was so absorbed in his idea that he could not even remember to be angry. All his living forces were concentrated in one point, and as they could not find a way out of their ordinary evacuation, it was very much to be feared that his extraordinary tension would make him burst at any moment. I could with a single gesture loosen the iron screw that was pressing on his skull. One word would have been enough, and I did not want to say it. Finding myself endowed with a kind heart, why did I remain silent in such circumstances? I was silent in my own interest. No, no, he repeated in my heart, I will not speak. I know him very well. He would try to repeat the excursion without anything or anyone being able to stop him. He has a fervent imagination, and for doing what other geologists have not done, he would be able to risk his own life. Therefore I will be silent. I will keep forever the secret that chance has made me master. To reveal it to him would be to cause him death. Let him guess if he can. I do not want the day of tomorrow to have to reproach me for having been the cause of his doom. Once this resolution was adopted, I waited with my arms crossed. But I had not counted on an incident that would happen a few hours later. When Marta tried to leave the house to go to the market, she found the door locked and the key was not in the lock. Who had taken it off? Evidently my uncle on his return from his hasty excursion. Had he done it by mistake or with deliberate intent? Did he want to subject us to the rigors of hunger? This seemed a little strong. Why should Marta and I be victims of a situation we did not create? Then I remembered a precedent that filled me with terror. Some years ago, when my uncle was working on his great mineralogical classification, he did not eat for 48 hours and his whole family had to endure this scientific diet. I remember that on that occasion I suffered from stomach pains which were not pleasant for a young man endowed with an appetite devourer. It seemed to me that we were going to run out of lunch, as the night before we had run out of dinner. However, I was brave and decided not to give in to the demands of hunger. Marta, on the other hand, took it very seriously and despaired. As far as I am concerned, the impossibility of leaving home worried me much more than the lack of food, for reasons that the reader will easily guess. My uncle worked without ceasing. His imagination was lost in a maze of combinations, living out of the world and truly apart from earthly needs. At about noon, hunger stung me seriously. Martha, as if she did not want the thing, had eaten the day before the provisions locked in the pantry. There was nothing left at home. However, the pun owner made me accept the situation without protest. Finally both sounded. It was becoming ridiculously intolerable, and I began to open my eyes to reality. I thought that I was exaggerating the importance of the document, that my uncle would not give him credit, he would only see in it a farce, that, in the worst case, we would succeed in stopping him at his own peril, and finally, that it was possible to give him himself the key to the riddle. In this case the sacrifices of my abstinence were fruitless. These reasons, which I had indignantly rejected the day before, seemed excellent to me. I went as far as to judge an absurdity that I had waited so long, and I resolved to say what I knew. He was, therefore, looking for a way to engage in conversation, when the professor got up, pulled off his hat and prepared to leave. Horror! He said, to leave home and leave us locked in it. That's never. Uncle, I said suddenly. But he seemed not to hear me. Uncle Lidenbrock, I repeated, raising my voice. He replied as if he woke up suddenly. What do we have of the key? What key? The one on the door? No, the one on the document. The teacher looked at me above the glasses and must have noticed something strange in my face, for he seized my arm forcefully, and, unable to speak, questioned me with his eyes. Yet no question was ever asked in the world in such an expressive way. I moved my head up and down. He shook his hand with a kind of pity, as if he were talking to an unbalanced. I then made a more affirmative gesture. His eyes shone with extraordinary brightness, and he took an aggressive attitude. This silent dialogue, in those circumstances, would have interested the most indifferent spectator. To be frank, I dared not speak, fearing that my uncle would drown me in his arms in the first transports of joy. But he pressed me so hard that I had to answer him. Yes, I said, the chance has wanted. What do you say? Exclaimed with indescribable emotion. Take, I said, and stretch out the sheet of paper written by me. Read you. But this means nothing, he replied, angrily squeezing the paper between his fingers. Nothing, in fact, if one begins to read from the beginning, but if one starts from the end. He had not finished the sentence when the teacher shouted. What do I say? A scream? Roar. An insight had just been made in his brain. He was transfigured. Ah, ingenious Saknussemm! Exclaimed, so you had written your sentence backwards? And taking the sheet of paper, he read the whole document, with his eyes clouded and voice hovering with emotion, going up from the last letter to the first. It was conceived in these terms: in Sneffels Jaculus cratrem chem delibat umbra scartaris Juli intra calendas descend, audax viator, el terrestre centrum attinges. Cod feci, on Saknussemm. Which could be translated as follows: descend to the crater of the Jokul de Sneffels that the shadow of Scartaris caresses before the calends of July, bold traveler, and you will reach the center of the earth, as I have arrived. On Saknussemm. Reading this, my uncle jumped, as if he had suddenly received the discharge of a bottle of Leiden. Boldness, joy, and conviction gave it a magnificent look. He went and came hurried. His head was pressed between his hands. He rolled chairs. He piled up books. He threw away, even if it seemed incredible, his priceless geodes. He handed out with a sharp hand kicks and punches. At last, his nerves calmed down, and exhausted, he collapsed into the chair. What time is it? Asked me, after a few moments of silence. All 3, I replied. All 3? What an atrocity! I'm starving. We're going to eat right now. Then, after what? You'll pack my bags later. Your luggage? I exclaimed. Yes, and yours too, the ruthless professor replied, entering the dining room. Chapter 6. Upon hearing these words, a terrible shiver swept through my body. I restrained myself, however, and resolved to put on a good face. Only scientific arguments could stop Professor Lidenbrock, and there were many very powerful ones to oppose such a journey. Go to the center of the earth. What madness! But I reserved my dialectic for the opportune moment, and that occupied me all the food. There is no need to say the curses of my uncle when he finds the table completely empty. But once the cause was explained, he gave Martha her freedom. She hastened to the market and displayed such activity and diligence that an hour later my appetite was satisfied and I realized exactly what was going on. During the meal, the teacher showed a certain joviality, allowing himself to make those wise jokes, which never involve danger, and after the desserts, he signaled me to follow him to his office. I obeyed without a shred. He sat at one end of his desk and I sat at the other. Axel, he told me, with a kindness very rare in him, you are an ingenious boy. You have rendered me an excellent service when, already tired of fighting the impossible, I was going to give up. I will never forget it, and you will share in the glory we are going to conquer. Well thought, is in a good mood. This is the opportune moment to discuss this glory. First of all, my uncle continued, I recommend the most absolute secrecy. Do you understand me? There are no envious in the world of the wise, and there are many who would like to undertake this journey, from which until our return they will have no news. Do you believe, I said, that the number of the bold is so great? Yes, I do. Who would hesitate to conquer such a fame? If this document were to come to light, an entire army of geologists would rush in after the footprints of Arne Saknussemm. Not my opinion, uncle, for nothing proves the authenticity of that document. What do you say? Well, what about the book in which we found it? Good. I do not deny that Saknussemm himself may have written these lines, but must we believe that he has made the journey in person? Can't that old scroll be a hoax? I regretted, late in the day, having ventured this last word. The professor frowned his village on his forehead, and thought he had lost the success he hoped to obtain from that conversation. Fortunately, it was not so. A kind of smile appeared on his thin lips, and he replied, "We'll see." Well, I said, something annoyed, but let me make a number of objections to that document. Speak up, my son, I do not object. You may express your opinion freely. You are no longer my nephew, but a colleague. Speak then. First of all, I would like you to tell me what those yokel, sneffels and skarters mean, about whom I have never heard in my life. Well, nothing more simple. Precisely, not long ago, I received a letter from my friend Peterman in Leipzig, which could not have arrived at a more opportune date. Go and take the third atlas from the second shelf of the large bookcase, C series, table 4. I got up, and thanks to the great precision of its indications, I found the atlas immediately. My uncle opened it and said, "Here is the map of Henderson, one of the best in Iceland, which I think will solve all our difficulties." I leaned over the map. "Look at this island full of volcanoes," said the professor, "and see that they all bear the name Jökull, which means in Icelandic stormy. Due to the high latitude that Iceland occupies, most eruptions occur through ice sheets, this being the reason why the name of Jökull is applied to all ignevomost mountains of the island. According to, I replied, "But what does sneffels mean?" To this question I thought my uncle would not know what to answer me, but I was half wrong, for he said, "Follow me along the western coast of the island. See their capital, Reykjavik? Well, then go up the innumerable fjords of these rugged coasts by the sea, and stop a moment below degree 75 latitude. What do you see? A kind of peninsula that looks like a bare bone and ends in a huge ball. The comparison is accurate, my son, and now, tell me, do you see anything about was kneecap? I see a mountain that seems to rise from the sea." "Well, that's Sneffels." "Sneffels?" "Yes, a 5,000-foot-high mountain. One of the most remarkable on the island, and certainly the most famous in the whole world, if its crater leads to the center of the globe." "But that is impossible," I exclaimed, shrugging my shoulders and rebelling against such a hypothesis. "Impossible? Why?" Professor Lidenbrock replied in a severe tone. "Because that crater must be evidently blocked by the lava and the hot rocks, and therefore, what if it is a crater off?" "Off?" "Yes, the number of active volcanoes on the surface of the globe is currently no more than 300, but there are many more volcanoes that have been extinguished. The Sneffels is among the latter, and there is no news in the history of the fasts that it has experienced more than one eruption, 1219. Since then, its rumors have gradually died out, and it is no longer among the active volcanoes." In the face of these assertions I did not know what to object, and tried to base my arguments on the other obscurities contained in the writing. "What does it mean, Sir Taris?" I asked, "and what has all this to do with the July calends?" After some moments of reflection, which were for me a ray of hope, he replied in these terms, "What you call darkness is light for me, because it demonstrates the ingenuity deployed by Saknussemm to specify his discovery. Sneffels is made up of several craters, and it was necessary to indicate which one led to the center of the earth. And what did the wise Icelanders do? He noted that in the vicinity of the calends of July, that is to say, in the last days of June, one of the mountain peaks, Skartaris, cast its shadow as far as the opening of the crater in question, and recorded this fact in the document. Can a more accurate indication be imagined? Once we reach the summit of Sneffels, can we hesitate about the way forward with this warning in mind? My uncle had answered decidedly everything. I was convinced that there was no way to attack him regarding the words of the ancient scroll, so I stopped following him on this side. But, as it was necessary to convince him at all costs, I went on to make other objections of a scientific nature, in my opinion, more serious. "Well," I said, "I must agree that Saknussemm's sentence is perfectly clear and can leave no doubt to the spirit. I am also satisfied that the document has all the characteristics of a perfect authenticity. That sage went down to the bottom of Sneffels, saw the shadow of Scartaris caress the edges of the crater before the calends of July, and taught him the legends of his time that this crater led to the center of the globe. So far we are satisfied. But to admit that he himself went to the center of the earth and returned from there safe and sound, that not. 1,000 times no. And what do you cover your refusal? My uncle said, with a singly mocking tone. In that all the theories of science show that business is impracticable at all. Do all the theories say that? The professor replied, playing innocent dash. Ah, you're a scoundrel. How much they will give us to do. Even though I understood that he mocked me, I continued, it is a fact admitted by all that the temperature increases 1 degree for every 70 feet that descends in the Earth's crust, and assuming that this increase is constant, and being 1,500 leagues the length of the radius of the Earth, it is clear that it enjoys in its center a temperature of 2 million degrees. Thus, the materials that exist inside our planet are in a glowing gaseous state, because metals, gold, platinum, the hardest rocks, do not resist such heat. Am I not entitled to say that it is impossible to penetrate such a medium? So, Axel, what is the heat that you instill respect? Without any kind of doubt. By descending only to a depth of 10 leagues, we would have reached the limit of the Earth's crust, because already the temperature there would be above 300 degrees. Are you afraid to kill yourself? My terror is not unfounded, I answered him somewhat mohino. I tell you, replied the professor, adopting his usual masterly air, that neither you nor anyone knows for sure what happens inside our globe, since we barely know the 100th part of its radio. Science is eminently susceptible to improvement, and every theory is at every moment obstructed by another new theory. Was it not believed, until Fourier proved otherwise, that the temperature of interplanetary spaces was constantly decreasing? And is it not known today that the lower temperatures of the ethereal regions never drop from 40 or 50 degrees below zero? And why should not the same happen with the inner heat? Why does it not reach an insurmountable limit from a certain depth, instead of rising to the melting point of the most refractory minerals? As my uncle put the question in a hypothetical ground, nothing could answer him. Well, he continued, I will tell you that true sages, among whom is Poisson, have shown that if there were a temperature of 2 million degrees inside the Earth, the gases of ignition, coming from the molten substances, would acquire such a tension that the Earth's crust could not withstand it, and would burst like a boiler under steam pressure. That, uncle, is nothing but an opinion of Poisson. Granted. But it is also the opinion of other distinguished geologists that the interior of the Earth is not made up of gases, nor water, nor the heaviest rocks we know, because in this case the weight of our planet would be twice as small. Oh, by means of Guarismos it is easy to prove everything that one desires. And does not the same happen with the facts, my son? Is it not a proven fact that the number of volcanoes has decreased considerably since the beginning of the world? And is this not proof that central heat, if it exists, tends to weaken for days? If you continue to be swallowed up in the sea of hypotheses, there is no need for discussion. And know that in my opinion the most competent men are involved. Do you remember a visit I received from the famous English chemist Humfredo Davy in 1825? How can I remember, if I came into the world 19 years later? Well, Humfredo Davy came to see me on his way through Hamburg, and we discussed for a long time, among many other questions, the hypothesis that the interior of the Earth was in liquid state, both being agreed that this was not possible, for a reason that science has never been able to refute. And what reason is that? That this liquid mass would be exposed, as the oceans, to the attraction of the moon producing, therefore, 2 daily inner marks which, lifting up the Earth's crust, would cause periodic earthquakes. However, it is evident that the surface of the globe has suffered a combustion, and it can therefore be assumed that the outer crust has cooled down, with heat sheltering in the center of the Earth. That is a clear error, my uncle said. The heat of the Earth recognizes no other origin than the burning of its surface. It was formed of a large amount of metals, such as potassium and sodium, which have the property to ignite at contact with air and water. These metals burned when atmospheric vapors were precipitated on them in the form of rain, and gradually, as the waters penetrated through the cracks of the Earth's crust, they were determining new fires, accompanied by explosions and eruptions. Here is the cause of the many volcanoes in the early days of the world. ingenious hypothesis," he had to exclaim unintentionally. "Humfredo Davy showed it to me palpably here by a simple experiment. He made a metallic sphere, in the composition of which the metals mentioned above were mainly used, and which had exactly the shape of our globe. When a very fine dew was dropped on its surface, it swelled up, rusted out, and formed a small mountain, at the top of which a crater opened moments later. An eruption occurred, and the heat that it communicated to the sphere was so great that it became impossible to hold it in the hand. To be quite frank, I was beginning to be convinced by the arguments of the teacher, whose usual passion and enthusiasm gave them greater strength and courage. You see," Axel added, "that the state of the central core has given rise to very different hypotheses among the same geologists. There is nothing to prove the existence of this inner heat. In my opinion, it does not exist and cannot exist. But we will verify it ourselves, and like Arne Saknussemm, we will know what to hold on such a controversial issue." Yes, we will see it," I answered him, letting me drag by his enthusiasm. "We will see it, if it is seen in those places." "Why not, then? Can we not count on the electric phenomena to illuminate us, and even with the same atmosphere, whose own pressure can make it luminous in the vicinity of the center of the earth?" "Indeed," I replied, "it is quite possible." "Not possible, but certain," my uncle replied triumphantly. "But silence, do you understand? Keep the most impenetrable secrecy about all this, so that no one will ever come up with the idea of discovering before us the center of our planet." Chapter 7. Such was the unexpected end of that memorable session, which even made me feverish. I left my uncle's office as if stunned, and feeling that there was not enough air in the streets of Hamburg to refresh myself, I went to the banks of the Elbe, and I went straight to the place where the steamboat connecting the city with Hamburg's railway is moored. Was he convinced of what he had just heard? Had I not been fascinated by Professor Lidenbrock? Should I take seriously his decision to descend to the center of the earth? Had he just heard the foolish speculations of a madman, or the scientific inferences of a great genius? In all that, how far did the truth go? Where did the error begin? I swam among 1,000 contradictory hypotheses without being able to grasp any. He remembered, however, that my uncle had convinced me, even though my enthusiasm was already beginning to wane. He would have preferred to leave immediately, without time for reflection. At that time, I would not have lacked courage to prepare my luggage. It is necessary, however, to confess that an hour later the overexcitement ceased completely, my nerves calmed down, and from the deep abysses of the earth I rose to its surface. "It's absurd," I exclaimed. "It has no common sense. It is not a formal proposition that can be made to a sensible boy. There is nothing like that. It's all been a mere nightmare." Meanwhile, I had walked along the banks of the Elbe, surrounding the city, and after passing the port, I found myself on the road to Altona. I was guided by a feeling, which soon became justified, for it did not take me long to discover my dear Grauben returning on foot to Hamburg. "Grauben!" I shouted at her from afar. The young woman stopped, upset, no doubt because she heard that name in the middle of a large road. With a leap I stood beside him. "Axel!" she exclaimed, surprised. "So you have come to fetch me? All right, little gentleman." But as he looked at my face, he was immediately struck by my restless and worried air. "What do you have?" he asked me, holding out his hand. In less than 2 seconds I informed my girlfriend of my strange situation. She looked at me silently for a few moments. Did his heart beat in unison with mine? I do not know, but his hand did not tremble as mine. We walked in silence 100 steps. Axel said at last, "What, my dear Grauben? What a beautiful journey you are about to undertake." Such unexpected words made me leap. "Yes, Axel, and very worthy of the nephew of a sage. So it is always good for a man to be distinguished by some great company. How, Grauben? Do you not try to dissuade me from such an expedition?" "No, my dear Axel, on the contrary, I would accompany you willingly if a poor girl were not to be a constant hindrance to you." "But you really say it?" "Yes, I do. Ah, women! Feminine hearts, incomprehensible always. When you are not the most timid beings on earth, you are the most dashing. Reason over you does not exert the least power. Was it possible that Grauben would encourage me to take part in such a wild expedition, that she herself would be able to undertake the adventure without fear, that I would be tempted to go there, despite the affection which she professed to me? I was puzzled, and why not say so? I felt a certain blush. We'll see, Grauben, I told him. If you think the same tomorrow. Tomorrow, dear Axel, I will think the same as today. And holding hands, but without taking our lips off, we both resumed the march. I was broken by the emotions of the day. After all, he thought, the calends of July are still far away, and between now and then many things can happen that would dissuade my uncle from the mania to travel underground. It was already closed when we got home. I expected to find her quiet, with my uncle already lying down, as was his custom, and with good Marta giving the dining room the last rehearse before retiring to bed. But I had not counted on the teacher's impatience, whom I found shouting and running from one side to another, among the lot of string boys who were unloading a multitude of objects in the street. Marta was confused, not knowing where to go. "Come on, Axel, hurry up, for God!" cried my uncle, as soon as he saw me coming from far away. "And your unmade luggage, and my papers unsorted, and the key to my suitcase not appearing and my leggings not arriving." I was stunned, my voice was missing to speak, and I could hardly articulate these words. "But are we leaving?" "Yes, creature of God, and instead of being here preparing everything, you go for a walk." "But shall we leave soon?" I repeated in a muffled voice. "Yes, the day after tomorrow at dawn." Unable to hear him any longer, I took refuge in my room. It was not possible to doubt. My uncle had spent the evening acquiring a series of objects and utensils necessary for our journey. The street was full of ladders, ropes with knots, torches, pumpkins for liquids, iron staples, spikes, of canes, hose, and other objects for the transport of which at least 10 men were required. I had a terrible night. The next morning, I was called very early. He was determined not to open the door to anyone, but who is able to resist the charms of an adorable voice that tells us, "Won't you open for me, dear Axel?" I left my room. I thought my air of gloom, my pallor, my eyes reddened by insomnia would have a painful effect on Grauben and make her change her mind, but she said to me instead, "Ah, my dear Axel, you are much better, and the night has calmed him down." "Calm!" I exclaimed. I ran to look in the mirror. Indeed, I did not have as bad a face as I had imagined. That was not credible. "Axel," said Grauben, "I have been talking to my tutor for a long time. He is a bold sage, a man of great courage, and you must not forget that his blood runs in your veins. He has made me aware of his plans, his hopes, and how and why he hopes to achieve his goal. And he will, no doubt. Oh, my dear Axel, how beautiful it is to devote oneself in this way to the study of sciences. Oh, what immense glory awaits Lord Lidenbrock, which will be reflected upon his companion. When you return, you will be a man, Axel. You will be like your uncle, with freedom of speech, freedom of action, with freedom, in short, of—" The young woman blushed and did not finish the sentence. Her words revived me. I did not want, however, to believe that our departure was certain. Grauben with me into the office of Professor Lidenbrock, and I said to him, "Uncle, are you finally decided that we should go?" "How? Do you doubt it still?" I said, not in order not to antagonize him, but I would like to know what causes him to proceed with such haste. "Take. What must it be? Time. Time, which passes with a desperate speed. But if we are still on May 26th, and until the end of June, do you think, ignorant, that it is so easy to move to Iceland? If you had not gone like a fool, you would have come with me to the office of Mr. Liffender and Company, where you would have seen that from Copenhagen to Reykjavik there is only one monthly expedition, on the 22nd of each month, and that, if we waited for the 22nd of June, we would be too late to see the shadow of Skartaris caressing the crater of Sneffels. It is necessary to arrive in Copenhagen as soon as possible to find a means of transport there. Go pack your bags right away." No objection was possible. Went up to my room, followed by Grauben, and it was she who took care of putting in a suitcase the objects I needed for such a long journey, with the same tranquility as if it were an excursion to Lübeck or Heligoland. His hands went and came without haste, He talked with absolute calm and gave me the most discreet reasons for our expedition. He would enrage me at intervals. Sometimes I tried to get angry, but she seemed not to notice it and continued her task with complete peace of mind. Once everything is ready and the suitcase is closed, we go down to the interior floor. Throughout the day, suppliers of physics instruments and electrical equipment, as well as weapons and ammunition, had been arriving. Marta didn't know what to think of all that. "Has the Lord gone mad?" he asked me finally. I gave him an affirmative gesture. "And he takes you with him?" I repeated the same sign. "And where?" Then I pointed to the center of the earth. "To the basement?" exclaimed the old maid. "No," I answered him, "further down still." Night came. I was no longer aware of the time that had passed. Until morning, my uncle said, "We will leave at 6 o'clock." At 10 o'clock I fell into bed like an inert mass. During the night, my terrors assailed me again. I spent dreaming of huge cliffs, caught in a terrible delirium. I felt vigorously gripped by the teacher's hand, and rushed and sunk into the abyss. I saw myself falling to the bottom of unfathomable precipices with that increasing speed that the bodies abandoned in space are acquiring. My life was nothing but an endless fall. I woke up at 5 o'clock, overcome with emotion and fatigue. I got up and went down to the dining room. My uncle was already sitting at the table and eating with a devouring appetite. I looked at him with a feeling of horror. Grauben was there. My lips did not come off, nor was I able to eat. At 5:30, a rolling carriage was heard outside, stopping at our door a spacious car that was to take us to the railway station of Altena. At one point it was filled with my uncle's bags. "And your suitcase?" he said to me. "It is ready," I replied, in a faint voice. "Then put it down. Don't you see we're going to miss the train?" I felt there was no way to fight my destiny. So I went up to my room, and taking the suitcase, let it slide down the steps of the ladder, and went down behind it. At that very moment, my uncle solemnly placed the reins of his house in the hands of Grauben, who was still calm as usual. He hugged his tutor, but could not contain a tear as he brushed my cheek with his sweet lips. "Grauben!" I exclaimed. "Go easy, Axel," she said. "You're leaving your girlfriend now, but when you get back, you'll find your wife." Grauben was squeezed into my arms and I went to sit in the car. Marta and my fiancé, from the threshold of the door, sent us a postreimer goodbye. Then the two horses, excited by the driver's whistles, galloped down the road to Altena. Chapter 8. From Altena, a real suburb of Hamburg, the Kiel Railway starts, which was to lead us to the coast of the Belts. In less than 20 minutes we penetrated into the territory of Holstein. At 6:30, the carriage stopped in front of the station. My uncle's many packages, as well as his bulky travel items, were unloaded, weighed, marked and loaded back into the baggage van, and at 7 o'clock we were sitting face to face in the same car. The locomotive whistled and the convoy started. We were already on our way. Was he resigned? Not yet. However, the fresh morning air, the details of the road, quickly renewed by the speed of the train, distracted me from my great concern. The teacher's mind was moving faster than the convoy, whose march seemed slow to his impatience. We were in the car alone, but without talking to each other. My uncle searched his pockets and the sack with meticulous attention, and I observed that none of the 1,000 requirements required for the execution of his risky projects were missing. I was able to see, among other things, a carefully folded sheet of paper bearing the letterhead of the Danish Chancellery, signed by Mr. Christensen, Danish consul in Hamburg and friend of the professor. This letter was to facilitate our task in Copenhagen of obtaining recommendations for the governor of Iceland. I also saw the famous document, carefully kept in the most hidden division of his portfolio. I cursed him from the bottom of my heart, and I devoted myself again to contemplating the landscape. They were a long series of uninteresting, monotonous, muddy and rather fertile plains, a countryside extremely favorable to the laying of a railway line and which lent itself in a wonderful way to those straight lines that are the delights of the companies exploiting the iron roads. But this monotony did not tire me, because 3 hours after our departure the train stopped in Kiel, 2 steps from the sea. As our luggage had been checked into Copenhagen, we had no need to take care of it. However, my uncle did not take his eyes off them as they were shipped to the steamer, in whose holds they disappeared. My uncle, in his haste, had calculated the hours of correspondence of the railway and the ship in such a detestable way that we had to lose an entire day. The Eleanora steam did not leave until nightfall. This unplanned wait caused the irascible traveler to be seized by a 9-hour fever, during which he sent all devils to the administrations of steamers and railways, and to governments that tolerated similar abuses. I had to sing when he set out with the captain of the Eleanora, whom he wanted to force to take anchor and sail immediately. The captain sent him away. In Kiel, as everywhere else, one must find a way to kill time. By walking along the green shores of the bay, in whose background stands the small town, by going through the thick forests that give it the appearance of a nest placed between a group of branches, by admiring the quintus, all provided with their bathhouse of sea, and running and being bored. Finally it was 10 o'clock in the evening. The smoke clouds of the Eleanora rose in the atmosphere. Its cover trembled under the rumbling of the boiler. We were on board, installed in 2 bunks placed in the only chamber that possessed the steam. At 2:15, the ship set off and quickly advanced over the shadowy waters of the Great Belt. The night was dark, the fresh breeze blew up, raising an imposing wave. Some lights of the coast were visible in the middle of the darkness. Later, I do not know which lighthouse sent us its flashes above the waves. Here is how much I remember from that first trip. At 7 o'clock in the morning we landed in Korzer, a small town on the west coast, where we changed to another railway that took us through a country no less plain than the Holstein countryside. It was still 3 hours to the capital of Denmark. My uncle had not glued his eyes all night. I think that in his impatience he pushed the wagon with his feet. At last an arm of sea was discovered. "The Sound!" exclaimed excited. There was a vast building on our left that looked like a hospital. "It's an asylum," said one of our fellow travelers. "Very well," I thought. "Here is a place where we shall conclude our days. However large its dimensions, it will never be wide enough to contain the whole immensity of the madness of Professor Lidenbrock." At 10 o'clock in the morning we finally got off at Copenhagen. Our luggage was loaded into a car and driven with us to the Phoenix Hotel in Bredgade. Half an hour was spent on this, because the station is located outside the city. After he had cleaned up and changed his suit, my uncle told me to follow him. The hotel porter spoke German and English, but the teacher, being a polyglot, questioned him in correct Danish, and in this same language the other pointed out to him the situation of the Museum of Antiquities of the North. The director of this curious establishment, where so many such wonders are accumulated that they would make it possible to reconstruct the history of the country with its old stone weapons, bowls and jewels, was Professor Thomson, a true sage, friend of the Consul of Hamburg. My uncle carried a very effective letter of recommendation for him. As a rule, the wise do not welcome each other very well, but in the present case it is quite the opposite. Mr. Thomson, as a helpful man, gave a favorable reception to Professor Lidenbrock and even his nephew. Needless to say, my uncle was careful not to reveal his secret to the museum director. We simply wanted to visit Iceland for leisure, with no other object than to admire the many curiosities it contains. Mr. Thomson made himself available to us completely, and together we sailed the docks looking for a ship which was about to leave. I still hoped that we would not find any means of transport at all, but unfortunately, this was not the case. A small Danish schooner, the Valkyria, was to sail on July 2nd for Reykjavik. His captain, Mr. Bjarne, was on board, and his future passengers shook his hand almost to the point of squeezing it in a joyous carriage. The old sea-wolf was surprised at such extemporaneous joy, and it seemed to him the most natural thing in the world to go to Iceland, since that was his trade. But as my uncle found it a sublime thing, the captain's cunning took advantage of his enthusiasm to charge us twice what the ordinary passage was worth. The teacher, however, paid without haggling. "Be on board on Tuesday, at 7 o'clock in the morning," said Mr. Bjarne, after having bagged a respectable sum. We thanked Mr. Thomson for all his attentions, and returned to the Phoenix Hotel. "So far, everything is going well," said the professor. "Everything is going to ask for it. What a happy coincidence to have found this ship that is preparing to leave. Now let's have lunch, and we will visit the city." We moved to Tungens Nytorv, irregular square where there is a guard corps with 2 harmless fixed cannons that do not scare anyone. Nearby, at number 5, there was a French restaurant run by a chef named Vincent, where we had lunch for the modest sum of 4 marks each. I then went through the city with the enthusiasm of a child, followed by my uncle, who, although he was dragged, did not fix his attention on the insignificant royal palace, nor on the beautiful bridge of the 17th century, lying on the river, in front of the museum, nor in the immense cenotaph of Thorwaldsen, where the works of this sculptor are preserved, and whose wall paintings are horrible, either in the almost microscopic Rosenborg Castle, nor in the admirable Renaissance-style Stock Exchange building, nor in its bell tower, formed by the entwined tails of 4 dragons of Branca, either in the great mills installed on the walls, whose dilated wings swell. What delicious walks I would have taken with my beautiful Curlandessa by the quays of that port, where ships and frigates slept quietly under their red roofs, beside the green shores of the strait, in the thick shadows between which the citadel is hidden, whose canyons protrude their black mouths through the branches of saco and willow trees. But alas, how far my Grauben was! And I had no hope of ever seeing her again. However, although none of these delightful places caught my uncle's eye, he was struck by the sight of a bell tower on the island of Amak, part of the SW district of Copenhagen. We marched on his order towards him, boarded a small boat carrying passengers across the canals, and moments later docked at the dock. After crossing some narrow streets where the Galibards, in yellow and grey trousers equally, worked under the threat of the rod of the sodocometers, we arrived before Vorfrelseskirk. This church offered nothing remarkable, but its bell tower had caught the teacher's attention because, from its base, an external staircase went up in turns around its central body, developing its spirals in the open air. "Let's go up," my uncle said. "Won't we get dizzy?" I replied. "All the more reason, we must get used to it." However, "Come on, let's not waste time," the teacher insisted with an imperious gesture. I had to obey. A guard, who was stationed across the street, handed us a key and began the ascent. My uncle preceded me with slow pace. I followed him not without a certain terror, because my head used to go with deplorable ease. I was not endowed with the aplomb of eagles or the insensitivity of their nerves. As we walked along the inner helix that formed the staircase, everything went well, but after having climbed 150 steps, the air struck me in the face. We had reached the platform of the bell tower where the aerial staircase began, which had no more protection than a fragile railing, and whose ever narrower steps seemed to rise to infinity. "It is impossible for me to climb," I exclaimed, half terrified. "But are you so cowardly? Go up immediately," replied the cruel teacher. I had no choice but to follow him, holding on to the handrail with eagerness. The wind was storming me. I felt the bell tower oscillate under its gusts. My legs were flaking. I soon climbed on my knees and ended up crawling up with my eyes closed. The vertigo of heights had taken hold of me. Finally, with the help of my uncle, who was pulling me, holding me by the collar of the jacket, I got close to the dome. "Look," said my executioner, "and see well. It is necessary to learn to contemplate the abyss without the slightest emotion." Then I opened my eyes and saw the houses as if crushed by a terrible fall, in the midst of the fog produced by the smokes of the chimneys. Above my head the clouds passed torn, and by an optical illusion that reversed the movements, they seemed to me immobile, while the bell tower, the dome and I were dragged with a dizzying speed. In the distance, the countryside was spread on one side, covered with greenery, and shone on the other, the bluish sea under a beam of luminous rays. The Sound was discovered by the tip of Elsinore, surfed by some white sails resembling seagulls, and in the mists of the east the undulating coasts of Sweden were barely outlined. All this immensity swirled confusingly before my eyes. Nevertheless, I had to stand and walk around the look. My first vertigo lesson lasted an hour. When I was finally allowed to get down and sit my feet on the solid floor of the streets, I was faint. "Tomorrow we will repeat the test," said the professor. And indeed, for 5 days I had to repeat such a dizzying exercise, and by degree or by force, made sensible progress in the art of high contemplations. Chapter 9. The day of the march came. The day before, Mr. Thompson, with his customary kindness, had brought us very effective letters of recommendation for Count Tramp, Governor of Iceland, Mr. Picterson, coadjutor of the bishop, and Mr. Finson, mayor of Reykjavik. In proof of gratitude, my uncle gave him strong handshakes with the greatest enthusiasm. On the 2nd, at 6 o'clock in the morning, our priceless luggage was already on board the Valkyria. The captain led us to a few small cabins, installed under a kind of bridge. "Do we have good wind?" asked my uncle. "Unbeatable," replied Captain Bjarne. "A cool breeze from the southeast. We will leave the Sund with all the long rigging and wind between the through and the fin." Some moments later, he let go of the flea, the jack, the foci and the crab, and, after setting off the moorings, he directed the rigging conveniently and entered the strait at full sail. An hour later, the capital of Denmark seemed to be plunging into the distant waves, and the Valkyria almost touched the coast of Elsineur. Effect of the disposition in which my nerves were, I thought to see the shadow of Hamlet wandering over the legendary Terrado. "Oh, sublime foolish!" I thought. "You would certainly approve our company, you would follow us, perhaps eager to find in the center of the earth a solution to your eternal doubt. But I have found nothing about the ancient walls. The castle is, moreover, much more modern than the heroic Prince of Denmark. It now serves as a sumptuous lodging for the porter of this Strait of the Sund, through which 15,000 ships from all nations pass each year." The castle of Kronborg soon disappeared in the mist, as well as the tower of Helsingborg, which rises on the Swedish coast, and the schooner bent slightly, prevented by the breezes of the Kattegat. The Valkyria was a very sailing ship, but with this class of ships you can never predict what the journey will take. It was carrying coal, kitchen utensils, pottery, woolen clothes and a load of wheat to Reykjavik, and it was manned by 5 sea-wolves, all Danish, sufficient to maneuver its rigging. "How long will the crossing last?" asked my uncle to the captain. 10 days, more or less, the latter replied. If at the height of the Faroe does not rush to the northwest. "But do you usually experience considerable delays?" "No, Mr. Lidenbrock. Do not be careful, we will arrive." At dusk the schooner turned over Cape Skagen, which is the northern tip of Denmark, crossed the Skagerrak, skirted the southern coast of Norway, licking Cape Lindness, and penetrated into the North Sea. 2 days later we sighted the coasts of Scotland, recognized the promontory of Peterhead, and laid down the Valkyria to the Faroe, passing between the Orkney and Shetland. It was not long before the waves of the Atlantic struck the sides of our schooner, and since, at the same time, we had to sail back and forth to advance north, overcoming the resistance that the wind opposed us, it took a great deal of work to reach the Faroe Islands. On the 3rd day the captain recognized Mygeness Island, which is the easternmost of this group, and from that moment he made his way to Cape Portland, located on the southern coast of Iceland. The crossing did not involve any notable incident. I endured the inclemencies of the sea quite well. But my uncle went all the way to the dizzy voyage, which, besides filling him with shame, contributed to sour his character even more. This did not permit him to question Captain Bjarne about the matter of the snaffles, the means of communication and the ease of transport, and he had to postpone all these investigations for later. He spent the whole trip lying in his cabin, whose bulkheads were crusting at every head of the ship. It is necessary to confess that he had well deserved his luck. On the 11th we rode to Cape Portland, allowing us the clear weather to distinguish the Murdalsjökull, which dominates it. This cape is formed by a huge rock, with steep slopes, which rises isolated on the beach. The Valkyria, keeping a reasonable distance from the coasts, was shuffling them westward, sailing among numerous flocks of whales and sharks. We soon discovered a huge rock, pierced from side to side, through which the sparkling sea raged. The islets of Westman seemed to emerge from the ocean like rocks planted on the liquid plain. From this moment, the schooner took off to make a respectable detour to Cape Reykjanes, which forms the western angle of Iceland. The strong swell did not allow my uncle to go up on deck in order to admire those stormy coasts, whipped and split by the winds and seas of the southwest. 48 hours later, after a storm had forced the schooner to run with dry poles, we discovered in the east the beacon of the Skagen Point, whose dangerous reefs extend far below the sea. A practical islander came on board, and 3 hours later, he was at anchor in the Valkyria, just outside Reykjavik, in Faxa Bay. Then the teacher finally came out of his cabin, pale and broken, but with the same enthusiasm as always and with the satisfaction depicted in his countenance. The townspeople, who were extremely interested in the arrival of the ship, from which they all had something to collect, gathered at the dock. My uncle hastened to leave his floating prison, not to say his hospital, but before leaving the schooner's deck he took me up to the bow, and from there, pointing with his finger at a high mountain in the northern part of the bay, who topped in 2 peaks a double cone covered with eternal snow, he said to me enthusiastically, "The Sneffels, there you have the Sneffels." And after recommending me with a gesture that I keep the most impenetrable silence, he went down to the boat that awaited us. I followed him with my head down, and our feet soon trodden on the Icelandic soil. Suddenly a man of good appearance appeared, dressed as a general. Yet he was but a simple magistrate, the governor of the island, the Baron de Tramp himself. The teacher recognized him instantly. He handed him the letters he brought from Copenhagen, and a short conversation in Danish took place between them, to which I did not take part, as was natural. This first interview resulted in the Baron de Tramp being placed entirely under the orders of Professor Lidenbrock. The mayor, Mr. Finson, no less military in his dress than the governor, but as peaceful as he was, had to give my uncle the most favorable reception. As for the coadjutor, Mr. Picterson, he was on a pastoral visit to the northern region of his diocese at that time, and we had to give up, for now, the pleasure of being introduced to him. But we got acquainted with a very beautiful subject, Mr. Fredriksson, professor of natural sciences at the Reykjavik school, whose contribution was invaluable to us. This modest sage spoke only Icelandic and Latin. He offered his services in the language of Horace, and I understood at once that we were created to understand each other. And indeed, this was the only person I could talk to during my stay in Iceland. As you see, dear Axel, my uncle told me everything goes smoothly. The hardest thing is done. How the hardest thing? Exclaimed I, dumbfounded. Of course, we only have to go down. From that point of view, you are quite right. But I suppose after we go down we will have to go up again. Bah. Bah. What is that does not bother me. So, hands to work, there is no time to lose. I go to the library. Perhaps some manuscript of Saknussemm is preserved in it that I would like to consult. Meanwhile, I will tour the city. Do you not think to visit it? Oh, that interests me very little. The curiosities of Iceland are not on its surface, but beneath it. I went out and started walking without a fixed direction. It would not have been easy to get lost in the 2 streets of Reykjavik, so that I did not need to ask anyone the way, which, done by signs, exposes most of the times to many mistakes. The city is spread out on 2 hills, on very low and marshy ground. An immense wave of lava covers it on one side and descends to the sea in gentle slope. On the other hand, there is the wide bay of Faxa, bounded by the north by the huge blizzard of Sneffels, and in which, at that time, no ship had anchored than the Valkyria. The English and French guards were usually in the camp, but at that time they were serving on the eastern coast of the island. The longest street in Reykjavik is parallel to the beach, and on it are settled merchants and traders, in wooden huts, made of horizontally arranged red beams. The other street, located further west, runs towards a small lake, passing between the bishop's house and those of other characters strangers to trade. It was not long before I walked through those dark and sad streets. Sometimes I saw a spot of faded grass, resembling an old wool rug, torn from wear, or something resembling a vegetable garden whose rare legumes, potatoes, cabbages and lettuces were only worthy of a Lilliputian table. Some sick helids also struggled to receive some sunshine. Halfway down the street not occupied by commerce, I found the public cemetery, surrounded by a wall of adobe, which is quite spacious. A few steps later, I found myself in front of the governor's house, which is a bad shack compared to the Hamburg City Hall, but it turns out to be a palace next to the huts where the Icelandic population lives. Between the city and the lake, there was a church, built according to the Protestant taste and with burnt stones that volcanoes throw. The red tiles of his roof would surely be scattered in the air, with a lively feeling of the faithful, as the winds from the west rained. There was an immediate eminence. I saw the National School, where, as I later learned from our guest, Hebrew, English, French and Danish were taught, for languages of which I did not know a word, which made me feel very embarrassed, for I would have been the most backward of the 40 students enrolled in the small school, and unworthy to lie with them in those 2-compartment closets where other more delicate would suffocate on the first night. In 3 hours I walked not only the city, but its surroundings as well. Its general appearance was singularly sad. There were no trees or anything worth the name of vegetation. Everywhere you could see volcanic rock peaks. The Icelanders' huts are made of earth and peat, and have their walls sloping inward, so that they look like roofs placed on the ground. But these roofs are relatively fertile meadows, because thanks to the heat of the rooms, sprout grass in them quite easily, being necessary to harvest it at the time of collection so that domestic animals do not intend to graze on these green mansions. During my excursion, I met very few people, but when I passed by the trade street again, I saw that most of the population was busy drying, salting and loading cod, which constitute the main export item there. The men seemed vigorous, but slow, a kind of blonde Germans, with thoughtful eyes, who believed themselves separated from humanity, unhappy exiled in those icy regions, whom nature should have made ovish, because it condemned them to live within the boundaries of the Arctic Circle. In vain I tried to catch a smile on their faces. They sometimes laughed by an involuntary contraction of their muscles, but never smiled. Their dresses consisted of a vast black wool jacket, known in all the Scandinavian countries as vadmal, wide-winged hat, red-hemmed trousers and pieces of leather rolled up like shoes on the feet. The women, with a sad and resigned face, whose type is quite pleasant, although lacking expression, wear a dark-colored jacket and vadmal skirt. The single women wear a brown knitted cap over their braided hair, and the married women cover their heads with a colored scarf on which they place a kind of white cap. When I returned to Mr. Fredrikson's house after a long walk, my uncle was already in the company of the latter. The table was set, and Professor Lidenbrock, whose stomach seemed to be a bottomless pit, the effect of the diet he had suffered on board, devoured it with greed. The food, more Danish than Icelandic, had nothing remarkable, but our host, more Icelandic than Danish, reminded me of the heroes of ancient hospitality. Without any doubt, we were in his house with more freedom and confidence than he himself. The conversation was in Icelandic, my uncle interspersing some words in German and Mr. Fredrikson some in Latin, to prevent me from staying completely fasted of what they said. They spoke of scientific questions, as was natural for two wise men, but Professor Lidenbrock kept the most scrupulous reserve, and his eyes at every phrase recommended me the most absolute silence in all that concerned our future projects. Suddenly, Mr. Fredrikson questioned my uncle about the results of his research in the library. Your library, exclaimed the professor, contains only unassembled books on nearly empty shelves. How? Replied Mr. Fredrikson. We have 8,000 volumes, many of which are as precious as rare, works written in Old Scandinavian, and all the new publications that Copenhagen sends us annually. Where do you get those 8,000 volumes? For my sake. Oh, Mr. Lidenbrock, these books are constantly running around the country. In our poor island of ice there is a great fondness for study. There is no fisherman or farmer who does not know how to read, and everyone reads. We believe that books, instead of being stashed behind an iron gate, far from the eyes of the curious, have been written and printed for everyone to read. That's why our library people run from hand to hand, are read once in 100 times, and often take 1 or 2 years to get back on their shelves. Meanwhile, my uncle replied with ill-tempered anger, the foreigners. And what shall we do to him? Foreigners have their own libraries in their countries, and above all it is necessary that our compatriots are educated. Again, the Icelanders have their love of study inoculated in blood. In 1816 we founded a literary society which functions admirably, and many foreign scholars are honored to belong to it. This society publishes works aimed at educating our compatriots, and provides real services to the country. If you would be one of our corresponding members, you will do us a great honor, Mr. Lidenbrock. My uncle, who already belonged to 100 scientific corporations, accepted the offer with such signs of pleasure that Mr. Fredrikson was moved. Now, said the latter, would you be so kind as to tell me which books you hope to find in our library, and perhaps I could give you some references about them. I looked at my uncle, and saw that he hesitated to answer. This was directly related to his plans. However, after a moment of reflection, he finally decided to speak. Mr. Fredrikson, I would like to know if you have among the ancient works those of Aim Saknussemm. Aim Saknussemm, the Reykjavik teacher replied. Are you referring to that 16th century sage who was a great alchemist, A great naturalist and a great explorer at the same time? Precisely. One of the glories of Icelandic literature and science. No doubt of any kind. The most illustrious of men? I will not try to deny it. And whose audacity was matched with his genius? I see that you know him well. My uncle was not in his place with joy when he heard of his hero in such a commendatory manner, and he devoured Mr. Fridriksson with his eyes. And what has become of his works? He asked, finally impatient. Ah, we don't have his works. How? They're not in Iceland? Not in Iceland or anywhere else. Why? Because Arne Saknussemm was persecuted as a heretic, and burned, in 1573, his works in Copenhagen by the hand of the executioner. Bravo! Magnificent! Exclaimed my uncle, with great scandal of the professor of natural sciences. What do you say? He murmured the latter. Yes, everything is explained, everything is clarified, everything is concatenated. Now I explain why Saknussemm, having been inscribed in the index and forced to hide his genius's discoveries, decided to bury his secret in an incomprehensible cryptogram. What secret? Mr. Fridriksson asked vividly. A secret that, whose, my uncle mumbled. But do you have any special documents? Replied the Icelandic professor. No. It was a mere assumption. Well, said Mr. Fridriksson, who had the good grace not to insist upon seeing his interlocutor's dismay. I hope that you will not leave the island without having studied its mineralogical riches. Of course, my uncle replied, but I am a little late. Other wise men have passed through here before me. Indeed, Mr. Lidenbrock, the works of Mr. Olafsson and Mr. Pavelsson, carried out by order of the king, the studies of Troyle, the scientific mission of Mr. Gaimard and Mr. Robert on board the French corvette Recherche, and finally, the observations of the sages embarked on the frigate Reine Hortense, have contributed powerfully to the knowledge of Iceland. But believe me, there is still much to do. Do you think? My uncle asked with a tender candor, trying to moderate the brightness of his gaze. No doubt, there are many mountains, snowdrifts and volcanoes that are very little known and need to be studied. Without going any further, look at that mountain which rises on the horizon. It is the Sneffels. Yes, sir. One of the most curious volcanoes and whose crater is rarely visited. Off already 500 years ago. Well, my uncle replied, crossing his legs with force so as not to jump into the air. I wish to begin my geological studies by that Saffel. Oh, Fessel, what do you call him? Sneffels, replied the excellent Mr. Fridriksson. This part of the conversation had been developed in Latin, so I learned everything. And I had to restrain myself not to let go of the rag to laugh at seeing how my uncle contained his satisfaction that struggled to escape everywhere, adopting a candid air that seemed the grimace of a devil. Yes, said he, your words of you decide me. We shall try to climb that Sneffels, and even study its crater perhaps. I feel in my soul, said Mr. Fridriksson, that my occupations do not permit me to leave, for otherwise I would accompany you with pleasure and profit. Oh, no, no, my uncle replied vividly. We do not want to disturb anyone, Mr. Fridriksson. I thank you endlessly. The presence of a sage like you would have been very useful to us, but the duties of your profession. I am inclined to believe that our guest, in the innocence of his Icelandic soul, did not understand my uncle's gross malice. I approve, Mr. Lidenbrock, he replied, that you should begin by this volcano, where you will reap a great number of curious observations. But tell me, how do you think to get to the peninsula of Sneffels? Crossing by sea the bay. It is the fastest way. Certainly, but it is not possible to follow him. Why? Because in Reykjavik there is no single boat. Demon! You will have to go by land, circumferencing the coast, which will be longer, but more interesting. Well, I'll see to get a guide. Precisely, I can offer you one. A smart and reliable man? Yes, an inhabitant of the peninsula. He is a skilled goose hunter, of which you will be satisfied. He speaks perfectly Danish. And when can I see him? Tomorrow, if you want to. Why not today? Because tomorrow is not yet here. Until tomorrow, my uncle exclaimed, sighing deeply. This important conversation ended a few moments later, giving the German teacher the most expressive thanks to the Icelandic teacher. During the meal, my uncle had just learned things of great importance, including the story of Saknussemm, the reason for his mysterious document, which Mr. Fridriksson would not accompany on his expedition and which he could have a guide at his orders from the next day. Chapter 11. At dusk I took a short walk on the beaches of Reykjavik, and I went to bed early, lying in my bed of thick planks, where I fell asleep. When I woke up, I heard my uncle chatting by the elbows in the immediate room. I dressed hastily and went to meet him. He was conversing in Danish with a man of high stature and vigorous constitution, a young boy who must have been endowed with some Herculean strength. His blue, dreamy eyes seemed to me intelligent and simple. His voluminous head was covered by a long hair of a color which had passed for red even in England itself, and which fell on his athletic backs. Although his movements were easy, he moved his arms little, like a man who ignores or disdains the language of gestures. Everything in him revealed perfectly calm temperament, quiet, though not indolent. It was clear that he asked nothing of anyone, that he worked when it suited him, and that, given the calm with which he took things, it was easy for nothing to surprise or shock him. I understood his way of being by the way he listened to the Icelandic person's passionate fecundia. He stood motionless and with his arms crossed before the many gestures of my uncle. To deny, he moved his head from left to right, and to affirm, he bowed it, barely moved. It was the economy of the movement carried to greed. The truth is that, seeing that man, he would never have guessed his profession as a hunter. Surely he would not scare off the hunt. But how did he seek it? All explained, however, when I learned from Mr. Fridriksson that this quiet character was only engaged in the hunting of the goose called Idero, whose plumage constitutes the main wealth of the island. Indeed, to pick up this pen, which is called quilt, it is not necessary to display an amazing activity. In the early days of summer, the female of this goose, remarkable for its extraordinary beauty, builds its nest among the rocks of the fjords that are so abundant on the coasts of the island. Once she has built her nest, she lines it with very fine feathers that she herself rips from the womb. The hunter arrives, or rather the harvester, takes possession of the nest, and the bird is required to start working again, and the operation is repeated while the bird keeps some down. When he has exhausted his supply, the male is at last able to take off his own. But since his feather is hard and rude and of no commercial value, the hunter does not bother to steal the bed of his little ones, and the nest is finally completed. The female lays her eggs, the chickens are born later, and the quilt harvest resumes in the following year. Now, as these birds do not choose for the construction of their nests the steep rocks, but those of gentle slope that will be lost in the sea, the Icelandic hunter could exercise his trade without giving much work. He was a farmer who had only to collect the harvest, without having to sow or cut it. This serious, silent and phlegmatic character was called Hans Bjelk, and he came recommended by Mr. Fridriksson. Their ways were in singular contrast with those of my uncle. This, however, was easily understood. Neither one of them paid attention to the price, one ready to accept what they offered him, and the other determined to give whatever they asked. No deal has ever been closed so easily. By agreement, Hans undertook to lead us to the village of Stapi, situated on the southern coast of the peninsula of Sneffels, at the foot of the same volcano. It was necessary to travel about 22 miles by land, in which we would spend 2 days, according to my uncle. But when he heard that it was a Danish mile, 24,000 feet, he had to rework his calculations and count on us taking 7 to 8 days to make the journey, given the poor state of the roads. Hans, who would go on foot according to his custom, was to provide 4 horses, 1 for my uncle, another for me and 2 for the transport of our goods. Perfect connoisseur of that part of the coast, he promised to lead us by the shortest path. His engagement with my uncle did not expire upon our arrival at Stapi, but he would remain in his service as long as our scientific excursions required, for a remuneration of 3 riksdales per week. But it was expressly stipulated that this sum would be paid to Hans on Saturday nights, a sine qua non condition of his commitment. The departure was set for June 16th. My uncle wanted to give the contract's deposit to the hunter, but he refused it with one word. After, he said dryly. Then the professor translated it aloud so I would know. Once the deal was closed, our guide withdrew, without moving more than his legs, as if it were a single piece. "Here is a famous man," exclaimed my uncle when he saw him go dash. "But what he least suspects is the wonderful role that the future holds for him. Will you accompany us to—" "Yes, to the center of the earth." 48 hours had yet to pass, which, with my full feeling, I found myself required to invest in the preparations for the march. We put our 5 senses and powers into arranging each object in the most advantageous way: instruments on one side, weapons on the other, tools in this package, supplies in that one, grouping everything into 4 main divisions. The instruments were 1 degree, a centigrade Eigel thermometer, graduated to 150 degrees, which seemed too much and insufficient. 2. If the heat of the environment had to reach this temperature, for in such a case we would perish roasted. Insufficient, if it was a question of measuring the temperature of springs or any other molten matter. 2 degrees, a compressed air pressure gauge, arranged in such a way that it marks the pressures above those of the atmosphere at sea level, since, as we descend under the surface of the earth, the atmospheric pressure must increase, the standard barometer would not be sufficient. 3 degrees, a chronometer of Boissonnas the Minor, of Geneva, perfectly arranged to the meridian of Hamburg. 4 degrees, inclination and declination compass. 5 degrees, a nighttime observation eyepiece. 6 degrees, Ruhmkorff's apparatus, which by means of an electric current gave a light portable, very safe and not embarrassing. The weapons consisted of 2 Purley Moore and Company carbines, and 2 Colt revolvers. What were these weapons for? I suppose we wouldn't have to deal with savages or ferocious animals. But my uncle seemed to look with the same affection on his arsenal as on his instruments, and especially a good amount of cotton powder unalterable to moisture, whose explosive strength is noticeably superior to that of ordinary powder. As tools we carried 2 picks, 2 hoes, a silk scale, 3 ironclad sticks, an axe, a hammer, a dozen wedges and iron harnesses, and long ropes with knots from stretch to stretch. Altogether it formed a bulky bundle, for the scale was 300 feet long. The package containing the provisions was not too large, but this did not bother me, for I knew that it contained enough concentrated meat and biscuit to feed us for 6 months. The only liquid we carried was gin, with absolute exclusion of all water, but we were provided with pumpkins, and my uncle expected to find springs in which to fill them, being useless all the observations I made concerning their quality, at its temperature and even on its absolute absence. To complete the exact nomenclature of our travel items, I will mention a portable first aid kit containing round-tip scissors, splints for fractures, a piece of tape of raw thread, bandages and compresses, tape, and a lancet to bleed, things that made my hair stand on end. We also carried a series of vials containing dextrin, arnica, liquid lead acetate, ether, vinegar and ammonia, all drugs whose use was not very desirable. Finally, the ingredients needed for Ruhmkorff's apparatus were not lacking either, nor did my uncle forget to stock up on tobacco, hunting powder and tinder, or a leather belt, which he wore around his kidneys, and which contained a good quantity of gold and silver coins and banknotes. The tool group also included 6 pairs of shoes of excellent quality, which were made waterproof by a layer of tar and elastic. Equipped, dressed and shoed like this, my uncle said at last, there is no reason that would prevent us from reaching the goal. All day 14 we employed to fix these various objects. In the afternoon, we had lunch at the house of Baron de Tramp, with the mayor of Reykjavik and Dr. Hjaltalin, the most famous doctor on the island. Mr. Fredrickson was not among the guests, but I learned later that he and the governor were in disagreement over an administrative matter, so they did not discuss it. So I had no occasion to understand a word of anything said during that semi-official meal, but I observed that my uncle did not stop speaking for a moment. The next day, 15, all preparations were completed. Mr. Fredrickson rendered my uncle a great service by giving him a map of Iceland incomparably more perfect than that of Henderson, the map of Olaf Nicholas Olsen, made in scale 1/480,000, and edited by the Icelandic Literary Society, subject to the geodetic work of Mr. Sjö Frisak and the topographical leveling of Mr. Bjorn Gumlogsen. It was a precious document for a mineralogist. We spent the last evening in intimate conversation with Mr. Fredrickson, who inspired me in intimate sympathy. The talk was followed by a rather restless dream, at least on my part. At 5 o'clock in the morning I was awakened by the roaring of 4 horses that were peeping under my window. I dressed in haste and went down immediately to the street, where Hans was finishing loading our load, moving as little as possible, but showing extraordinary skill. My uncle made more noise than was necessary, but the guide seemed to pay little or no attention to his recommendations. At 6, everything was ready. Mr. Fredrickson shook hands with us, and my uncle gave him the most expressive thanks in Icelandic for his kind hospitality. I, for my part, greeted him cordially in my macaronic Latin. We rode on horseback, and Mr. Fredrickson gave me his last goodbye with this verse of Virgil, which seemed made especially for us poor travelers who watched the way with uncertainty. Elquacunc viam vein dederit fortuna sequamer. Chapter 12. We had departed with the weather covered, but fixed. There was no fear of unnerving heat or disastrous rains. A time to make recreational excursions. The pleasure of riding through an unknown country made me easily carry on the principle of the company. I gave myself completely to the delights that nature offers us, since I had no freedom to dispose of myself. I started taking my side and looking at things calmly. After all, I asked myself, what is it that I risk by traveling through the most curious country in the world, and climb the most remarkable mountain on earth? The worst thing is to have to descend to the bottom of a dead crater. However, there is no doubt that Saknussemm did the same. As for the existence of a tunnel leading to the center of the globe, that's pure fantasy. Therefore, it is best to take advantage of all the good things that are in the expedition and put a good face on bad weather. He had hardly finished these reasoning when we left Reykjavik. Hans was marching at the head, with a fast, uniform and continuous pace. He was followed by the 2 horses that carried our impediment, without any need to guide them. Finally, my uncle and I were marching, and we did not make a very bad figure mounted on those vigorous little animals, despite their high letter. Iceland is one of the great islands in Europe. It measures 1,400 miles in area and has only 60,000 inhabitants. Geographers have divided it into 4 regions, and we had to cross almost obliquely the so-called country of the southwest, Sudvestrafjordunger. Leaving Reykjavik, Hans led us along the seaside, marching on very thin green pastures that struggled to look green but could not pass yellow. The rugged peaks of the trachytic masses were outlined on the horizon, among the mists of the east. Sometimes some snow spots, concentrating the diffuse light shone on the slopes of distant summits. Certain peaks more daring than others, they passed through the gray clouds and then reappeared above the movable vapors, like rocks emerging from the ethereal plains. Often those chains of arid rocks would tip toward the sea, biting into the meadow we walked upon, but there was always enough room to pass through. Our horses instinctively chose the most favorable places without ever slowing down. My uncle had not even the comfort of stirring his horse with the whip to the voice. He was forbidden from impatience. I could not help smiling at the sight of him so long riding on his jakia, and, as his outsized legs almost brushed the ground, he looked like a 6-foot centaur. "He magnificent animal," he said to me. "You will see, Axel, how there is no brute who can outsmart the Icelandic horse, either snow nor storms, nor rocks, nor blizzard. There is nothing to stop him. He is sober, brave and confident. He never steps back or backs away. When we have to cross some fjord or river, you will see it jump into the water without hesitation, just like an amphibian, and reach the opposite shore. But let us not harass them. Let them walk according to their will, and you shall see how we do our 10 daily leagues. We do not doubt, but the guide, do not worry about the guide. These people walk without realizing it. This one of ours moves so little that he should not be weary. Moreover, if it is necessary, I will give him my mount. So if I don't move a little, soon I'll get cramps. The arms are fine, but you shouldn't forget the legs." We were advancing at a fast pace, and the country was almost deserted. From stretch to stretch appeared the margin of a hollow, like poor beggar, some isolated farm, some lonely boor, made of wood, earth and lava. These miserable huts seemed to beg the charity of the passerby and made you want to give them a handout. There are no roads, nor even trails, and the vegetation, despite being so slow, does not take long to erase the traces of the few travelers. However, this part of the province, located 2 steps from the capital, is one of the most populated and cultivated parts of Iceland. Judge what will be the uninhabited regions of that desert. We had already walked half a mile without having found neither a farmer sitting at the door of his hut, nor a wild shepherd grazing a less wild herd than himself. So far we had seen only some cows and rams completely abandoned. What would the regions disturbed, moved by eruptive phenomena, the children of volcanic explosions and underground shocks be? We were bound to meet them later. But, looking at Olsen's map, I saw that following the tortuous contours of the beach we were moving away from them, since the great plutonic movement has been concentrated especially in the interior of the island, where the horizontal layers of rocks on the ground, called in Scandinavian traps, the trachytic bands, the eruptions of basalt, tuff and all volcanic conglomerates, the lava flows and the fused porphyry, have formed a country that inspires supernatural horror. At the time I did not suspect the spectacle that awaited us in the peninsula of Sneffels, where these volcanic wastes form a terrible chaos. 2 hours after our departure from Reykjavik, we arrived at the village of Gufunes, called Audiobook or main church, which offers nothing remarkable. It has only a few houses that would not be enough to form a German village. Hans stopped there for about half an hour, shared with us our frugal lunch, answered in monosyllabic terms to my uncle's questions concerning the nature of the road, and when he asked where he thought we might spend the night, he replied dryly, Gardar. I looked at the map to see what Gardar was, and seeing a hamlet of this name on the banks of the Hvalfjord, 4 miles from Reykjavik, I showed it to my uncle. 4 miles, nothing more, he exclaimed. Only 4 miles of the 22 we have to walk. It's a nice ride. He wanted to make an observation to the guide, but the guide, without hearing him, stood again in front of the horses and set out again. 3 hours later, never stopping to walk on the faded grass, we had to go around the Hvalfjord, rodeo easier and faster than the crossing of the gulf. We soon entered a Pinktaur, place of communal jurisdiction, named Ijolberg, and whose bell tower would have given the 12 o'clock if the Icelandic churches had been rich enough to possess clocks, but in this they resemble their parishioners. They do not have a clock and go perfectly without it. There we gave rest to the horses, which, taking afterwards for a ribasso between a mountain range and the sea, took us of a pull to the Aolkirkja of Brantar and 1,000 further, to Sorbor Annexia Church, situated on the south bank of the Hvalfjord. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we had gone 4 miles. The fjord at that point was at least half a mile long. The wings were crashing with a bang on the sharp rocks. This gulf was open between stone walls cut to a peak, 3,000 feet high, and notable for its dark layers separating the tufa beds of a reddish hue. However great the intelligence of our horses, I was not happy to have to cross a true arm of sea on the back of a quadrupedal. If they are really so intelligent, they will not try to pass, I said. In any case, I take it upon myself to make up for their lack of intelligence. But my uncle did not want to wait, and he pushed his horse toward the shore. The animal went to sniff out the last wave of waves and stopped. The teacher, who also had his instinct, wanted to force him through, but the brute refused to obey him, shaking his head. To the swearing and lashing of my uncle answered the beast, headlining, not far from firing the horseman, and at last the horse, bending its bows, slipped out between the legs of the teacher, leaving him planted on 2 stones of the shore like the Colossus of Rhodes. Ah! The damn animal, exclaimed the rider, unexpectedly turned into a pedestrian, and shamed as a cavalry officer who suddenly saw himself become an infant. Farja, said our guide, touching him on the shoulder. How? A boat? Hans replied by showing him a boat. Yes, I exclaimed, there is a boat. Well, man, you said it. All right, let's go on, Tidvaden, replied the guide. What does he say? It says tide, my uncle replied, translating the Danish word. Must I surely wait for the tide to rise? For Bida? Asked my uncle. Ja, replied Hans. The teacher hit the ground with his foot, while the horses headed for the boat. I understood perfectly the necessity of waiting, to undertake the crossing of the fjord, that instant in which the tide stops, after having reached its maximum height. Then the flow and ebb do not exert any appreciable action, and there is therefore no danger that the boat will be dragged by the current either to the bottom of the gulf or to the sea. Until 6 o'clock in the evening we had a propitious moment, and at this hour my uncle, me, the guide, 2 passengers and 4 horses settled in a kind of flat-bottomed boat, quite fragile. As I was accustomed to the steamboats of the Elbe, I found the oars of the boatmen an outdated procedure. We took more than an hour to cross the fjord, but we passed it, at last, without accident. Half an hour later we arrived at the Aolkirche of Garda. Chapter 13. It was time for night, but at the 65th parallel, the daylight of the polar regions should not cause me astonishment. In Iceland the sun does not set during the months of June and July. The temperature, however, had fallen. He felt cold, and above all, hungry. May the boar who opened his hospitable gates welcome us. It was the home of a farmer, but as far as hospitality was concerned, it did not fall behind any royal palace. Upon our arrival the owner came to reach out to us, and without further ceremony he signaled us to follow him. And we followed him. In fact, every time it would have been impossible to accompany him. A long, narrow and dark corridor gave access to this cabin, built with barely carved wood, and allowed access to all its rooms, which were 4: the kitchen, the weaving workshop, the badstofa, the family's alcove, and the room for guests, was the best of all. My uncle, whose size had not been counted when building the hut, struck his head against the ceiling beams 3 or 4 times. We were introduced into our room, which was a kind of spacious hall, with a terrible floor, and which received the light through a window whose glasses were made of sheepskin membranes not very transparent. The beds were made of a little dry hay, piled on the red-painted wooden frames and decorated with Icelandic sentences. I certainly did not expect such comfort, but instead a penetrating smell of dried fish, macerated meat and sour milk reigned inside the house that repulsed my nose in an extraordinary way. When we had disposed of our travel harness, we heard the voice of the owner of the house that invited us to go into the kitchen, the only room in which a light was lit, even in the coldest ages. My uncle hastened to obey the friendly invitation, and I followed him at once. The fireplace in the kitchen was old-fashioned. The hearth consisted of a stone in the middle of the room, with a hole in the ceiling through which smoke escaped. This kitchen served as a dining room at the same time. Upon entering, our guest, as if he had not seen us before, greeted us with the word "Soelvertu," which means "be happy," and kissed us on the cheeks. Then his wife spoke the same words, accompanied by equal ceremonial, and then the 2 husbands, placing their right hand on their hearts, bowed deeply. I hasten to say that the Icelander was a mother of 19 children, all of whom, as well as the big ones as the small ones, ran and jumped in the midst of the swirls of smoke filling the room. At every moment I saw a little blonde and somewhat melancholic head come out of that mist. It would have been said that they formed a chorus of insufficiently clean angels. My uncle and I gave a great welcome to that abundant parva, and shortly after we had 3 or 4 of them on our backs, as many others on our knees and the rest between our legs. Those who already knew how to speak repeated "Soelvertu" in every imaginable tone, and those who had not yet learned shouted with all their might. The announcement of the meal interrupted this concert. At this moment the hunter who had just taken his measures for the horses to eat, that is, he had economically released them in the field, where the unhappy animals would have to be content with grazing the scarce moss of the rocks and some very little nutritious eggs, which would not be an obstacle, so that the next day they would come voluntarily to resume, submissive, the work of the previous day. "Soelvertu," said Hans as he entered. Then, quietly, automatically, without any of the kiss being more pronounced than any of the others, he kissed the owner of the house, his wife and their 19 children. After the ceremony, we sat at the table in number of 24, and therefore, one on top of the other in the true sense of the expression. The most fortunate had only 2 boys on their knees. The arrival of soup made silence reign among the small people, and the taciturnity characteristic of the Icelanders, even among the boys, regained its empire. Our guests served us a lichen soup which was not unsavory, and then a huge portion of dried fish, swimming in sour butter, which was at least 20 years old, and therefore much preferable to fresh, according to the gastronomic ideas of Iceland. There was also skyr, a kind of curd milk seasoned with juniper berry juice. In short, to drink, he offered us a concoction, composed of serum and water, known in the country as soft. Whether this strange food was good or not, I was hungry, and for dessert, I had a superb feast of a thick buckwheat porridge. After the meal, The children disappeared and the elderly people surrounded the house where feces, peat, cow dung and dried fish bones were burning. After warming up in this way, the various groups returned to their respective rooms. The mistress of the house offered, as was customary, to take off our trousers and stockings, but we gave up this estimable honor, giving her thanks in the most expressive way. The woman did not insist, and I could finally throw myself on my bed of hay. The next day at 5 o'clock we said goodbye to the Icelandic peasant, and it cost my uncle a great deal of work to make him accept a fair wage, and Hans gave the signal for departure. 100 steps from Gardar, the terrain began to change its appearance, becoming muddy and less favorable for walking. On the right, the series of mountains continued indefinitely as an immense system of natural fortifications whose counter-escarpment we followed, often presenting small streams that had to be crossed without too much wetting the area. The country was becoming more and more deserted, yet even at times some human shadow seemed to run away. If the twists of the road unexpectedly brought us close to one of these specters, I felt an invincible repugnance at the sight of a swollen head, a shiny skin, devoid of hair, and of the disgusting sores that left open the great tears of their miserable rags. The wretched creature, far from reaching us with its deformed hand, was moving away, but not so quickly that Hans did not have time to greet it with his usual sovereignty. "Spedalsk," he said later. "Leprosy," my uncle repeated. The word alone has a repulsive effect. This horrible condition of leprosy is quite common in Iceland. It is not contagious, but hereditary, and therefore these wretches are forbidden to marry. These apparitions were not the most purposeful to brighten the landscape, whose sadness became deeper at every moment. The last grass coppice had just died under our feet. Not a tree was seen, for some dwarf birch trees which looked more like weeds did not deserve such a name. Apart from some horses wandering the sad plains, abandoned by their masters who could not support them, no animals were seen either. Occasionally a hawk hovered among the gray clouds, and fled quickly to the southern regions. I let myself be carried away by the melancholy of that wild nature, and my memories led me to my native country. Then we had to cross some small fjords which were of no importance, and finally a real gulf. The tide, stopped at that time, allowed us to pass it and reach the hamlet of Alftanes, 1 mile further. At dusk, after having paddled 2 rivers where the trout and the plaice abounded, the Alfa and the Haida, we were required to spend the night in a ruinous and abandoned shack, worthy of being inhabited by all the goblins and spirits of Scandinavian mythology. No doubt the genius of the cold had fixed his residence in him, for he made of it all night. No special incident occurred during the day. Always the same muddy ground, the same sad physiognomy, the same uniformity. By nightfall we had covered half the total distance, and stayed overnight in the annex of Krosholt. On June 10th we traveled a mile, about more or less through a lava field. This arrangement of the soil is called in the country ron. The wrinkled lava of the surface affected the shape of calabrotes, sometimes prolonged, sometimes impaled. From the neighboring mountains there were immense flows of lava, already solidified, coming from volcanoes, now extinct, but whose past violence pregnant these vestiges. However, the fumes of some hot springs rose from distance to distance. We had no time to observe these phenomena. It was necessary to advance, and the hooves of our horses soon sank again in swampy terrain, dotted with small lagoons. We were marching westward at the time, having surrounded the great bay of Faxa, and the double white summit of Sneffels stood among the clouds less than 5 miles away. The horses were running well, without being stopped by the difficulties of the ground. I was beginning to feel tired, but my uncle stood firm and straight as on the first day, inspiring me with sincere admiration, as did the hunter, who regarded that expedition as a simple walk. On Saturday, June 20th, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, we arrived at Björder, a village located by the sea, and the guide claimed the agreed salary. My uncle paid him on the spot. Here was Hans' own family, that is his uncles and cousins, who hosted us at their house. We were very well received, and without abusing the kindness of those good people, I would have willingly remained in their company some time in order to make up for the weariness of the journey. But my uncle, who did not experience need of rest, did not understand it in the same way, and the next morning there was no other solution but to reassemble our poor saddles. The soil was affected by the proximity of the mountain, whose roots of granite came out of the earth like those of an old oak. We were circling the base of the volcano. The teacher did not lose sight of him. He gestured without ceasing and seemed to challenge him and say, "Here is the giant I will subdue." Finally, after 24 hours of walking, the horses spontaneously stopped at the door of the rectory of Stapi. Chapter 14. Stapi is a village composed of about 30 huts, built on a sea of lava, under the sun rays reflected by the volcano. It extends at the bottom of a small fjord, encased in a wall that makes the strangest effect. Basalt is known to be a dark rock of igneous origin, affecting very regular shapes whose arrangement causes strangeness. Nature proceeds to form this substance in a geometric way, and works in a similar way to men, as if it handled the square, compass and plumb. If in all its other manifestations it develops its art forming immense and deformed moles, barely sketched cones, imperfect pyramids whose general lines do not obey a plan determining, as far as the basalt is concerned, wanting to give, without doubt, an example of regularity, and in anticipating the architects of the first ages, has created a severe order which neither the splendors of Babylon nor the wonders of Greece have ever surpassed. I had heard of the Causeway of the Giants, of Ireland, and of the Grotto of Fingal, in one of the islands of the Hebrides group, but the aspect of a basaltic structure had never been presented to my eyes. In Stapi this phenomenon was shown to me in all its beautiful splendor. The fjord wall, like the whole coast of the peninsula, was formed by a series of vertical columns about 30 feet high. These beams, well proportioned and straight, supported an arch of horizontal columns, the advanced part of which formed a semi-covered tower over the sea, at certain intervals, and under that natural shed, the look-surprised pointed openings of an admirable drawing, through which the waves of the sea were rushing, forming mountains of foam. Some pieces of basalt torn away by the furies of the ocean lay along the ground like ruins of an ancient temple, ruins eternally young, on which the centuries passed without corroding. Such was the last stage of our earthly journey. Hans had led us to it with proven intelligence, and I was reassured that he would continue to accompany us. When I arrived at the door of the house of the priest, simple and single-story hut, either more beautiful nor more comfortable than the others, I saw a man hardening a horse, with the hammer in his hand and the leather apron to the waist. "So Elverta," said the hunter. "God dag," answered the Albiatar in perfect Danish. "Kirkoherd," said Hans, turning to my uncle. "The rector," repeated this last dash. "Tell me, Axel, that this good man is the priest." Meanwhile, he informed the Kirkoherd of the situation. He then suspended his work, and gave a sort of cry in use, no doubt among horses and barns, and a woman who looked like a fury came out of the hut. He wouldn't be too far from 6 feet tall. I feared that he would come to offer the travelers the Icelandic kiss, but it was not so, fortunately. On the contrary, we made a very bad face when we entered the house. The room for the guests, dirty and cramped, seemed to me the worst in the rectory, but it was necessary to be content with it, for the rector did not seem to practice the old hospitality. Before the day was over I saw that we had to deal with a fisherman, a blacksmith, a hunter, a carpenter, all but a minister of the Lord. It was a working day, but he might be upset on Sundays. The poor priests, who are after all unhappy, receive a ridiculous allowance from the Danish government, and receive 1/4 of the tithes of their parishes, which in total is not even 60 marks. They need, therefore, to work for a living, but by fishing, hunting and harnessing horses, one ends up acquiring the manners, habits and tone of fishermen, hunters and other not less rude people, and that very night I warned that among the virtues of the parish priest was not one of temperance. My uncle soon realized the kind of man with whom he had to deal. Instead of a worthy and honest sage, he found a rude and uncouth peasant, and decided to undertake as soon as possible his great expedition, and abandon as soon as possible that unhospitable priest. Without even noticing his own tiredness, he decided to go and spend a few days in the mountain. From the day after our arrival in Stapi, preparations for the march began. Hans hired 3 Icelanders to replace the horses in our transport, but once at the bottom of the crater, these natives had to turn back and leave us alone. This point has been perfectly clarified. Then my uncle had to tell the hunter that he intended to recognize the crater of the volcano to its last limits. Hans was content to bow his head in a nod. Going to one place or another, walking the surface of his island or descending into its bowels, was completely indifferent to him. As for me, distracted until then by the incidents of the journey, I had forgotten something about the future, but now I felt that the turmoil was taking hold of me again. What to do? In Hamburg I would have had occasion to oppose the plans of Professor Lidenbrock, but at the foot of Sneffels there was no possibility. One idea above all worried me more than any other, a terrible idea, capable of chilling other nerves much less sensitive than mine. Let's see, I said to myself, we are going to climb on the summit of Sneffels. It is good. Let's visit its crater. Proud, others have done so and still live. But the thing does not stop here. If a way to descend into the bowels of the earth is presented, if that ill-fated Saknussemm has told the truth, we will get lost in the middle of the underground galleries of the volcano. Now, who can say that Sneffels is completely off? Is there any evidence that another eruption is not coming? From the fact that the monster has been sleeping since 1229, we must deduce that it cannot wake up. And if it did, what would happen to us? It was worth thinking about all this, and my imagination kept spinning these ideas. I could not sleep without dreaming of eruptions, and it seemed as brutal as sad to have to play the insignificant role of hunting. Unable to keep silent any longer, I finally decided to submit the case to my uncle with the greatest possible prudence, and in the form of a perfectly unrealizable hypothesis. I approached him, expressed my fears, and retreated several steps to avoid the effects of the first explosion of his anger. "This is what I was thinking," he replied simply. What interpretation should I give to these unexpected words? Was he going to hear the voice of reason? Would he think to suspend his plans? Wouldn't it be true that such beauty? After a few moments of silence, which I did not dare to interrupt, he added, "Yes, that was my thought. Since our arrival at Stapi, I have been concerned with the grave matter which you have just submitted to my judgment, for it is not advisable to commit imprudence." "No," I answered vehemently. "The Sneffels has been silent for 600 years, but he can speak again. Now, volcanic eruptions are always preceded by well-known phenomena. Therefore, after questioning the inhabitants of the country and studying the terrain, I can assure you, Axel, that there will be no eruption for now." When I heard these words, I was stunned and could not reply. "Doubts of my words?" said my uncle, "so follow me." I obeyed machinally. On leaving the rectory, the teacher took a direct road which, through an opening in the basaltic wall, was away from the sea. We soon found ourselves in a flat field, if one can give this name to a huge pile of volcanic debris. The ground accidents seemed as erased under a rain of stones, lava, basalt, granite, and all kinds of pyroxene rocks. One could see, from one section to another, a number of columns of smoke rising up in the atmosphere. These white vapors, called raker in Icelandic, came from hot springs, and their violence indicated the volcanic activity of the soil, which seemed to confirm my fears. So, what would not be my surprise when my uncle said to me, "Do you see those fumes, Axel? Well, they show us that we must not fear the eruptions of the volcano." "How can that be?" I exclaimed. "Don't forget what I'm going to tell you," the professor continued. "When an eruption is approaching, all these fumaroles redouble their activity to disappear completely while the phenomenon subsists. Because the elastic fluids, lacking the necessary tension, they take the path of craters instead of escaping through the fissures of the globe. If then, these vapors are kept in their usual state, if their energy does not increase, and if you add to this observation that the rain and the wind are not replaced by a heavy and calm air, you can certainly affirm that there will be no eruption coming. But enough. When science has spoken, it cannot be replicated." I returned to the rectory with my ears full of gotchas. My uncle had stunned me with scientific arguments. However, I still hoped that, going down to the bottom of the crater, it would be materially impossible for us to continue the bloody excursion because there was no gallery, despite the assertions of all the Saknussemm of the world. I spent the night immediately, plunged into a horrible nightmare in the middle of a volcano, and from the depths of the earth, I felt thrown into interplanetary spaces in the form of eruptive rock. The next day, Hans was waiting for us with his companions loaded with our food, utensils, and instruments. 2 iron poles, 2 rifles, and 2 rifle guns were reserved for my uncle and me. Our guide, who was a cautious man, had added to our impediment a full odor that, attached to our pumpkins, assured us water for 8 days. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. The rector and his gigantic fury waited in front of the door, eager, no doubt, to give us their last farewell. But this farewell took the unexpected form of a formidable account, in which we were charged up to the air, quite infected by the way that we had breathed in the rectory. The most worthy couple skinned us like a Swiss hostelier, charging us at fabulous price their ungrateful hospitality. My uncle paid without haggling. A man who was going to the center of the earth would not stop attention in some miserable ricksdales. Fixed this point, Hans gave the signal for departure, and a few moments later we had left Stapi. Chapter 15. It has the Sneffels 5,000 feet of elevation, being, with its double cone, like the termination of a trachytic band that stands out from the island's orographic system. From our starting point, you couldn't see its two peaks projecting over the gray background of the sky. My eyes could only see a huge snow cap covering the giant's forehead. We marched in a line, preceded by the hunter, who guided us on narrow paths, which two people could not walk in front of. The conversation became, therefore, almost impossible. Beyond the basaltic wall of the Stapi fjord, we find a turf of herbaceous and fibrous peat, remains of ancient vegetation of the swamps of the peninsula. The mass of this fuel, still unexploited, would be enough to heat the entire population of Iceland for a century. That vast hornigero, measured from the bottom of certain ravines, was often 70 feet high, and presented successive layers of charred debris, separated by veins of pumice and tuff. As a worthy nephew of Professor Lidenbrock, and in spite of my worries, I observed with real interest the mineralogical curiosities displayed in that vast natural history cabinet, while I reconstituted in my mind the whole geological history of Iceland. This curious island has really emerged from the bottom of the seas in a relatively modern age, and it is even possible that it still continues to rise by an insensitive movement. If so, it can only be attributed to the action of underground fires, and in this case, the theory of Humphrey Davy, the document of Saknussemm, and the claims of my uncle would become smoke. This hypothesis led me to examine carefully the nature of the soil, and I soon realized the succession of phenomena that preceded the formation of the island. Iceland, which has no sedimentary soil whatsoever, consists solely of volcanic tubers, that is to say, a cluster of stones and rocks with porous texture. Before the existence of volcanoes, it was formed by a solid mass, slowly raised, like a hatch, above the waves by the thrust of the central forces. The inner fires had not yet made their eruption through the Earth's crust. But later, a great path was opened diagonally from the southwest to the northwest of the island, through which all the trachytic paste slowly escaped. The phenomenon then occurred without violence. The outflow was enormous, and the molten matter thrown from the bowels of the globe spread out quietly, forming vast savannas or crowded masses. At this time feldespatis, syenite, and porphyry appeared. But thanks to this shedding, the island's thickness increased considerably, and with it its strength of resistance. The large quantity of elastic fluid stored in its bosom is conceived, seeing that all the outlets were blocked after the cooling of the trachytic crust. There came a time when the mechanical power of these gases was such that they lifted up the heavy crust and opened high chimneys. Thus the volcano was formed by the lifting of the crust, and then the crater on top of it opened suddenly. Then the volcanic phenomena followed the eruptive ones. Through the newly formed openings escaped, first of all, the basaltic dejections, from which offered to our eyes the most wonderful specimens the plain that we were crossing at that time. We walked on those heavy, dark gray rocks that had cooled down and taken the form of hexagonal-based prisms. In the distance you could see a large number of crushed cones that were once as many ignivomas mouths. Once the basaltic eruption had been exhausted, the volcano, whose strength was increased by that of the extinct craters, gave way to lavas and those tubs of ashes and slags whose vast outpourings my eyes beheld, scattered on their flanks like opulent hair. Such was the series of phenomena that formed Iceland. All of them recognized the origin of the inner fires, and to assume that the inner mass did not yet remain in a perennial state of liquid incandescence was true madness. Therefore, to seek to reach the very center of the globe would be a nonsense without example. So, as we marched to the assault of the Sneffels, I was reassured about the outcome of our enterprise. The road became increasingly difficult. The ground was rising, rocks were swaying, and it was necessary to walk very timidly to avoid dangerous falls. Hans walked calmly as though on a plain ground, Sometimes he disappeared behind the great boulders, and we lost sight of him for an instant. But then we heard a sharp whistle coming from his lips, which pointed us the way to go. He often also picked up some stones, placed them in such a way that they could be easily recognized later, and set markers for us to return. This precaution was in itself excellent, but future events proved its futility. 3 hours of arduous walking were spent just to reach the foot of the mountain. There Hans gave the signal to stop, and we had frugally lunch. My uncle filled his mouth to conclude sooner, but as that high was also for the purpose of repairing our forces, he had to submit to the will of the guide, who did not give the departure signal until after an hour. The 3 Icelanders, as taciturn as their fellow hunter, did not spread their lips and ate soberly. Then we began to climb the slopes of the Sneffels. Its snowy summit, by an illusion of optics often found in the mountains, seemed very close to me, although we still had many hours of journey and a great deal of toil, above all, to reach it. The stones, which were not bound by grass or any foundation of earth, slid under our feet and rolled down into the plain with the speed of an avalanche. In some places, the slopes of the mountain formed an angle of at least 36 degrees with the horizon. It was materially impossible to climb them, and we had to go around these rocky obstacles, for which we found quite a few difficulties. On these occasions we gave each other mutual help with our iron poles. My uncle was always as close to me as he could. He did not lose sight of me, and on more than one occasion I found a firm support in his arm. As far as he was concerned, he had no doubt the innate feeling of balance, for he never stumbled. The Icelanders, despite being loaded, climbed with amazing agility. As I looked at the height of the summit of Sneffels, it seemed impossible to me to reach it from that side if the angle of inclination of the slopes did not close somewhat. Fortunately, after an hour of work and unheard of efforts, in the midst of the vast carpet of snow that stretched over the summit of the volcano, our eyes suddenly discovered a sort of ladder that made our ascent easier. It was formed by one of those torrents of stones thrown by the eruptions, whose Icelandic name is Stina. If this torrent had not been stopped in its fall by the special arrangement of the mountain flanks, it would have gone to precipitate into the sea, forming new islands. As it was extremely useful. The speed of the slopes was increasing, but those stone steps allowed them to be climbed easily and even quickly, so that, if I delayed a moment, while my companions continued the ascent, I saw them reduced to a microscopic smallness by the effect of distance. At 7 o'clock in the afternoon we had already climbed the 2,000 steps of this ladder, and we were dominating a protrusion from the mountain, a kind of base on which the crater cone was resting. The sea was 3,200 feet deep. We had crossed the limit of perpetual snows, while low in Iceland as a result of constant humidity of the climate. It was a terrible cold, and the wind was blowing hard. I was exhausted. The teacher understood that my legs refused to serve me, and despite his impatience decided to stop there. He signaled to Hans in that direction, but he shook his head, saying, "A fanfare." "It seems that more must be done," said my uncle. Then he asked Hans why he had answered. "Misdauer," replied the guide. The show, repeated one of the Icelanders, with a horror accent. "What does that word mean?" I asked, restless. "Look," my uncle said. The view was directed towards the plain, and I saw an immense column of powdered pumice, of sand and dust that rose up like a whirlwind. The wind pushed it towards the flank of the Sneffels on which we stood. That opaque curtain, stretched out in front of the sun, it cast a great shadow over the mountain. If the trumpet were to bend, it would wrap us without remedy among its whirlwinds. This phenomenon, quite frequent when the wind blows from the snowdrifts, is known as misdauer in Icelandic. "Hastigt, you have done nothing," cried our guide. Although I did not speak Danish, I understood that it was necessary to follow Hans without delay. The guide began to circle the crater cone, but descending in order to facilitate our walk. It didn't take long for the trunk to crash into the mountain, which shook at its contact. The stones, suspended by the whirlwinds, flew in the form of rain, as in eruptions. We were, fortunately, on the opposite slope and sheltered from all danger, but if not for the caution of the guide, our bodies, crumbled, turned into impalpable dust, would have gone to fall far away like the product of some unknown meteor. Nevertheless, Hans did not consider it prudent for us to spend the night on the slope of the cone. We continued our ascent in zigzag, We still needed about 5 hours to cover the 1,500 feet that remained to climb. In revolts, countermarches and biases we lost at least 3 leagues. I could not. I was dying of cold and hunger. The air somewhat rarefied from such high regions did not suffice my lungs. At last, at 11 o'clock in the evening, in complete darkness, we reached the summit of Sneffels, and before I took shelter inside the crater, I had time to see the midnight sun at the bottom of his race, projecting its pale rays upon the island sleeping at my feet. Chapter 16. We had dinner quickly and each of us got as comfortable as he could. The bed was very hard, the coat not very strong and the situation very painful at 5,000 feet above sea level. However, my sleep was so quiet that night, one of the best that had passed for a long time, that I did not even dream. The next morning we were awoken, half frozen, a rather vivid air, the sun shone splendidly. I left my granite bed and went to enjoy the magnificent spectacle that was unfolding before my eyes. It was located on the summit of the southern peak of Sneffels, from which the greater part of the island could be seen. The optics, common to all great heights, made their contours stand out, while the central parts seemed obscured. You would have said that I had one of those maps in relief from Helbsmer under my feet. He saw the deep valleys crossing in every direction, the cliffs becoming like wells, lakes turning into ponds and rivers into streams. To my right were countless snowdrifts and multiplying peaks, some of which appeared crowned by a plume of smoke. The undulations of these endless mountains, whose layers of snow gave them a frothy appearance, reminded me of the surface of the sea when storms shake it. If I turned to the west, I beheld the waters of the ocean in all its majestic extent, as if it were a continuation of those hateful peaks. My eyes could hardly see where the earth ended and the waves began. I was plunged, in this way, into the hallucinatory ecstasy produced by the high peaks, and this time without any vertigo, because at last I was getting used to these sublime contemplations. My dazzled looks bathed in the transparent radiance of the sun's rays. I forgot myself and the place where I was to live the life of the goblins or sylphos, imaginary inhabitants of Scandinavian mythology. I was intoxicated with the voluptuosities of the heights, without remembering the abysses in which my destiny would soon plunge me. But the arrival of the teacher and Hans, who came to meet me at the tip of the peak, brought me back to life's reality. My uncle turned to the west and pointed at me with his hand a slight vapor, a mist, an appearance of earth that dominated the wave line. "Greenland," he said. "Greenland?" I exclaimed. "Yes, only 35 leagues away from us, and during the thaw, white bears come to Iceland on the icebergs that drag the currents southward. But this is of little importance. We are on the summit of Sneffels. Here you have its 2 peaks, the north and the south. Hans is going to tell us now what name the Icelanders give to this one in which we are." Asked the question, the hunter answered, "Skartaris." My uncle gave me a triumphant look. "To the crater!" he exclaimed enthusiastically. The crater of Sneffels was inverted cone-shaped, with a hole approximately half a league in diameter. Calculated its depth at 2,000 feet, about little more or less. Imagine what such a vessel would be when it was filled with thunder and flames. The bottom of this funnel should not be above 500 feet in circumference, so that its slopes were quite smooth and allowed easy access to the bottom. Unintentionally I compared this crater with a huge, widened truss, and the comparison filled me with horror. To enter inside a gun, I thought in my inner forum, that can be charged and shoot at the slightest shock, can only occur to some crazy. But to go back was too late. Hans, with an indifferent air, stood again at the front of the caravan. I followed him without taking my lips off. In order to facilitate the descent, he described the hunter, inside the cone, ellipses very long. It was necessary to march among eruptive rocks, some of which, detached from their alveoli, rush leaps to the bottom of the abyss. Its fall determined repercussions of strange sonority. Some parts of the cone formed inner snowdrifts. Hans was then proceeding with the greatest caution, probing the ground with his iron rod to discover the cracks. In certain doubtful steps it became necessary to tie each other by means of a long rope so that if one slipped suddenly, he would be held by the others. This solidarity was a prudent measure, but it did not exclude all danger, however, and despite the difficulties of the descent by slopes which Hans did not know, it was carried out without the slightest incident, except for the fall of a tangle of ropes which escaped from the hands of the Icelander and rolled without stopping to the bottom of the abyss. By noon we had already arrived. I raised my head and saw the upper hole of the cone through which a piece of sky of an extreme circumference reduced but almost perfect was uncovered. Only at one point stood out the peak of the Skartans, which sank into the immensity. At the bottom of the crater 3 chimneys opened through which the central focus threw its lavas and vapors in the times of the eruptions of Sneffels. Each of these chimneys was about 100 feet in diameter, and opened their dark jaws before us. No longer had I the courage to look upon them, but Professor Lidenbrock had made a quick examination of their disposition, and ran breathlessly from one to another, gesturing and uttering unintelligible words. Hans and his companions, sitting on pieces of lava, looked at him in silence, doubtless taking him for a madman. Suddenly my uncle cried out. I trembled, fearing that he had slipped and disappeared in some of the pits. But no. I saw him at once with arms outstretched and legs spread, standing before a granite rock that stood in the center of the crater like a huge pedestal made to support the statue of Pluto. He was in the attitude of a man stunned. His astonishment immediately turned into an unwise joy. Axel! Axel! Exclaimed Dash. Come! Come! I came immediately. Neither Hans nor the Icelanders moved from their posts. Look! Said the teacher, and participating in his wonder though not in his joy, I read on the surface of the rock looking westward, engraved in runic characters, half worn by the destructive action of time, this name 1,000 times cursed, Arn Saknussemm. My uncle exclaimed, Will you doubt me still? Without answering him, I turned to my lava bank, dismayed. The evidence astounded me. How long I was in my thoughts, I do not know, but when I raised my head, I saw only my uncle and Hans at the bottom of the crater. The Icelanders had been dismissed, and were now descending the outer slopes of the Sneffels to return to Stapi. Hans slept quietly at the foot of a rock, on a bed of lava. My uncle was spinning around the bottom of the crater like the beast falling into a hunter's trap. I had neither the desire nor the strength to get up, and following the guide's example, I gave myself up to a painful drowsiness, believing to hear noises or feel shaking on the sides of the mountain. Thus passed that first night in the bottom of the crater. The next morning, a gray, heavy and cloudy sky stretched over the apex of the cone. Though I had not noticed it through the darkness of the abyss, my uncle's anger would have made me see it. Soon I understood the reason, and a ray of hope shone in my heart. See why. Of the 3 routes that opened before us, only one had been explored by Saknussemm. According to the Icelandic sage, he must have recognized it by the peculiarity, pointed out in the cryptogram, that the shadow of the Sirtaris caressed its edges during the last days of the month of June. It was possible to consider, therefore, that sharp peak as the gnomon of an immense salt quadrant, whose shadow of a certain day pointed the way to the center of the earth. Now, the sun was hidden, all shadow was impossible, and therefore the desired indication was missing. We were on June 25th. If the sky remained overcast for a period of 6 days, it would be necessary to postpone the observation for another year. I renounce to describe the impotent anger of Professor Lidenbrock. The day passed without any shadow coming to project on the bottom of the crater. Hans did not move from his post. However, he should have been struck by our inactivity. My uncle did not address me once. His eyes, invariably directed toward the sky, were lost in its gray and misty hue. The 26th was the same. A mixed rain of snow fell during the whole day. Hans built with pieces of lava a kind of grotto. I took my time to follow with the sight the thousands of natural cascades that descended along the sides of the cone, each stone of which added its deafening murmurs. My uncle could not contain himself. There was indeed reason to make the most horny man lose patience, for that was shipwreck in the harbor. But with great pains heaven always mixed the great joys and reserved for Professor Lidenbrock a satisfaction as intense as his desperate sorrows. The next day, the sky also remained covered, but on Sunday, June 28th, the penultimate of the month, with the change of moon, the weather varied. The sun poured its rays into the crater. Every mound, every rock, every stone, every roughness received its benefactor's effusion and instantly cast their shadow on the ground. Among all these shadows, the Skartaris' was drawn like a living edge and began to turn insensibly, following the movement of the shining star. My uncle was spinning with her. At noon, in his shortest period, he came to lick the edge of the central fireplace softly. "This is it! This is it! This is it!" exclaimed the teacher enthusiastic. "To the center of the earth," he added at once in Danish. I looked at Hans. "For it said," with his usual calm. "Go ahead," my uncle replied. It was 1:13 in the afternoon. Chapter 17. The real journey began. Until then, the hardships had been greater than the difficulties. Now they were truly to be borne at every step. Yet I had not dared to cast my inquiring gaze into that unfathomable pit in which I was going to be buried. The time had come. There was still time to decide whether to take part in the venture or not, but I felt ashamed to step back before the hunter. Hans accepted the adventure with such ease, with such indifference, with such perfect disregard of all that meant danger, that I was ashamed at the thought of being less dashing than he. If I had been alone, I would have resorted to the series of great arguments. But in the presence of the guide, I did not spread my lips. I sent a fond reminder to my beautiful Kurlandessa, and approached the central fireplace. I have already said that it measured 100 feet in diameter, or 300 feet in circumference. I leaned on a rock that was far inside of it, and looked down. My hair stood up instantly. The feeling of emptiness seized my being. I felt the center of gravity shift in me and the vertigo to my head like a drunkenness. There is nothing that intoxicates as the attraction of the abyss. I was about to fall, when a hand held me. Hans. The practical work I had done at the Frelseskirke in Copenhagen was decidedly not enough. Though my eyes remained so briefly fixed in the well, I could see its shape. Its walls, cut almost to a peak, nevertheless presented numerous projections that should facilitate the descent. But if there were no stairs, the ramps did not exist at all. A rope tied to the hole would have been enough to hold us. But how to untie it when reaching its lower limb? My uncle put in place a very simple means to avoid this difficulty. He unrolled a cord of the thickness of the thumb and 400 feet long. First he dropped the half, then wrapped it around a protrusion that formed lava, and threw the other half into the well. In this way we could all go down, keeping in hand the two halves of the rope, which could not be untied, and after we had descended 200 feet, nothing would be so easy as to retrieve it, by releasing one limb and pulling on the other. This exercise would then be resumed ad infinitum. "Now," said my uncle after he had finished his preparations, "let us occupy ourselves in the matter. We're going to divide it into 3 bales, and each of us will tie one on our backs. I'm only talking about fragile objects." The bold professor obviously did not consider us to fall into this last category. "Hans," he continued, "will take care of the tools and a third of the provisions, Axel, another third of these and the sands, and I, the rest of the food and delicate instruments. But what about the clothes? And this pile of ropes?" I said. "Who will take care of lowering them? All that will go down by itself." "In what way?" I asked, all amazed. "You will see it right now." My uncle did not hesitate to resort to the most radical means. At his command, Hans made a single mess with the non-fragile objects, and after well-tied the package, he was dropped into the abyss. I heard the loud hum that produces the displacement of the layers of air. My uncle, leaning over the abyss, followed with satisfied gaze the descent of his impediment, and did not withdraw until he had lost sight of it. "Well," he said at last, "now it's our turn." I begged the men of good faith to tell me if it was possible to hear without trembling such words. The teacher tied the pack of instruments behind him. Hans took the tool pack and I took the sand pack, and in the midst of a deep silence disturbed only by the falling of the pieces of rock that were plunging into the abyss, he began the descent in the following order: Hans, my uncle and I. I let myself, so to speak, slip, frantically pressing the double rope with one hand, and holding the other to the wall by my iron rod. The idea that I lacked a point of support was the only thing that dominated me. That rope seemed too fragile to bear the weight of 3 people. Therefore I used it as little as possible, performing balancing miracles on the lava protrusions, which I tried to grasp with my feet like these were hands. When one of these slippery steps swayed under Hans' feet, he said in a quiet voice, "Fact! Beware!" my uncle repeated. After half an hour we sat our feet on the surface of a rock strongly attached to the wall of the fireplace. Hans pulled the rope at one end. The other rose up into the air, and after having passed over the upper rock, fell back, dragging with him numerous pieces of stones and lava, which fell in the form of rain or rather hail, with grave danger to us. As I peered out of the narrow platform where we were standing, I noticed that the bottom of the cliff was still not visible. The rope work began again, and after half an hour we had descended another 200 feet. I do not know if the most enthusiastic geologist would have been able to study, during this descent, the nature of the lands that surrounded us. As for me, I did not care. I cared very little whether they were Pliocene, Miocene, Eocene, Cretaceous, Jurassic, Triassic, Permian, Carboniferous, Devonian, Silurian or primitive. But the professor made some observations or took some notes, no doubt, because on one of the heights he said to me, "The more I see, the greater my confidence. The arrangement of these volcanic grounds confirms that all the theory of Devi. We are in the middle of a primordial soil, a soil in which the chemical phenomenon of metal ignition has occurred when air and water come into contact with it. I reject the theory of a central heat at all. On the other hand, we will soon see it." Always the same conclusion. As expected, I did not want to argue. My uncle interpreted my silence as a sign of agreement, and the descent resumed. After 3 hours the bottom of the chimney was still not visible. When I raised my head, I observed that its opening was noticeably narrowing. Its walls, as a result of their slight inclination, tended to approach. The darkness grew by moments. Our descent did not stop for a single moment. It seemed to me that the stones detached from the walls were sinking, producing a more subdued sound, and that they reached the bottom of the abyss sooner. As I had taken care to note down carefully the times we changed the rope, I could calculate with all accuracy the depth at which we were and the time elapsed. We had repeated this maneuver 14 times, which lasted about half an hour. It was, therefore, 7 hours, plus 14/4 of an hour of rest, or 3.5 hours. In total, 10.5 hours, and as we had begun the descent to 1, it was at that time 11. As far as the depth we were at, the 14 changes of a 200-foot rope represented a descent of 2,800. At this moment the voice of Hans was heard. I stopped as I was about to hit my uncle's head with my feet. "We have arrived," said this one. "Where?" I asked, letting me slide his side. "To the bottom of the perpendicular fireplace." "Is there no other way out?" "Yes, a sort of corridor I see, and it goes obliquely to the right. Tomorrow we will see this. Let us dine first and sleep after." The darkness was not complete yet. We opened the sack of provisions, ate dinner, and then we slept on a bed of stones and pieces of lava. When I was lying on my back, I opened my eyes and saw a bright spot at the end of that tube of 3,000 feet in length, which turned into a gigantic eyepiece. It was a star stripped of all scintillation, and that, according to my calculations, should be the beta of the Little Dipper. Then I fell asleep. Chapter 18. At 8 o'clock in the morning we were awakened by a ray of light. The 1,000 facets of lava from the walls picked it up in its path, and scattered it like a rain of sparks. This light was intense enough to allow us to see the objects around us. "Well, Axel," my uncle said to me, rubbing his hands, "what do you say to all this? Have you ever spent a more peaceful night in our house on Koningsstrasse? No noise of carriages, no shouts from the vendors, no vociferation from the boatmen. Certainly, at the bottom of these wells we are very quiet, but this same calm has something terrible." "Come on," exclaimed my uncle, "if you are so frightened, what do you leave for later? We have not yet penetrated even an inch into the bowels of the earth." "What do you mean?" "I mean we've only reached the island's bottom. This long vertical tube, which ends in the crater of Sneffels, stops approximately at the level of the ocean." "Are you right?" "Very well. Examine the barometer, and you will see." In fact, the mercury, having gradually risen in its tube as we descended, had stopped at the corresponding division of 29 inches. "You see," the professor continued, "we can only withstand the pressure of an atmosphere, and I do not see the moment when we have to replace the indications on this instrument by those on the manometer. The barometer, in fact, was to be useless to us at the moment when the weight of the air became higher than its calculated pressure at sea level. But I insinuated, is it not to be feared that this ever-increasing pressure will become unbearable to us? No. We will descend slowly, and our lungs will get used to breathing a more compressed atmosphere. Airmen are short of air when they rise to the upper layers of the atmosphere. We may be overloaded. But this is preferable. Let us not lose a moment. Where is the burden that has come down before us? Then I remembered that the day before we had searched for him in vain. My uncle questioned Hans, who, after scrutinizing everything with his hunter's eyes, replied, Der Hup. Up there. Indeed, the above-mentioned bundle was held up on a protrusion of rocks, 100 feet above our heads. Then the Icelander, with the agility of a cat, climbed up the wall, and after a few minutes the bale fell between us. Now, my uncle said, let us have lunch. But let us have lunch like people who may have a long day to do. The cookie and the dried meat were watered with a few drinks of water mixed with gin. After lunch, my uncle took out from his pocket a small notebook for observations. He examined the various instruments and recorded the following data: Monday, July 1st. Chronometer, 8 a.m. 17 a.m. The captain's watch was taken from the general staff. Barometer, 29 page 71. Thermometer, 6 degrees. Address ESE. This last data was the direction of the dark gallery, and was supplied by the compass. Now, Axel, exclaimed the professor enthusiastically, is when we are really going to bury ourselves in the bowels of the globe. This is, then, the precise moment in which our journey begins. Having said this, he took with one hand the apparatus of Ruhmkorff, which was suspended from his neck. He put in communication with the other the electric current of the coil of the lantern, and a rather bright light dissipated the darkness of the gallery. Hans was carrying the second apparatus, which was also put into operation. This ingenious application of electricity would allow us to create, for a long time, an artificial day, even in the midst of the most flammable gases. Go, my uncle said. Each took his own bundle. Hans took it upon himself to push the pack of clothes and ropes in front of him, and one after another, we entered the gallery. At the moment of sinking into that dark corridor, I raised my head and saw for the last time, in the field of the immense tube, that sky of Iceland which I was never to see again. The lava from the last eruption of 1229 had made its way through that tunnel, covering its interior with a thick and shiny layer, in which the electric light was reflected, multiplying by 100-fold its natural intensity. The whole difficulty of the road was not to slide too quickly down that 45-degree slope on a little more or less. Fortunately, certain dents and erosions served as steps, and we had to do nothing more than go down, letting our bales descend by their own weight, and taking care of holding them with a long rope. But those under our feet served as steps. On the other walls they became stalactites. The lava, porous in some places, presented in others small round blisters, opaque quartz crystals, adorned with clear drops of glass and suspended from the vault like spiders. They seemed to light up in our path. It would have been said that the abyss genies lit up their palace to receive their guests from the earth with dignity. This is magnificent, I unwittingly exclaimed. What a spectacle, man! Do not you admire those rich nuances of lava that vary from dark red to the most dazzling yellow, for insensitive degradations? And these crystals that we see as luminous balloons? Ah, my son! Finally you are convinced. So this seems splendid to you. Oh, you will see better things. Come on. Come on. Let's go ahead without hesitation. We should have said our slippery, for we let go without fatigue by sloping slopes. That was the facilis descensus Averni of Virgil. The compass, which I consulted frequently, invariably marked the direction SE. That lava path did not deviate to one side or the other. It possessed the inflexibility of the straight line. However, the heat did not increase in a sensible way, which confirmed Devi's theories, and on more than one occasion I looked at the thermometer with astonishment. At 2 hours of walking, it was only 10 degrees, that is, I had experienced a climb of 40, which led me to think that our walk was more horizontal than vertical. Nothing easier than knowing with all the accuracy the depth reached. The professor measured with the greatest of care the angles of deviation to inclination of the road, but he reserved the result of his observations. At night, about 8 o'clock, he gave the signal to stop. Lamps were hung on the protruding points of the lava, and Hans sat down immediately. We were in a kind of cavern where there was no lack of air. On the contrary, an intense current came to us. What causes produced it? To what atmospheric agitation should we attribute its origin? Here is a question that I did not even try to solve at the time. Fatigue and hunger incapacitated me for all reason. A 7-hour descent is not accomplished without a great waste of energy, and I was exhausted, so the loud words sounded in my ear like a melody. He scattered some provisions on a block of lava, and we all devoured with excellent appetite. However, one idea worried me. We had already consumed half of our water forecasts. My uncle was counting on filling our vessels in the underground springs, but until that moment, we had not stumbled upon any, and at the end I decided to draw his attention to this matter. "Are you surprised by this absence of springs?" he said. "No doubt, and it even worries me. We have water only for 5 days. Relax, Axel. I assure you that we will find water, and more than we would like." "When?" "When we have come out of this lava envelope." "How do you want springs to spring through these walls?" "But could this rap not extend to great depths?" "It seems to me that we have not yet progressed much in the vertical direction." "Why do you suppose that?" "Because, if we had penetrated much inside the Earth's crust, the heat would be more intense." "That according to your theory. And what does the thermometer indicate?" "Barely 15 degrees, which is an increase of 9 only since our departure." "And what do you deduce from that?" "Here is my deduction. According to the most accurate observations, the increase in temperature experienced inside the globe is 1 per 100 feet of depth. Local conditions may, however, alter this figure. For example, in Yakutsk, Siberia, it has been observed that the 1 degree increase occurs every 36 feet, which obviously depends on the conductivity of the rocks. I would add, moreover, that in the vicinity of a fated volcano, and through the gneiss, it has been observed that the temperature rise was only 1 per 125 feet. Let us accept, therefore, this last hypothesis, which is the most favorable, and calculate. Calculate as much as you want, my son. Nothing easier, I said, drawing some figures in my notebook. 9 times 125 feet is 1,125 feet deep. No doubt. Well, according to my observations, we are 10,000 feet below sea level. Is that possible? Yes, the Gerishmen do not lie. The professor's calculations were accurate. We had already exceeded by 6,000 feet the greatest depths reached by man, such as the mines of Kitzbühel in Tyrol and those of Wittenberg in Bohemia. The temperature, which should have been 81 degrees in that place, was only 15 degrees, which gave reason for many reflections. Chapter 19. The next day, Tuesday, June 30th, at 6 o'clock in the morning, we resumed our descent. We continued through the lava gallery, a real natural ramp, smooth like those sloping plains that still replace the stairs in old houses. Thus the march continued until 12:10 into the night, at which precise moment we met with Hans, who had just stopped. "Ah!" my uncle exclaimed, "we have reached the end of the fireplace." I looked around. We were at the center of a crossroads, where 2 paths, both dark and narrow, led us. Which one should we follow? It was hard to know. My uncle, however, apparently did not want either the guide nor I to see him falter, and he pointed with his hand at the east tunnel, into which we 3 shall enter in a moment. The truth is that any hesitation in regard to those 2 paths would have been prolonged indefinitely, because there was no indication of giving preference to one another. It was necessary to be completely entrusted to the luck. The slope of this new gallery was little sensitive, and its section rather uneven. Sometimes a succession of arcades was developed in front of our steps that reminded the side naves of a Gothic cathedral. The artists of the Middle Ages could have studied there all the forms of that religious architecture which has as generatrix to the warhead. A mile further, our head was tilted under the Roman-style low arches, and thick pillars, embedded in the wall, held up the falls of the vaults. In certain places, this arrangement gave way to low substructures reminiscent of the works of beavers, and we had to crawl along narrow passages to advance. The degree of heat was maintained tolerable. Unwittingly thought of how great its intensity must be when the lavas vomited by the Sneffels rushed down that road so quiet today. I imagined the torrents of fire that would crash against the angles of the gallery, and the accumulation of heated vapors in that narrow place, with such thought that the old volcano is not assaulted by some senile whim. He was very careful to communicate such reflections to my uncle, because he would not have understood them. His only thought was to advance. He walked, slid, and even rolled sometimes with admirable conviction. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, after a little strenuous walk, we had advanced 2 leagues to the south, but barely a quarter of a mile deep. My uncle gave the signal to rest. We ate without overdoing the talk and fell asleep without giving in to great reflections. Our preparations for the night could not be simpler. A traveling blanket, in which we wrapped ourselves, was all our bed. No fear of cold or unwelcome visitors. The travelers who are required to be swallowed up in the deserts of Africa, or in the jungles of the New World, have to watch over each other's dreams. But there, absolute solitude and complete security. There was no need to guard against savages and beasts, which are the most harmful races on earth. The next morning, we woke up rested and agile, and we immediately resumed our walk along a lava-covered gallery, as we had done the previous day. Impossible to recognize the terrain we crossed. The tunnel, instead of sinking into the bowels of the globe, tended to become completely horizontal. I even thought I saw it go up to the surface of the earth. This disposition became so evident at about 10 o'clock in the morning, and so tiring therefore, that I found myself obliged to moderate the march. "What is that, Axel?" he said, impatient, my uncle. "I can't take it any more," I replied. "How's that? I'm not after only 3 hours of walking on such a smooth road." "Smooth, yes, but extremely tiring." "How tiring, when we always walk down the hill?" "Uphill, if you don't take it wrong." "Uphill," my uncle said, shrugging his shoulders. "No doubt. The slopes have been modified half an hour ago, and if we continue like this, it will not be long before we come back to the surface of Iceland." The teacher shook his head as a man who does not want to be convinced. I tried to resume the conversation, but he did not answer and gave the signal to go. I understood that his silence was only the outward manifestation of his concentrated ill humor. Again I took my bundle with fierceness and followed with a quick step to Hans, who preceded my uncle, trying not to distance myself, for my main concern was never to lose sight of my companions. I trembled at the thought of getting lost in the depths of that maze. On the other hand, although the ascending path was more tiring, I was comforted to think that, instead, it brought us closer to the surface of the earth. This was a hope which I saw confirmed at every step. By noon the walls of the gallery changed their appearance. I realized this by observing the weakening of the electric light reflected by them. The lava coating was replaced by living rock. The mass was composed of inclined and often vertically arranged layers. We were in the middle of a transition period, a Silurian period. "It is evident," I exclaimed, "that the sediments of the waters have formed, in the second age of the earth, these shales, these limestones, and these streaks. We turn our backs on the granite massif. We do as the neighbors of Hamburg who, to move to Lübeck, take the road of Hanover. It would have been preferable if I had reserved my observations, but my temperament of geologist could more than prudence, and Professor Lidenbrock heard my exclamations. "What do you have?" he asked me. "Look at you," I replied, showing you the varied succession of the streaks, the limestones, and the first signs of slatted terrains. "And what do we have with that?" "That we have reached the period when the first plants and the first animals appeared." "You think so?" "See for yourself. Examine it. Observe." I forced the teacher to walk his lamp past the walls of the gallery. He hoped that some exclamation would escape from his lips, but far from it, he said not a word and continued on his way. Did he understand me or not? Was it that, out of vanity of wise man and uncle, he did not want to agree with me that he had chosen the wrong tunnel from the east, or that he wished to recognize the gallery at the end? It was evident that we had abandoned the path of lava, and that the one we were following could not lead to the focus of the Sneffels. But would I give too much importance to this change of land? Wouldn't I be wrong? Did we really go through those layers of rock superimposed on the granite massif? If I am right, I thought, force will be that I find remains of primitive plants, and then there will be no other choice but to surrender to the evidence. Let us search. Not even 100 steps would have I taken, when my eyes discovered irrefutable evidence. It was logical that this should happen, because in the Silurian period more than 1,500 plant and animal species were enclosed by the seas. My feet, accustomed to the hard soil of the lava, suddenly stepped on a dust formed by rotting plants and shells. On the walls were distinctly visible traces of eggs and lycopods. Professor Lidenbrock could not be deceived, but it seems to me that he closed his eyes and continued his way with unchanging pace. It was the stubbornness taken to the limit. I could not hold back any longer. I took a perfectly preserved shell, which had belonged to an animal similar to the current cockroach, approached my uncle, and showing it to him, said, "Look." "What do you show me there?" replied calmly Dash. "That is the shell of a crustacean belonging to the now extinct order of trilobites, no more and no less. But do you not deduce from your presence here that same thing you infer?" "Agreed. We have abandoned the granite layer and the path of the lavas. It is possible that I have been mistaken, but I will not be convinced of my error until I have reached the end of this gallery. You would do perfectly well to proceed in this way, and I would approve of your conduct altogether, if it were not to be feared an increasingly imminent danger." "What?" "Lack of water." "Well, that means we'll be halfway through, Axel." Chapter 20. Indeed, it was necessary to save this liquid, for our forecast could not last more than 3 days, as I could see at night, at dinner time. And the worst case was that there was little hope of finding any spring in those transitional lands. The whole next day, we were shown the gallery, its endless arcades. We walked almost without taking off our lips. Hans had infected us with his muteness. The road did not rise, at least in a sensible way, and even sometimes it seemed that we were coming down. But this trend, not very marked by the way it was, should not reassure the teacher, because the nature of the layers did not change and the transition period became more and more pronounced. The electric light was shimmering bright sparks of schist, limestone, and old red streaks on the walls. We were in a deep ditch, open in Devon County, which gives its name to this kind of land. Magnificent specimens of marble covered the walls, some agate gray, grooved with whimsically arranged white veins, others red or yellow with reddish spots. Further, specimens of those jasps of shadowy shades, in which the existence of the most vivid color limestone is revealed. In most of these marbles traces of primitive animals were observed, but from the day before, creation had progressed in a clear way. Instead of rudimentary trilobites, I saw the remains of a more perfect order, among others, of gonoideous fish and those sauropterygians in which the perspicacity of paleontologists has been able to discover the first manifestations of reptiles. The Devonian seas were inhabited by large numbers of this species, which deposited thousands on newly formed rocks. It was evident that we were going back to the scale of animal life, whose last and highest step are human creatures. But Professor Lidenbrock did not seem to fix lies on it. He expected either that a vertical well would suddenly open at his feet, allowing him to resume his descent, or that an unexpected obstacle would prevent him from continuing on the path he had taken. But the night came without this hope being realized. On Friday, after a night during which I began to experience the torments of thirst, we resumed our journey along the same gallery. After 10 hours of walking, I observed that the reverberation of our lamps on the walls was noticeably decreasing. The marble, shale, limestone and the wall's surface gave way to a dull and shady coating. In a landscape where the tunnel was too narrow, I leaned against the wall. When I pulled out my hand, I saw that it was all black. I looked closer, and became convinced that we were in a coal mine. "Coal mine!" I exclaimed. "A mine without miners," my uncle replied. "Who knows?" I observed. "I know," replied the professor with a convinced air. "I am sure that this gallery, drilled through these coal deposits, has not been built by men. But we don't care whether it is the work of nature. It's time to eat dinner. Let's have dinner." Hans prepared some food. I barely tasted and drank the few drops of water that made up my ration. The odor of the guide, half full, was the only thing left to quench the thirst of 3 men. After dinner, my 2 companions wrapped themselves in their blankets and found a remedy for their troubles in sleep. As far as I was concerned, I couldn't put my eyelids on it, and I counted every hour until the next morning. On Saturday at 6 o'clock we started again. 20 minutes later, we arrived at a vast excavation, and I was convinced that the man's hand could not have opened that mine, assuming that its vaults were not braced and did not collapse by a true miracle of equilibrium. This cavern species is about 100 feet long and 150 tall. The ground had been violently removed by an underground concussion. The Earth's mass had been dislocated by giving in to some violent impulse, and leaving this vast void into which the inhabitants of the Earth were for the first time penetrating. The whole history of the coal period was written on those shadowy walls, whose various phases could be easily followed by a geologist. The coal beds were separated by very compact layers of clay or cob, and as if crushed by the upper layers. In that age of the world preceding the secondary period, the Earth was covered with immense vegetation due to the combined action of tropical heat and persistent humidity. An atmosphere of vapors surrounded the globe everywhere, depriving it of the sun's rays. This is the basis of the theory that the high temperatures did not come from the star, which may well not yet be in a position to play its splendid role. Climates did not yet exist, and a torrid heat reigned on the entire surface of the globe, which is as intense in Ecuador as it is at the poles. Where did it come from? From the interior of the Earth. Despite the theories of Professor Lidenbrock, there was a violent fire in the bowels of our spheroid, whose action was felt even in the last layers of the Earth's crust. The plants were deprived of the beneficial influence of the sun's rays. They did not give flowers or exhale perfumes, but their roots absorbed a very energetic life from the burning lands of the first days. There were few trees, but herbaceous plants abounded, such as huge lawns, ferns, lycopods, saguarias and asterophyllites, rare families whose species were then numbered by the thousands. Coal is the source of this lush vegetation. The still elastic crust of the globe obeyed the movements of the liquid mass which covered it, producing numerous cracks and fissures, and the plants, dragged under the waters, formed little by little considerable masses. Then the action of natural chemistry in the seabed intervened. The plant accumulations first became peat. Later, thanks to the influence of gases and the heat of fermentation, they were completely mineralized. Thus were formed those immense layers of coal which the consumption of all the peoples of the earth will not succeed in exhausting for many centuries. These reflections assailed my mind as I considered the coal riches accumulated in this portion of the earth's massif, which probably would never be discovered. The exploitation of these remote mines would require too great a sacrifice. Moreover, what was the need for this, since coal is spread over, so to speak, the whole surface of the earth in a great number of regions? It was therefore to be assumed that at the last hour of the world those coal deposits were intact, and as I then contemplated them. Meanwhile, we were still walking, and it was I, for sure, the only one of the three who forgot the length of the road to dwell on geological considerations. The temperature was still about the same as when we walked between lava and schist. On the other hand, a very pronounced smell of hydrogen protocarbide was noticeable, which made me immediately notice the presence in that gallery of a large amount of that dangerous fluid that miners designate with the name of grizu, whose explosion has often caused such appalling catastrophes. Fortunately, we were lighting with the ingenious devices of Ruhmkorff. If, unfortunately, we had unwisely explored that gallery with torches in our hands, a terrible explosion would have ended the journey, radically suppressing the travelers. The excursion through the mine lasted until nightfall. My uncle tried to restrain his impatience with the horizontal nature of the road. The deep darkness that reigned 20 paces away did not permit us to appreciate the length of the gallery, and I was beginning to believe it was endless when, suddenly, at 6 o'clock, we stumbled upon a wall which blocked our way. Neither to the right, nor to the left, nor up, nor down was any step visible. We had reached the bottom of a dead end. "Well, so much the better," exclaimed my uncle. "At least I know what to hold on to. This is not the way of Saknussemm, and there is no other way but to turn back. Let us rest tonight, and before 3 days have passed we shall be back to the point where the gallery forks." "Yes," I said, "if we have the strength." "And why should they not reach us?" "Because tomorrow we will not have a drop of water." "And courage, shall we not have either?" exclaimed the professor, giving me a stern look. I did not dare to answer him. Chapter 21. The next day, we left at dawn. We had to hurry, because we were 5 days from the fork point of the underground tunnel. I will not stop to detail the sufferings of our return journey. My uncle bore them with the anger of a man who no longer feels stronger than themselves. Hans, with the resignation of his peaceful nature. I, strength is to confess him, complaining and despairing, without courage to fight against my bad star. As I had foreseen, the water was completely gone at the end of the first day. Our supply of liquid was then reduced to gin, but this infernal liquor was burning our gazes, and not even their sight could stand. The ambient temperature seemed suffocating to me. The fatigue paralyzed my limbs. More than once I was about to fall without movement. Then we were doing loud, and my uncle and the Icelander were encouraging me all they could. But I saw that the first could hardly defend himself against extreme fatigue and torture born of water deprivation. Finally, on the 8th of July, we reached, half dead, the point where the two galleries meet, crawling on our knees and hands. There I stood as an inert mass, lying on the lava. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Hans and my uncle, lying against the wall, tried to chew some pieces of cookie. Long moans ran from my swollen lips, and I ended up falling into a deep slumber. After some time, my uncle approached me and lifted me up in his arms. "Poor creature," he muttered with an accent of no feigned piety. These words moved me, for I was not accustomed to hearing the terrible teacher's turns. His trembling hands I squeezed between my hands, and he looked at me with affection. His eyes were wet. Then I saw him take the pumpkin that he had hanging from his waist, and with great astonishment, he approached me to my lips, saying, "Baby." Had he misunderstood? Had my uncle gone mad? I looked at him with a stupid look without wanting to understand. "Baby," he repeated, and raising the pumpkin, poured its contents between my lips. Oh, incomparable joy! A sip of exquisite water moistened my fiery jaws. One only, it is true, but it was enough to restore me the life that was already escaping from me. "Say thank you to my uncle," with crossed hands. "Yes," he said, "a sip of water, the last one. Do you understand? The last." He kept it as a precious treasure in the bottom of my pumpkin. 100 times I have had to restrain the irresistible desires that beset me to drink it, but, at last, Axel could more affection than desire, and I reserved it for you. "Uncle," I whispered tender, filling my eyes with tears. "Yes, my son, I knew well that when you reached this crossroads you would fall half dead, and I reserved my last drops of water to revive you." "Thank you? Thank you?" I exclaimed. That sip of water, though it did not quench my thirst, made me regain some strength. The muscles of my throat, until then contracted, were distended and gave way to a little irritation from my lips, allowing me to speak. "Let us see," I said, "we cannot take more than one match. If we lack water, we must go back." While I was expressing myself in this way, my uncle avoided my looks. He lowered his head and his eyes fled from mine. "It is necessary to go back," I exclaimed, "and take the road of Sneffels again. God grant us strength to climb up to the top of the crater." "Back off," my uncle exclaimed, as if he answered himself rather than me. "Yes, yes, back," and without a moment's delay. There was a rather long pause. "So, Axel," replied the professor with a strange tone, "that those water drops have not restored your courage and energy?" "The courage. You are as depressed as before, and still pronouncing words of despair." With what kind of man had to understand me, and what projects still caressed that bold spirit? "How? You do not want give up this expedition at the moment when everything seems to announce that I can carry it out happily?" "Never." "So that it is necessary to resign to perish?" "No, Axel, not." "You go. I do not want your death. May Hans accompany you." "Leave me alone." "Leave you? Let me repeat. Started this journey, I am ready to perish in it or give it top. Go, Axel, go." My uncle spoke with extraordinary warmth. His voice, softened for a moment, regained its usual hardness. He fought the impossible with uncountable energy. He did not want to leave him at the bottom of that abyss. But on the other hand, the instinct of self-preservation drove me to flee. The guide witnessed this scene with his usual indifference, but realizing what was going on among his companions, our gestures clearly indicated the different paths that each one proposed, but Hans seemed to be very little interested in a matter of which his existence depended perhaps, and was willing to leave, if so commanded, or to stay, if this was the will of those who had him at their service. Great pity that I could not understand in those decisive moments. My words, my moans, my accent would have triumphed over his indifferent nature. He would have made him understand and touch with his finger the dangers that he did not seem to suspect. Between the two of us, we might have convinced the stubborn professor. If necessary, we would have forced him back to the top of Sneffels. I approached Hans and placed my hand on his hand, but he did not move. He showed the way of the crater and remained impassive. My longing face expressed all my sufferings. The Icelander shook his head slowly, and pointing with a phlegma at my uncle, he exclaimed, "Master." "The master!" I exclaimed. "Foolish! No, he does not own your life. It is necessary to run away. We must take him with us. Do you understand me?" He had grabbed Hans by the arm and tried to force him to stand, holding a pugilato with him. Then my uncle intervened. "Calm down, Axel," he said. "You would get nothing from this impassive server. So, listen to what I'm going to propose." I stood with my arms crossed, contemplating my uncle face to face. "Lack of water," he said, "is the only obstacle to my projects. In the East Gallery, formed of lavas, schists and hulls, we have not found a single molecule of liquid. We may have better luck following the West Tunnel." I shook my head with an air of perfect unbelief. "Listen to me until the end," added the teacher, his voice straining. "While you were lying there, without movement, I went to recognize the shape of that other gallery. It sinks directly into the wolf's bowels, and in a few hours will lead us to the granite massif, where we must find abundant springs. The nature of the rock demands it, and instinct is allied with logic to support my conviction. Here, then, is what I propose. When Columbus asked his crews for a period of 3 days to find the new lands, those hard-working sailors, despite being sick and dismayed, agreed to his demand, and the distinguished Genoese discovered the New World. I, Columbus of these underground regions, ask you only one day. If, after this time, I have not managed to find the water we lack, I swear to you that we will return to the surface of the earth." Despite my irritation, I was moved by these words of my uncle and the violence that he had to do himself to use such language. "It is well," I exclaimed. "Let your will be done in all things, and may God reward your superhuman energy. You have only a few hours to try your luck. Go!" Chapter 22. We immediately began the descent through the new gallery. Hans was marching ahead, as was his custom. We had not yet advanced 100 steps, when the teacher exclaimed, walking his lamp along the walls, "Here we have primitive grounds. We're on the right path. Forward! Forward!" When the earth was gradually cooling, from the first days of the world, the decrease in its volume produced dislocations, ruptures, depressions and paths in its crust. The gallery we then passed through was one of those cracks through which eruptive granite once poured. Its 1,000 curves formed an inextricable labyrinth through the primordial terrain. As we descended, the succession of layers forming the primitive terrain became more clearly apparent. Geological science considers this primitive terrain to be the basis of mineral crust, and has discovered that it is made up of 3 different layers: schists, gneiss and miaschisis, which rest on that unbreakable rock we call granite. Mineralogists had never been found in such wonderful circumstances to study nature in their own bosom. The part of the texture of the globe that the probe, an unintelligent and brutal instrument, could not transfer to its surface, we were going to study it with our own eyes, to feel it with our own hands. Through the layer of schists, colored with beautiful green hues, there were metallic threads of copper and manganese with some traces of gold and platinum. This made me think of the immense riches buried in the bowels of the globe, which human greed will never enjoy. The cataclysms of the early days had to bury them in such depths that neither the hoe nor the beak will succeed in pulling them out of their graves. The schists were succeeded by the gneiss, of stratiform structure, remarkable for the regularity and parallelism of its leaves, and then the miaschists, arranged in large sheets, whose visibility was enhanced by the scintillations of white mica. The light of the apparatus, reflected by the small facets of the rocky mass, crossed under all angles their effusions of fire, and it seemed to me that we were traveling through a hollow diamond, inside which the luminous rays broke into 1,000 whimsical flashes. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, This waste of light decreased noticeably and almost ceased afterwards. The walls acquired a crystalline, but gloomy aspect. Mica was more intimately mixed with feldspar and quartz to form the rock par excellence, the hardest stone of all, which supports without breaking the enormous weight of the four orders of the globe. We were locked in a huge granite prison. It was 8 o'clock in the evening and the water had not seemed. I was suffering terribly. My uncle kept on walking without wanting to stop. He sharpened his ear trying to catch the murmur of some spring, but in vain. My legs refused to support me, but I overcame the tortures not to force my uncle to stop. This would have been the final blow for him, because the day he himself had set as a deadline was coming to an end. At last my strength was gone. I cried and fell. "Help me, I'm dying," I exclaimed. My uncle turned back. He beheld me with crossed arms, and these fateful words came out of his lips. "It's all over." A terrible gesture of anger struck my eyes for the last time, and I closed my eyes resigned. When I opened them again, I saw my two companions still and wrapped in their blankets. Were they sleeping? As far as I'm concerned, I couldn't fall asleep for a moment. He suffered too much, and I was tormented, above all, by the idea that my disease should have no remedy. My uncle's last words still resonated in my ears. It was all over, indeed, for in such a state of weakness, there was no need to think of returning to the surface of the earth. It was necessary to cross 1.5 miles of the earth's crust. It seemed to me that this enormous mass was weighing with all its weight on my back and crushing me, exhausting the few energies left by the violent efforts I made to get rid of that immense granite. Several hours passed. A deep silence reigned around us, the silence of the tombs. No rumor could reach through those walls, the thinnest of which I would say at least 5 miles thick. However, in the middle of my sleep, I thought I heard a noise. The tunnel was dark. I looked more carefully, and I thought I saw the Icelandic disappearing with his lamp in hand. Where was he heading? Would he try to leave us? My uncle was sleeping soundly. I wanted to scream, but my voice drowned between my dry lips. The darkness had become deep, and the last noises were extinguished. "Hans leaves us!" I exclaimed. "Hans! Hans!" These words I could only shout with my mind, so they could not leave my chest. However, after the first moment of terror, I was ashamed of my suspicions against a man whose conduct had not been made suspicious until then. His departure could not be a leak. Instead of heading towards the mouth of the gallery, he went deeper into it. If I had a criminal agenda, I would have gone in the opposite direction. This reasoning reassured me a little, and I got into another line of thinking. Only a serious reason could have pulled him out of his rest in the Pacific. Was I going to make a discovery? Would you have heard in the silence of the night some murmur that had not come to me? Chapter 23. For an hour they passed through my delirious brain all the reasons that could have driven the phlegmatic hunter. The most absurd ideas were buzzing in my mind. Thought I'd go mad. At last I heard footsteps in the depths of the abyss. Hans was coming back for sure. His uncertain light began to reflect on the walls, and then shone in the opening of the corridor. Behind it appeared the guide. He approached my uncle, put his hand on his shoulder, and woke him up carefully. My uncle stood up, asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "What ten?" the hunter replied. No doubt, under the impression of violent pains we all become polyglots. I was not at all aware of the Danish, and yet I instinctively understood the word pronounced by our guide. "Water! Water!" I cried out, clapping, gesturing like a fool. "Water!" my uncle repeated. "Var?" asked the Icelander. "Meat," answered this one. "Where?" "He down there." I understood everything. I had seized the hunter's hands and pressed them with affection, while he looked at me calmly. The preparations for the march were brief, and we were immediately taken in by a runner who had a slope of 2 feet per toesa. An hour later, we had advanced about 1,000 toests, and descended 2,000 feet. At that precise moment, we distinctly heard an unusual noise that was transmitted along the granite walls of the gallery, a kind of deaf mooing, like a distant thunder. During this first half hour of the walk, seeing that we did not stumble upon the spring announced, my anxieties were reproduced. But then my uncle explained to me the origin of the noises we heard. Hans has not been deceived, he said to me. That rumor you hear is the murmur of a torrent. A torrent? I exclaimed. No doubt of any kind, an underground river flows around us. We rush along, tormented by hope. The noise of water alone had a tempering effect on my body, and I ceased to feel any fatigue. The stream, after having run a long time over our heads, turned to the wall on the right, mooing and jumping. I would at any moment pass my hand through the rock, hoping to find in it signs of leaking or moisture, but in vain. Another half an hour passed, during which we advanced another half a league. It was then evident that the hunter, during his absence, had not had time to carry out further his investigations. Guided by an instinct peculiar to the mountaineers and hydroscopes, he felt, so to speak, this torrent through the rocks, but did not see, in reality, the precious liquid, so he had not drunk. It soon became apparent that if we continued our march, we would move away from the stream as soon as its murmur tended to diminish. We went back a little and Hans stopped at the exact spot where the stream seemed to be closest. I sat down by the side of the wall, while the waters ran 2 feet away from me with extreme violence. But a granite wall still separated us from them. Without thinking, without even wondering if there would be any way to get that water, I abandoned myself again, momentarily, to despair. Hans looked at me, and I thought he saw a slight smile on his lips. He got up, took the lamp and went to the wall. I followed him without taking my sight of him. He applied his ear to the dry stone and walked it slowly, listening very carefully. I understood that I was looking for the precise point where the noise of the stream could be heard more clearly. At last he found this point on the left side wall, 3 feet up. What a great emotion mine! He dared not guess what the hunter wanted to do, but I had no choice but to understand him and applaud him, and even encourage him with my caresses, when I saw him take in his hands the beak to drill the rock. Saved! I cried. Saved! Yes, said my uncle with frantic rejoicing. Hans is quite right. Good for the hunter. We would not have thought of it. No, I don't think so. However simple the file was, we wouldn't have fallen for it. Nothing more dangerous than to attack with the beak the frame of the globe. And if a sinking came that crushed us, and if the stream, finding its way through the rock, drowned us, these dangers were not at all fanciful. But in those circumstances the fears of a flood or sinking could not stop us, and our thirst was so intense that we would have been able to open a hole in the very bottom of the ocean to quench it. Hans set about this venture, which neither my uncle nor I would have been able to complete. Our hands, driven by impatience, would have unwisely accelerated our blows and blown the rock to 1,000 pieces. The guide, on the contrary, calm and moderate, slowly wore out the rock by a series of small repeated blows, until he opened a hole of half a foot in diameter. The noise of the stream increased by moments, and I thought I felt that the water of goodness was wetting my burning lips. It was not long before the piquet penetrated 2 feet in the granite wall. An hour had passed since the difficult operation, and I writhed with impatience. My uncle wanted to resort to extreme measures, and it cost me a great deal to stop him. But as he went to hold his pick, suddenly there was a whistle, and out of the hole came a great stream of water which struck the opposite wall. Hans, half knocked down by the crash, could not suppress a cry of pain. When I dipped my hands in the liquid, I threw a violent exclamation and explained to myself the guide's lament. The water was boiling. Water at 100 degrees. I exclaimed. It will get cold, my uncle replied. The gallery was filled with vapors, while a stream formed that would be lost in the underground sinuosities. We did not delay to taste our first sips. Oh, what a great pleasure! What incomparable voluptuousness! What water was that? Where did it come from? We didn't care. It was water, and although still hot, it brought back to the heart the life that almost escaped. I drank without rest and without even tasting it, until after a minute of enjoyment, I did not exclaim, "It is ferruginous water." Excellent for the stomach, my uncle replied, and of a very intense mineralization. Here is a journey that will bear the same fruits as if we had gone to Spa or Toplitz. Oh, how good it is! Yes, I think so. As extracted 2 leagues below ground, it has a taste of ink that is not unpleasant, by the way. What problem this Hans has solved for us. Propose that we give this healthy stream its name. I think it is very well, I exclaimed. And the stream was named after Hans Bach. Hans did not vanish too much. After quenching his thirst, he rested in a corner with his usual calm. Now, I said, it would be better not to waste this water. What do we want it for? Answered the professor. I think this spring should be inexhaustible. No matter. Let's fill the pumpkins in the odor, and try to plug the opening. My advice was followed. Hans, with pieces of granite and tow, tried to block the hole in the wall. But it was not easy. The water was burning hands, the pressure was extraordinary, and our repeated efforts were fruitless. It is evident, I observed, that the upper layers of this flow are at high altitude, judging by the force with which it comes out. The thing is not doubtful, my uncle replied. If this column of water is 32,000 feet high, its pressure in this hole is 1,000 atmospheres. But I have an idea. Which one? Why do we insist on plugging this opening? Well, because the truth is that I could not find any convincing reason. When we have filled our vessels, are we sure to find again where to fill them? Evidently, no. Then let this water flow, which, as it descends along its natural course, will serve as a guide, while it will quench our thirst. Very well thought out, exclaimed Dash, and having this stream as a companion, there is no reason why our projects should not be successful. Ah, my son! You are getting convinced, said the teacher, smiling. You don't see me convincing. I am already convinced, uncle. Wait. Let's start by taking a few hours of rest. I had completely forgotten that it was night. The timer took care to warn me. Satisfied the thirst and appetite, we soon sink into a deep sleep. Chapter 24. The next day we did not remember our past sorrows. I was amazed that I did not feel thirsty, and the cause of this phenomenon was not understood. The stream that ran at my feet murmuring took it upon itself to explain it. We had lunch and drank of that excellent ferruginous water. I felt rejoiced and determined to go far. Why should a man as convinced as my uncle not succeed in his enterprise, with an ingenious guide as Hans and a determined nephew as I? Oh, see, beautiful ideas spring from my brain. If they had proposed to me to return to the top of Sneffels, I would have given up with indignation. But luckily nobody thought of anything else than going down. Let's go! I cried, waking up with my enthusiastic accents to the old echoes of the globe. March resumed on Thursday at 8 a.m. The granite gallery, forming whimsical sinuosities, presented unexpected bends simulating the confusion of a maze. But in the end, it always followed the southeast direction. My uncle kept on checking his compass very carefully to be able to see the path he had taken. The gallery slid almost horizontally with a slope of 2 inches per toes, at most. The stream ran murmuring at our feet without great haste. I compared him to some familiar genius who would guide us through the earth and caress with my hand the warm naiad whose songs accompanied our steps. My good mood took a spontaneous mythological turn. As far as my uncle was concerned, he denied the horizontality of the road, something that could not attract attention to him, knowing that he was the man of verticals. His route was away indefinitely, and instead of sliding along a terrestrial radius, according to his own expression, he walked on the hypotenuse. But we did not have the right to choose, and as we approached the center, however little it was, there was no right to complain. Moreover, the slopes were from time to time faster, and then our naiad accelerated its weight, mooing as we jumped from rock to rock, and we descended with it to greater depths. In short, we made quite a lot of progress that day and the next one horizontally and relatively little vertically. On Friday afternoon, July 10th, we should have been, according to our calculations, 30 leagues from Reykjavik, and a depth of 10.5 leagues. Then a rather imposing well opened between us. My uncle could not refrain from palpating like a child, calculating the speed of his earrings. Here is a well, he exclaimed, Dash, which will take us far and easily, for the protrusions of the rocks form a real ladder. Hans prepared the ropes to prevent any accident, and he started the descent, which I dare not describe as dangerous, because I was already familiar with this kind of exercise. This well was a narrow crack in the rock, one of those cracks known in mineralogy as stepfathers, obviously caused by the contraction of the Earth's armor at the time of its cooling. If at another time it had passed to the eruptive matter vomited by the Sneffels, I cannot explain how these did not leave any trace in it. We came down a kind of spiral staircase that was the work of man. Every quarter of an hour we had to stop to rest and give back the elasticity to our corsages. Then we sat on some rocky ledge, with our legs hanging out, talked while making some frugal food, and then quenched our thirst in the stream. Needless to say that within that crack the Hansbach had become a cascade, with detriment of its volume. But it was still more than enough to satisfy our thirst. Moreover, it was certain that when less pronounced slopes presented themselves, they would again return to their peaceful course. At that moment, I remembered my most worthy uncle, with his impetuosities and chollers, while, in the gentle slopes, his calm made me think of the Icelandic hunter. On the 6th and 7th of July we continued to descend through the spirals of the crack, penetrating 2 more leagues into the earth's crust, which put us 5 leagues below sea level. But on the 5th, at about noon, the well took a much less pronounced slope, approximately 40 degrees, heading southeast. The road became as easy as it was monotonous. It was natural. Our journey could not be distinguished by the variety of the landscape. Finally, on Wednesday the 15th we were 7 leagues underground and 50 from the Sneffels, about more or less. Although somewhat tired, our health was preserved in satisfactory condition, and it had not yet been necessary to use the travel medicine kit. My uncle wrote down every hour the indications of the compass, the chronometer, the manometer and the thermometer, the same as he had published in the scientific account of his journey, so that he could easily realize his situation. When he told me that we were 50 leagues horizontally, I could not suppress an exclamation. "What do you have?" he asked. "Nothing, but an idea assails me." "What is that idea, my son?" "That if your calculations are accurate, we have not already been under the ground of Iceland." "Do you think so?" "Easy to check. My measurements were taken with compass on the map, and I said at once to my uncle, 'No, you did not fool me. We have passed Cape Portland, and these 50 leagues of distance towards the southeast place us in the middle of the ocean." "Yes, under the ocean," my uncle replied, rubbing his hands. "Lucky," I added myself, that the ocean extends over our heads. "What's so strange about it?" "It's nothing new. Aren't there coal mines in Newcastle that run underwater?" The teacher was very fond of finding our situation very simple, but the idea of walking under the huge liquid mass had me worried. However, it was the same whether the plains and mountains of Iceland gravitated over our heads or the waves of the Atlantic, if the granitic framework that sheltered us was solid enough. For the rest, I was not long in getting used to this idea, because the corridor, sometimes winding, sometimes straight, as capricious in its slopes as in its revolts, but always marching in the southeast direction and sinking more and more, led us quickly to great depths. 4 days later, on Saturday, July 15th, we arrived in the afternoon at a kind of cave quite spacious. My uncle gave Hans his 3 rigsdales of the week, and it was decided that the next day would be an absolute rest. Chapter 25. I awoke, therefore, on Sunday morning without the usual worry of having to start immediately, and however much this happened in the deepest abyss, it was still pleasant. On the other hand, we were already accustomed to this existence of troglodytes. For nothing did I remember the sun, the moon, the stars, the trees, the houses, the cities, nor any of those terrestrial superfluities that the beings living under the star of the night consider as indispensable. As fossils, we mocked these useless wonders. The grotto formed a spacious hall on whose granite pavement gently slid the faithful brook. At that distance, the water was at room temperature, and there was no difficulty in drinking it. After lunch, the teacher wanted to devote some hours to order his daily notes. First of all, he said, I will do some calculations to determine our exact situation. I want, on our return, to be able to draw a plan of our journey, a kind of vertical section of the globe, which will mark the profile of our expedition. It's very curious, uncle, but will your observations of you have a sufficient degree of precision? Yes, I have carefully noted down the angles and slopes. I am sure I will not make a mistake. Let us first see where we are. Take the compass and observe the direction it indicates. I took the instrument indicated, and after careful examination, I answered east 4th to the southeast. Well, said the professor, noting his observation and making some quick calculations. There is no doubt, we have traveled 85 leagues. According to that, we walk under the Atlantic. Exactly, and it is quite possible that at the present time a terrible storm is developing over our heads, and that many ships are playthings of waves and wind. Perfectly possible. And let the whales come to beat with their formidable tails the walls of our prison. Be quiet, Axel, that they will not succeed in breaking us, but let us continue our calculations. We are to the southeast of the Sneffels, and 85 leagues from its base, and judging by my previous notes, I estimate the depth reached at 16 leagues. 16 leagues! I exclaimed. No doubt of any kind. But that is the maximum limit assigned by science to the Earth's crust. I do not deny it. And here, according to the law governing heat increase, we should have a temperature of 1,500 degrees. We should, my son, you have said so. And all this granite could not keep its solid state and would be in full fusion. You see that it is not so, and that the facts, as always happens, come to disprove theories. I have no choice but to agree, but it does not cease to draw my attention. What is the thermometer? 27 degrees and 6/10. Only 1,474 degrees and 4/10 are left for the wise to be right. It is therefore established that the increase in temperature proportional to depth is an error. Consequently, Hunfredo Davy was not wrong, and I therefore did not do wrong in giving him credit. What do you have to answer? Nothing. Actually, I would have had to say a lot of things. He was opposed to Davy's theory, and a supporter of central heat, even if he did not feel its effects. I was inclined to believe that the chimney of a fated volcano was covered by the lavas with a refractory lining which prevented the heat from spreading through its walls. But without stopping to look for new arguments, I limited myself to taking the situation as it was. Uncle, I said after a pause, I do not doubt for a moment the accuracy of your calculations, but let me allow you to deduce from them a rigorously accurate consequence. Draw all the consequences you want. At the place where we are, at the latitude of Iceland, the terrestrial radius is about 1,583 leagues, is it not? 1,583 leagues and a third. Let's put in round figures 1,600, of which we have walked 12, is that not so? That's right, indeed. And for this we had to go 85 diagonally, is it not? Exactly. In 20 days, more or less? In 20 days, and since 16 leagues is the 100th part of the radius of the Earth, if we continue like this, we will take 2,000 days, which are about 5.5 years, to reach the center of the globe. The teacher did not answer a word, and this without counting. I continued that if to obtain a vertical of 16 leagues it is necessary to go horizontally 80, we would have to walk no less than 8,000 in the direction of the southeast, to reach our goal, and, long before achieving it, we would have come out of somewhere to the surface. Fuck your calculations, my uncle replied with a movement of anger. To hell with your theories. On what basis do they rest? Who says this gallery doesn't go straight to our goal? I have a precedent in my favor, and it is that what I want to do, another has done it first, and if success crowned his efforts, hopefully he will reward mine as well. So I hope and desire. But, in short, will it be allowed? You are allowed to keep silent, and not to break such fate. I understood that the terrible teacher threatened to show himself under the skin of the relative, and I had to warn me. Now check the manometer, my uncle added. What mark? A considerable pressure. Good. You see how, slowly descending, we are getting used to the density of this atmosphere, and we do not experience discomfort. Except for some earaches. That is nothing, and you will easily make that discomfort disappear by putting in quick communication the outside air with the contents in your lungs. Perfectly, I replied, determined not to antagonize my uncle. You even experience a real pleasure in feeling immersed in this denser atmosphere. Have you noticed how much the sounds spread in it? A deaf person would end up hearing perfectly here. But will this density continue to increase? Yes, following a law not very well determined. It is true that the intensity of gravity will perish as we go down. You know that on the very surface of the Earth it is where its action is felt most strongly, and that in the center of the globe objects are weightless. Yes, I know. But tell me, this air will not eventually acquire the density of water? no doubt under a pressure of 710 atmospheres. And lower? Lower, this density will be even higher. How do we get down then? Filling our pockets with stones. Faith, uncle, you have an answer for everything. I did not dare to go further in the field of hypotheses, because I would have stumbled upon some other impossibility that would have caused the professor to jump. It was, however, evident that the air, under a pressure which could be of thousands of atmospheres, would eventually solidify, and then, even assuming that our bodies had withstood cheap, it would be necessary to stop despite all the reasoning of the world. But I did not make this argument, for my uncle would have immediately brought up to me his eternal saknussemm, a precedent without value, because, even if it were true of his journey, it could always be answered that, having not invented the barometer or the manometer in the 16th century, how could this Icelandic sage determine his arrival at the center of the globe? But I kept this objection to myself, and resolved to wait for the events. The rest of the day was spent in discussions and calculations, always showing me to be in agreement with the opinion of the teacher, and envious of the perfect indifference of Hans, who, without getting into the causes of the effects, blindly marched where fate took him. Chapter 26. It is necessary to confess that until then everything had gone well, without the slightest cause for complaint. If the difficulties did not increase, it was certain that we would reach our object. What glory for all in the lucky case! I was getting used to thinking by the Lidenbrock system. Could it be because of the strange environment in which I lived? Who knows? For some days, much faster slopes, some of them of terrifying slope, we were deeply in the granite massif, reaching a few days to advance 1.5 or 2 leagues towards the center. In some dangerous descents, Hans's skill and his wonderful cold blood were of great use to us. The Icelandic phlegmatic sacrificed himself with an incomprehensible indifference, and thanks to him we crossed more than one difficult step from which we would not have emerged alone. His muteness increased from one day to the next, and I even think it was contagious to us. The external objects exert a real action on the brain. The one who is locked up in 4 walls ends up losing the ability to associate ideas and words. How many prisoners locked in narrow dungeons have become imbeciles or crazy for the inability to exercise mental faculties? During the 2 weeks following our last conversation, there was no incident worth mentioning. I find in no memory but a single event of great gravity, the most insignificant details of which I would be unable to forget. On the 7th of August, our successive descents had taken us to a depth of 30 leagues. That is, we had over our heads 30 leagues of rocks, seas, continents, and cities. We were to be 200 leagues from Iceland. On that day the tunnel was a slightly sloping plain. I was marching ahead. My uncle was carrying one of the Rumhorf devices, and I the other, and with him I was taking pleasure in examining the layers of granite. Suddenly, as I turned around, I saw that I was alone. Well, I said to myself, I have been walking too fast, or perhaps the professor and Hans have stopped somewhere. I will meet them. Fortunately, the road here is not very steep. I went back to where I had gone. I walked for a quarter of an hour without finding anyone. I called, and they did not answer me, losing my voice in the middle of the cavernous echoes that she herself awakened. I began to feel unease. A strong chill ran through my whole body. Come, I said to myself aloud. I am sure of finding my companions. There is but one way, and since I had gone ahead, it proceeds to go back. I went up for half an hour, listening attentively if they called me, that from far away it was heard in that so dense atmosphere. An extraordinary silence reigned in the immense gallery. I stopped without daring to believe in my isolation. I wished to be lost, not lost. Lost, they can still find one. Let us see, he said, since there is only one way, which is the same as their path, I must find them. It will be enough to keep going back. Unless, not seeing me and forgetting that I preceded them, they have thought of going back, but even in this case, hastening the pace, I will meet them. It is evident. And he repeated the last words as if he was not really convinced. On the other hand, to associate these very simple ideas and give them the form of a reasoning, I had to spend a lot of time. Then I was seized by doubt. Was I going before them? Certainly. Hans followed me, preceding my uncle. He even remembered that he had paused for a moment, to secure the bundle on his back. Then I should have continued alone the way, separating myself from them. Moreover, I thought, I have a sure way of not getting lost, a thread that guides me in this labyrinth, and that cannot be broken. This thread is my faithful stream. It will be enough to go back on its course to find the tracks of my colleagues. This reasoning gave me new energy, and I resolved to resume my ascent without loss of momentum. How I blessed the foresight of my uncle, preventing the hunter from plugging the hole in the granite wall. Thus, that wellspring benefactor, after satisfying our thirst all the way, was now going to guide me through the sinuosities of the earth's crust. Before I set out, I thought an ablution would do me good. I bent down to dip my forehead in the water of Hansbach, and judge me by my astonishment. Instead of the warm, clear water, my fingers found it dry, rough ground. The stream no longer ran to my feet. Chapter 27. Impossible to paint my despair. There are no words in any language of the world to express my feelings. I was buried alive, with the prospect of dying of hunger and thirst. Machinally, I walked on the ground, my warm hands. How dry that rock seemed to me. But how had he left the course of the stream? Because the truth was that the stream was not there. Then I understood the reason for that strange silence, when I heard the last time, in the hope that the voice of one of them would reach my ears. When I took that false path, I had not noticed the absence of the brook. It was evident that at a certain moment the tunnel had bifurcated, and while the Hansbach, obeying the whimsical commands of another slope, had continued his route into unknown depths, in union with my companions, I had been alone in the gallery where I was. How to return back to the starting point? There were no footprints, not even my feet left them engraved on that granite floor. He was working his brains out looking for a solution to such an unsolvable problem. My situation was summed up in one word: lost. Yes. Lost to a depth that seemed immeasurable to me, lost. Those 30 leagues of Earth's crust gravitated on my back with a terrible weight. I felt crushed. I tried to guide my ideas towards the things of the earth, but I could hardly do it. Hamburg, the house of the Königstrasse, my poor Grauben, all that world under which I was lost, quickly paraded before my crazy imagination. In my hallucination, I saw the incidents of the trip again, the crossing of the Atlantic, Iceland, Mr. Fridriksson, the Sneffels. I thought that if, in my situation, I still had a shadow of hope, it would be an obvious sign of madness, and that it was preferable to despair altogether. Indeed, what human power could lead me back to the surface of the earth, and open the huge vaults that closed over my head? Who could point me in the right direction and gather my companions? "Oh, uncle!" I exclaimed with a desperate accent. This was the only word of reproof that escaped my lips, for I understood that the poor man must suffer also, seeking me without rest. When I saw myself, thus far from all human help, unable to try anything to achieve my salvation, I thought of the help of heaven. The memories of childhood, those of my mother, whom I only knew in the time of caresses, came to mind. I turned to prayer for the rights that I had to be heard by God, whom I remembered so late, and I implored him with fervor. That invocation to the Providence returned me a little calm, and I could call in my help all the energies of my intelligence. I had 3 days' worth of food, and my pumpkin was full of water. However, I could not stay any longer alone. Now there was another problem. Should I go down or up? Up, no doubt. Up without rest. In this way, I must necessarily reach the point where I had separated from the stream, to the fatal fork. Once there, once I had stumbled upon the waters of the Hansbach, I might well return to the summit of the Sneffels. How I had not thought of this before! There was evidently a chance of salvation. The most urgent thing was to find the water again. I stood up determined, and leaning on my iron rod, I began to climb the slope of the gallery, which was quite fast. He walked full of hope and without hesitation, for there was no other way to choose. For half an hour I was not stopped by any obstacle. He tried to recognize the way by the shape of the tunnel, by the protruding peaks of the rocks, by the arrangement of fragrances, but no special signal caught my attention, and I soon became convinced that that gallery could not lead me to the fork. It was a dead end, and as I reached its extremity, I tripped against an impenetrable wall and fell on the rock. Impossible to express the horror, the despair that seized me then. My last hope had just crashed into that granite wall, leaving me dumbfounded. Lost in that labyrinth whose sinuosities crossed in all directions, it was useless to try again an impossible escape. It was necessary to die of the most terrible death, and strangely enough, I thought that if my body were ever to be found in a fossil state, its appearance in the bowels of the earth, 30 leagues from its surface, would raise serious scientific questions. I wanted to speak loudly, but only hoarse accents came out of my burning lips. I panted. In the midst of my anguish, a new terror came to take hold of my spirit. My lamp, in my fall, had become broken, and I had no way to repair it. Its light was pale for moments, and I was going to fail at all. The light current within the coil of the apparatus was weakened. A fateful procession of movable shadows paraded along the dark walls, and I dared not blink, fearing to lose the slightest atom of fleeting clarity. For a moment I thought it was going to die out and that the darkness surrounded me. Finally, a last glow shone in the lamp. I followed him, sucked him with my gaze, refocused on him the power of my eyes as if it were the last sensation of light that was given to enjoy, and I was submerged in the most terrible darkness. What a terrible cry escaped from my chest. On the surface of the earth, in the darkest nights, the light never abandons its rights completely. It spreads, is subjugated, but for little that remains ends up perceiving the retina. There, nothing. The absolute darkness made me blind in all sense of the word. I lost my head. I stood up with arms stretched out, searching and making painful trips. I rushed to flee, walking randomly through that intricate maze, always descending, running through the earth's crust like an inhabitant of the underground cracks, calling, screaming, howling, bruised well soon by the protrusions of the rocks, falling and rising up bloody, trying to drink the blood that flooded my face, and waiting for my head to explode when I hit any unforeseen obstacle. Where did that senseless race lead me? I never knew. After several hours, exhausted no doubt completely, I collapsed like an inert mass along the wall, and lost all notion of existence. Chapter 28. When I came to life, my face was wet, but wet with tears. I could not say how long this state of insensitivity lasted, since I no longer had any way of realizing the time. No loneliness was ever like mine, never was there such complete abandonment. Since the moment of my fall I had lost a great deal of blood. I felt flooded. Ah, how sorry I was not already dead and still having to go through this bitter trance. Without a spirit to reflect, I rejected all the ideas that came to my brain and, overcome by pain, I rolled up to the opposite wall. I felt that I was going to fade again, and that the supreme annihilation was taking hold of me, when a violent noise came to me like the long-lasting rumble of thunder, and I heard the sound waves slowly lost in the distant depths of the abyss. Where was that noise coming from? No doubt some phenomenon was occurring within the great mass of earth, perhaps the explosion of a gas or the fall of some powerful support of the globe. I listened again, anxious to see if the noise was repeated. The silence that reigned in the underground was so deep that even my heartbeat could be heard. Suddenly my ear, which I accidentally applied to the wall, thought to surprise vague words, unintelligible, remote, that made me shudder. It's a hallucination, I thought. But no. Listening more carefully, I really heard a murmur of voices, even though my weakness did not allow me to understand what he was saying. They spoke, yet I had no doubt. I feared for a moment that their words were not my own, echoed back. Would I have screamed without knowing? I closed my lips tightly and again applied my ear to the wall. Yes, no doubt, they speak. They speak, I murmured. I pushed a few more feet along the wall and heard more distinctly. I heard uncertain, incomprehensible, strange words which came to me as if spoken in a low voice, whispered, so to speak. I heard the voice repeated several times, with a pain accent. What was its meaning? Who pronounced it? My uncle or Hans, no doubt. But evidently if I heard them, they could hear me too. Help! I cried, with all my energies dash. Help! Heard, I waited in the shadow for an answer, a cry, a sigh, but I could not hear anything. Some minutes passed. A whole world of ideas had germinated in my mind. I thought that my weakened voice could not reach my companions. For they are, no doubt today, he told me, what other men would have descended 30 leagues below the surface of the globe. I listened again. As I walked my ear along the wall, I found a mathematical point where voices seemed to acquire their maximum intensity. The word of Furlerad came again to my ears, and then I heard that thunderous noise which had taken me out of my lethargy. No, I said to myself, these voices are not heard through the wall. Their granitic structure would not be pierced by the strongest detonation. This noise comes along the same gallery. It is necessary that there is a special acoustic effect. Heard again, and what is it this time? Oh yes. I heard my name clearly pronounced this time. Was it my uncle who pronounced it? I was talking to the guide and the word for Lorad was a Danish voice. Then I explained everything. To make me heard it was necessary that I spoke along the wall that would transmit my voice like a wire leads electricity. There was no time to lose. If my colleagues moved away a few steps, the acoustic phenomenon would be destroyed. So I went up to the wall and said these words as clearly as possible. Uncle Lidenbrock. And I waited in the greatest anxiety. Sound does not propagate too quickly. The density of air layers increases its intensity, but not its speed of propagation. Some seconds passed, which seemed centuries to me, and at last these words came to my ear. Axel. Axel. Is it you? Yes. Yes. I answered him. Poor son. Where are you? Lost in the deepest darkness. Well, what about the lamp? Out. And the stream? Gone. Poor Axel. Arm yourself with courage. Oh, my dear, wait a little. I am completely exhausted and I have no strength left to articulate the words. But do not stop talking to me. Courage, my uncle continued. Don't talk, listen to me. We have looked for you up and down the gallery, but we haven't been able to find you. How I have wept, my son! At last, supposing you would be by the side of the Hansbach, we have retaken its course firing our rifles. At the present time, if, by an acoustic effect, our voices can be heard, our hands cannot be clasped. But don't despair, Axel, we're already well ahead of ourselves by having started talking. During this time, I had reflected, and a certain hope, still vague, reborn in my heart. First of all, I was interested in knowing one thing. I brought my lips to the wall and said, Uncle. What do you want, my son? Answered me after a few moments. It is necessary to know, first of all, how far we are separated. That is quite easy. Do you have your stopwatch? Yes. Well, take it in your hand, and pronounce my name, writing down exactly when you pronounce it. I will repeat it, and you also note the precise moment in which you hear my answer. It seems very good. So half the time between my question and your answer is what my voice takes to get to you. That's it, man. Are you ready? Yes. Well, be careful, I'm going to say your name. My ear was to the wall, and as soon as I heard the word Axel I repeated in turn, Axel, and waited. 40 seconds, said my uncle, have passed between the two words, so that the sound takes 20 seconds to travel the distance between us. Now, calculating at 1,020 feet per second, it is 20,400 feet, that is, 1.5 leagues an eighth. Dash. I murmured. It's not hard to bridge that distance, Axel. But should I march up or down? Down, I'll explain why. We have arrived at a spacious cave to which a large number of galleries will be giving. The one you have followed has no choice but to lead you to it, because it seems that all these cracks, all these fractures of the globe converge towards the immense cave where we are. Arise, then, and set off again. Walk, drag yourself if necessary, slide down the fast slopes, our arms waiting to receive you at the end of your journey. Go, then, my son! Have courage and confidence. These words made me feel again. Goodbye, Uncle, I exclaimed. Dash. I leave immediately. The moment I leave this place, our voices will cease to be heard. Goodbye then. Bye-bye, Axel. Bye. Such were the last words I heard. This surprising conversation, held across the earth's mass, more than a league away, ended with these words of hope, and I thank God for leading me through those dark immensities, the only point where I could be reached by the voice of my colleagues. This surprising acoustic effect was easily explained by the physical laws alone. It came from the shape of the corridor and the conductivity of the rock. There are many examples of the propagation of sounds that are not perceived in the intermediate spaces. I recall several places where this phenomenon has been observed, including the inner gallery of the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, and above all those wonderful caves in Sicily, those latomies near Syracuse, the most notable of which is the so-called ear of Dionysus. All these memories then came to my mind, and I saw clearly that, even if my uncle's voice reached me, there was no obstacle between the two. Following the same way as sound, it was logical to arrive at the same thing as him, if I had not been too weak before. So I got up and started to crawl rather than walk. The slope was quite fast, and I slipped on it. But soon the speed of my descent grew in frightening proportion. It was more like a fall, and I lacked the strength to stop myself. Suddenly, the ground was missing under my feet, and I felt myself falling, bouncing over the roughness of a vertical gallery, from a real well. My head struck a sharp rock, and I lost consciousness. Chapter 29. When I came to, I found myself in a semi-darkness, lying on blankets. My uncle was watching, peeking on my face a remnant of existence. At my first sigh, he shook my hand. At my first glance, he uttered a cry of joy. "Live! Live!" exclaimed. I answered with a weak voice. "My son," he said to me, "you have been saved." I was deeply moved by the accent with which he uttered these words, and even more impressed by the assiduous care that he had to give me. It was necessary to reach such trances to provoke in the teacher such expanses of affection. At that moment Hans came, and seeing my hand among those of my uncle, I dare to affirm that his eyes betrayed a lively inner satisfaction. "God dag," he said. "Good morning, Hans." "Good morning," I murmured. "And now, uncle, tell me where we are at this moment." "Tomorrow, Axel, tomorrow. Today you are still too weak. I have filled your head with compresses, and it is not good for them to run. Sleep, my son. Tomorrow you will know everything. But tell me, at least, what day and time we have." "It is 11 o'clock on the night of Sunday, August 9th, and I will not allow you to question me again before the 10th of this month." The truth is that I was very weak, and my eyes closed unintentionally. I needed a night's rest, and convinced of it, I fell asleep thinking that my isolation had lasted no less than 4 days. The next morning, when I woke up, I looked around. My bed, made up of all the blankets available, was set in a beautiful grotto, adorned with magnificent stalagmites, and whose floor was covered with fine sand. There was a semi-darkness in it. Although there was no lamp or torch lit, certain inexplicable flashes from outside penetrated the grotto through a narrow opening. He heard, moreover, a vague murmur, similar to that which the waves produce when they burst on the beach, and sometimes also perceived something like the whistling of the wind. I wondered if I would be well awake, if I would not dream yet, if my brain would perceive purely imaginary sounds, effect of the blows received in the fall. However, neither my eyes nor my ears could be deceived to such an extent. It is a ray of light, I thought, which penetrates through that crack of the rock. There is no doubt that the noises I hear are indeed the roars of the waves and the whistles of the winds. Are my senses deceived, or have we returned to the surface of the earth? Has my uncle given up his expedition or finished it happily? My brain was scrambling thinking about all this, when my uncle penetrated. "Good morning, Axel," he said to me happily. "I'd bet anything that you feel well." "Perfectly," I answered, sitting on my hard bed. "That's how it had to happen, because you've slept a lot, a very quiet dream. Hans and I have veiled alternately, and have seen your healing progress in a very sensitive way." "That's right, indeed. I feel myself fully replenished, and the proof of this is that I will be able to do the honors at any lunch you have to serve me." "You shall have lunch, my son, since you are not feverish. Hans has rubbed your wounds with what a wonderful ointment the Icelanders have secret, and they have healed with prodigious speed. Our guide is priceless." As he spoke, I was presented with food which I devoured, and in the meantime I kept asking him questions, to which I answered with great kindness. Then I knew that my providential fall had led me to the end of an almost perpendicular gallery, and as I had arrived in the middle of a torrent of stones, the smallest of which would have sufficed to crush me, it had to be deduced that a part of the rock had slipped with me. This dreadful vehicle carried me in this way to the very arms of my uncle, into which I fell bloodied and extirpated. "It is truly amazing that you have not killed yourself 1,000 times," the professor said. "But for the love of God, let us not separate anymore, because we would be exposed to never see each other again. Let us not separate anymore." But wasn't the journey over? And when I asked this question, I opened my eyes in dismeasure, in which the horror was depicted, and observed by my uncle. He asked me, "What have you, Axel? I have to ask you a question. Do you say that I am safe and sound?" "No doubt of any kind." "Do I have all my limbs intact?" "Certainly." "And the head?" "The head, although with some bruises, you have it on your shoulders in the most perfect state." "Well, I'm afraid my brain is not working properly." "Why? We're not back on the surface of the globe?" "No, certainly." "Then I am necessarily mad, because I see the light of day and hear the noise of the wind blowing and the sea bursting on the beach." "If that's all it is, will you explain it to me?" "How can I explain what is inexplicable? But you will see it with your own eyes and understand then that geological science has not yet pronounced its last word." "Let's go," then I exclaimed, rising sharply. "No, Axel, no. The open air could hurt you." "The open air?" "Yes. It's too windy, and I don't want you to be exposed like this." "Oh, but I assure you that I am perfectly well." "A little patience, my son. A relapse could slow us down, and it's not a matter of wasting time, because the crossing can be long." "The crossing?" Yes. "Rest still all day today, and we will embark tomorrow." "Let's embark." This last word made me take a great leap. "How? We embark? Did we have any river, lake, or sea at our disposal? Had a ship anchored in an inland port?" My curiosity was aroused in an amazing way. My uncle tried in vain to keep me in bed. When he was convinced that my impatience would be more harmful than the satisfaction of my desires, he decided to give in. Quickly I dressed, and for further caution, wrapped myself in a blanket and left the grotto at once. Chapter 30. At first I saw nothing. My eyes, accustomed to the darkness, they closed abruptly when receiving the light. When I could open them again, I was more amazed than amazed. "The sea!" I exclaimed. "Yes," my uncle replied, "the Sea of Lidenbrock. And I boast that no sailor will dispute the honor of discovering it, or the right to give it my name. A vast expanse of water, the beginning of a lake or ocean, extended beyond the visible horizon. The shore, extremely rough, offered to the last ripples of the waves that burst in it, a fine golden sand strewn with those small shells where lived the first beings of creation. The waves broke against it with that peculiar murmur of large enclosed spaces, producing a light foam which, carried by a moderate wind, splashed my face. On that slightly inclined beach, 100 toasts away from the water's edge, the buttresses of huge rocks which widened and rose to a tremendous height came to an end. Some of these rocks, cutting the beach with its sharp edges, forming capes and promontories that the waves were rotting. Further, it was clearly visible on the misty horizon. It was a true ocean, with the whimsical outline of its terrestrial beaches, but desert and a frightfully wild aspect. My eyes could wander far over that sea thanks to a special clarity that illuminated the smallest details. It was not the sunlight with its bright beams and splendid radiance of its rays, nor the vague and pale clarity of the night star, which is only a reflection without heat. No, the illuminating power of that light, its trembling diffusion, its clear and dry whiteness, the slight rise in its temperature, its brightness actually superior to that of the moon, were evidently of purely electric origin. It was a kind of aurora borealis, a continuous cosmic phenomenon that illuminated that cave capable of housing an ocean inside. The dome suspended above my head, the sky, if you will, seemed to be made up of large clouds, movable vapors that changed shape continuously and which, by the effect of condensations, should become on certain days torrential rains. I thought that under such a great atmospheric pressure the evaporation of water was impossible. But by some physical law which I did not know, thick clouds crossed the air. This, however, the weather was good. The electric currents produced surprising games of light on the higher clouds. Vivid shadows were drawn in their lower vaults, and often between two separate masses a beam of light of remarkable intensity slid to us. But none of it was from the sun, for its light was cold. The effect was sad and soberly melancholy. Instead of a sky studded with stars, I guessed above those clouds a granite vault that oppressed me with its weight, and all that space, however large it was, would not have been enough for an evolution of the least ambitious of all satellites. Then I remembered that theory of an English captain who compared the Earth with a vast hollow sphere, inside which the air kept luminous by the effect of its pressure, while two stars, Pluto and Proserpine, described in it their mysterious orbits. Would you have told the truth? We were really trapped in a huge excavation, whose width could not be exactly known, since the beach was dilated until it was lost of sight, nor its length, for the view was soon stopped by the line of the horizon. As for its height, it must have been several leagues. Where did this vault rest on its granite buttresses? The sight was not sufficient to see it, but there were some clouds suspended in the atmosphere, whose elevation could be estimated at 2,000 toasts, an altitude higher than that of the terrestrial vapors and undoubtedly due to the considerable density of the air. The word cave obviously does not express my thought well to describe this immense space, but the words of human language are not enough for those who venture into the abysses of the globe. He had no knowledge of any geological fact that could explain the existence of such an excavation. Could it have been produced by the cooling of the Earth's mass? He knew perfectly well, from the accounts of the travelers, certain famous caves, but none of them had such dimensions. While it is true that the Guachara cave in Colombia, visited by Lord de Humboldt, had not revealed the secret of its depth to the sage who recognized it at a length of 2,500 feet, it is not likely that it extended much further. The immense cave of the Mammoth, in Kentucky, offered gigantic proportions, for his vault was 500 feet above an unfathomable lake, and some travelers traveled over a length of more than 10 leagues without finding its end. But what were these cavities compared with the one my eyes then admired, with its sky of vapors, its electric irradiations and a vast sea enclosed between its flanks? My imagination was overwhelmed by that immensity. I watched in silence all these wonders. Words were lacking to express my feelings. I thought I was transported to some remote planet, Neptune or Uranus, for example, and that I witnessed phenomena of which my earthly nature had no notion. My new sensations required new words, and my imagination did not supply them. He beheld everything with silent admiration, not without a certain terror. The unexpected of that show had restored my face to its healthy color. I was on the way to combat my illness by means of terror, and to achieve my healing by means of this new therapy. On the other hand, the viveza of that air so dense reanimated me, supplying more oxygen to my lungs. It will be easily understood that, after a 47-day imprisonment in a narrow gallery, it was an infinite joy to breathe in that breeze laden with wet saline intonations. Therefore I had no cause to regret having left the darkness of my cave. My uncle, already accustomed to those wonders, did not show signs of astonishment. "Do you feel the strength to walk a little?" he asked me. "Yes. Indeed," I answered him, "and nothing will be so pleasant to me." "Well, take my arm, and let us follow the sinuosities of the shore." I accepted immediately, and we began to shore that new ocean. To the left, the abrupt rocks, crowded one on top of the other, formed a titanic agglomeration of prodigious effect. Countless waterfalls glided along its flanks. Some light vapors that jumped from one rock to another marked the place of hot springs, and the streams ran silently towards the common reservoir, looking in the slopes for a chance to murmur more pleasantly. Among these streams he recognized our faithful companion, the Hansbach, who was about to be lost in the sea, as if from the beginning of the world he had done nothing else. "From now on we shall be deprived of your kind company," I said with a sigh. "Bah!" the professor replied. "What difference does one stream make to another?" The answer seemed a little ungrateful. But at that moment, an unexpected spectacle called for my attention. At about 500 steps, around a high promontory, an elevated forest appeared before our eyes, leafy and thick, formed of trees of medium dimensions, which affected the shape of perfect sunscreens, clean and geometric edges. The atmospheric currents did not seem to have any effect on its foliage, and in the midst of the air bursts they remained motionless, like a forest of petrified cedars. We accelerated the pace. I was not able to name those unique species. Were they not among the 200,000 plant species known at that time? And should they be given a special place in the flora of the lake vegetation? No. When we shelter under its shadow, my surprise was turned into admiration. Indeed, I was in the presence of known species on the surface of the earth, but emptied into a mold of enormous dimensions. My uncle immediately gave them his real name. "This is nothing else," he said, "than a remarkable forest of mushrooms." And it was not a mistake. Imagine the monstrous development acquired by those plants so eager for heat and moisture. I knew that the Lycoperdon giganteum reached, according to Bulliard, 8 or 9 feet in circumference, but those were white mushrooms, 30 to 40 feet tall, with a cup of this same diameter. There were thousands of them, and being unable to pass through their thick frame, under their domes juxtaposed like the round roofs of an African city reigned complete darkness. Nevertheless, I wanted to penetrate further inwards. A deadly cold descended from those cavernous vaults. We wandered for half an hour between those damp darkness, and I experienced a sensation of true pleasure when I returned to the shores of the sea. But the vegetation of that subterranean region was not only of mushrooms. Further away rose clusters of a great number of other trees of discolored foliage. It was easy to recognize them, for they were the humble shrubs of the earth endowed with phenomenal dimensions, 100 feet tall, silky gigantic, arborescent ferns, the size of the fir trees of the high latitudes, bifurcated cylindrical stalk lepidodendrons, which ended in long leaves and fringed with rough hairs like the monstrous greasy plants. "Oh, wonderful, magnificent, splendid!" my uncle exclaimed. "Here is all the flora of the second epoch of the world, of the transition period. Behold these humble plants that adorn our gardens, turned into trees as in the first centuries of the world. Look, Axel, and be amazed. No botanist has ever attended such a party." "You are right, uncle. Providence seems to have wanted to preserve in this immense winter hall these antediluvian plants, which the sagacity of the wise has reconstructed with such remarkable success. You say well, my son, this is a winter's house, but it may also be, at the same time, a zoo." "It's a zoo!" "No doubt of any kind. Look at that dust that our feet are treading, those bones scattered on the ground." "Bones!" I exclaimed. "Yes, indeed, bones of antediluvian animals." I hastened to collect those secular scraps, made of an indestructible mineral substance, lime phosphate, and applied without hesitation their scientific names to those gigantic bones that looked like dry tree trunks. "Here," I said, "the lower jaw of a mastodon. Here are the molars of a thimble tree. Here is a femur that may not have belonged but to the greatest of these animals, the megaterio. Yes, we are in a zoo, because these skeletons cannot have been transported here by cataclysm. The animals to which they belong have lived on the shores of this underground sea in the shade of these tree plants. But wait for you, there I see whole skeletons." "And yet, said my uncle, "it is not explained to me the presence of such quadrupeds in this cave of granite." "Why?" "Because animal life did not exist on Earth but in secondary periods, when the floods formed the sedimentary lands, being replaced by them the incandescent rocks of the primitive epoch." "Well, Axel, the answer to your objection could not be simpler. This land is a sedimentary land." "How? At such depth below the surface of the earth?" "Certainly of no kind, and this fact is explained geologically. At one time, the earth was only made up of an elastic crust, subjected to alternating upward and downward movements under the laws of attraction. Certain subsidence of the soil is likely to occur, and a part of the sedimentary land would be dragged down to the bottom of suddenly opened abysses. That's how it should be. But if in these underground regions have lived antediluvian animals, who can tell us that some of these monsters do not still walk wandering through these shady forests, or behind those rugged rocks?" In conceiving this idea, I scoured, not without some dread, the various points of the horizon, but no living being discovered on those deserted beaches. I was a little tired, and went to sit then on the extremity of a promontory at whose foot the waves came crashing with a din. From there my gaze covered the whole of that bay formed by a cleft of the coast. At its bottom there was a small natural harbor, made up of pyramidal rocks, whose calm waters slept sheltered from the wind, and in which they could have safely found shelter for a brig and 2 or 3 schooners. It seemed to me that I would see him leave some ship with all the rigging deployed and watch him sail along, pushed by the south breeze. But this illusion quickly dissipated. We were the only living beings in that underworld. In certain upsets of the wind, A deeper silence than that which reigns in the deserts descended on the arid rocks and passed over the ocean. Then I tried to penetrate with my gaze the distant mists, tear that curtain drawn on the background of the mysterious horizon. How many questions came in thrall to my lips? Where did that sea end? Where did it lead? Could we ever recognize the opposite shores? My uncle, for his part, did not doubt it. As for me, he feared and desired it at the same time. After contemplating for an hour that wonderful spectacle, we set out again on the road from the beach to return to the grotto, and under the impression of the strangest ideas, I fell asleep deeply. Chapter 31. The next day, I woke up completely healed. I thought that a bath would be very beneficial to me, and I went to dive for some minutes into the waters of that sea which is, without doubt, the one which has more right than all to the name Mediterranean. I returned to the grotto with an excellent appetite. Hans was cooking our frugal lunch. As he had water and fire, he could give some variation to our ordinary meals. At dessert time, he served us some cups of coffee, and never this delicious brew seemed so exquisite to the palate. Now, my uncle said the time of the tide has come, and we should not waste the opportunity to study this phenomenon. How the tide? I exclaimed. No doubt. Does the influence of the sun and moon reach this far? Why not? Are not the bodies as a whole subjected to the effects of universal gravitation? This being the case, this body of water cannot be removed from the general law. Therefore, despite the atmospheric pressure that is exerted on its surface, you will see it rise like the Atlantic itself. At that moment we were stepping on the sand of the beach, and the waves advanced more and more over it. Already begins to rise the tide, I exclaimed. Yes, Axel, and judging by these foam marks, you can see that the waters are to rise about 10 feet. It's wonderful. No, it's the most natural thing. You can say what you like, but to me all this seems extraordinary, and I hardly dare to give credit to my eyes. Who would have imagined that within the earthly certainty there was a true ocean, with its ebbs and flows, its breezes and storms? Why not? Is there any physical reason for it? None, since the central heat theory must be abandoned. So far, Davy's theory is justified? Obviously, and if so, there is nothing to oppose the existence of seas or countryside in the interior of the globe. Certainly, but uninhabited. But why should these waters not be able to harbor some fish of unknown species? Whatever you want, we have not seen one so far. We can improvise some rigging, and see if the hooks get as good a success down here as in the sublunar oceans. We'll rehearse it, Axel, because it's necessary to penetrate all the secrets of these new regions. But where are we, uncle? For I have not addressed to you this question so far that your instruments of yours must have answered. Horizontally, 350 leagues from Iceland. So far? I am sure that I was not wrong in 500 toises. And does the compass still point to the southeast? Yes, with a western inclination of 19 degrees 42 minutes, exactly as on the surface of the earth. Regarding his inclination, there is a curious fact which I have observed with the greatest of care. What fact? That the needle, instead of leaning towards the pole, as in the northern hemisphere, rises, on the contrary. This seems to indicate that the magnetic attraction center is understood inside the surface of the globe and the place where we are. Exactly. And probably if we got under the polar regions, towards the 70 degree in which Jacobo Ross discovered the magnetic pole, we would see the needle in a vertical position. Thus, this mysterious center of attraction is not located at a great depth. True, and this is a fact that science has not even suspected. Science, my son, is full of errors. But of errors it is worth knowing, because they lead little by little to the truth. And how deep are we? A depth of 35 leagues. Thus, I observed, studying the map carefully, we have over our heads the mountainous part of Scotland, where are the Grampian Mountains, whose snow-covered peaks rise to a prodigious height. Yes, the burden is heavy, but the vault is solid. The wise architect, author of the universe, built it with good materials, and never could men have given it such great dimensions. What are the arches of the bridges and vaults of the cathedrals beside this 3 leagues radius ship, under which an ocean with all its storms can freely unfold? Oh, I don't fear, by the way, that heaven may fall upon my head. And now tell me, uncle, what are your plans for you? Don't you think about going back to the surface of the globe? Going back? What nonsense! On the contrary, continue our journey, since everything so far has worked out so well. However, I do not see the means of penetrating below this liquid plane. Don't imagine that I intend to throw myself at it head-on. But if the oceans are not, properly speaking, more than lakes, since they are surrounded by land, this inland sea is all the more so, which is circumscribed by the granite massif. There is no doubt about that. Well, on the opposite shore I am sure to find new outlets. How long do you think this ocean is? 30 or 40 leagues. Ah! I exclaimed, suspecting that this calculation might well be inaccurate. So we have no time to waste, and tomorrow we will go to sea. Unwittingly, I looked with my eyes for the ship that would transport us. Ah, I said, Dash. Are we going to board? I think it's very good. And on which ship will we take the passage? It shall not be in any ship, my son, but in a solid raft. A raft, I exclaimed, Dash. A raft is almost as difficult to build as a ship, and, as much as I look, I do not see, you certainly don't see, Axel. But if you listened, you would hear, yes, certain hammering that would show you that Hans is not with his arms crossed. Are you building a raft? Yes. How have you already knocked down some trees with the axe? Oh, the trees were already knocked down. Come and see his work. After a quarter of an hour's walk, I discovered Hans working on the other side of the promontory that formed the natural harbor, and moments later, I was standing beside him. To my great surprise, I saw on the sand a raft, already half finished, built with beams of a special wood, and a large number of lumber of curves and ligatures of all kinds covered materially the ground. There was a whole fleet to build. Uncle, I said, what wood is this? Pines, fir, birch and all coniferous species from the northern countries, mineralized by the action of sea water. Is it possible? This is what is called certibrand, or fossil wood. But then they must have, like lignites, the hardness of stone, and cannot float. Sometimes that happens. There are woods of these that become true anthracites. But others, like those you see, have not yet experienced more than a beginning of fossilization. You'll see, and accompanying the action to the word, one of those pieces of wood drowned in the sea, which, after diving, rose again to the surface of the water, where it floated wave by the waves. Have you convinced yourself? Asked my uncle. Mainly convinced that everything I see is incredible. By dusk the next day, thanks to Hans's skill, the raft was finished, 10 feet long by 5 feet wide. The certibrand beams, tied together with strong ropes, offered a solid surface, and once launched into the water, the improvised craft floated quietly on the waves of the Lidenbrock Sea. Chapter 32. On August 13th we got up early in the morning. It was to inaugurate a new kind of locomotion fast and little fatigosa. A mast made of 2 sticks, a cock formed by a third hanger, and an improvised sail with our blankets, composed the rigging of our raft. The ropes were not scarce, and the set offered quite solid. At 6 o'clock, the teacher gave the signal to embark. The provisions, the baggage, the instruments, the sand and a great quantity of fresh water had been placed in advance on top of the raft. I dropped the anchor that held us to shore, we directed the sail and quickly drifted away. When leaving the small port, my uncle, who attached great importance to geographical nomenclature, wanted to give it my name. In my faith, I said that I have another better proposal to you. Which? Grauben's name, Port Grauben. I think it is quite loud. Then go through Port Grauben, and here is how the name of my beloved Kurlandessa was connected to our happy expedition. The breeze was blowing from the northeast, which allowed us to sail wind back at great speed. Those dense layers of the atmosphere possessed a considerable force of impulse, and worked on the sail like a powerful fan. After an hour, my uncle could see the speed we were going. If we continue walking in this way, he said, we shall advance at least 30 leagues every 24 hours, and not be long before we see the opposite shore. Without answering, I went to sit on the front of the raft. The northern coast was already disappearing into the horizon. The 2 arms of the gulf were opening wide enough to facilitate our exit. Before my eyes an immense sea stretched out. Great clouds quickly passed their gigantic shadows on the surface of the water. The silver rays of electric light, reflected here and there by some cracks, made bright spots sprout on the sides of the boat. We soon lost sight of the earth, thus disappearing all reference points. And if it were not for the foamy trail that left behind the raft, I could have believed that it remained in perfect immobility. Around noon, we saw huge algae floating on the surface of the water. The vegetative power of these plants was well known to me, as they crawl at a depth of more than 12,000 feet on the seabed, reproduce under pressure of about 400 atmospheres, and often form fairly considerable banks to stop the ships from moving. But I think there have never been algae as gigantic as those of the Lidenbrock Sea. Our raft passed by 3,000 and 4,000 foot long eggs, immense snakes that lingered until they were lost to view. I was entertained to follow with the gaze his infinite tapes, hoping to discover his extremity. But after some hours, my impatience tired, though not my admiration. What natural force could produce such plants? What a fantastic aspect the earth must have had in the first centuries of its formation, when under the action of heat and humidity the plant kingdom developed only on its surface. Night came, and as I had observed the day before, the light did not dim. It was a constant phenomenon whose indefinite duration could be counted. After dinner, I lay down at the foot of the mast, and soon fell asleep, lulled by magical dreams. Hans, motionless, with the rudder in his hand, let the raft slide, which, driven by the wind at a closed stern, did not even need to be steered. Since our departure from Port Gräuben, Professor Lidenbrock had entrusted me with the task of keeping the journal of navigation, recording in it the smallest observations and recording the most interesting phenomena, such as wind direction, speed of march, the road traveled, in a word, all the incidents of that strange navigation. So I will limit myself to reproducing here these daily notes, dictated, as it were, by the same events, in order to make the narration of our journey more accurate. Friday, August 14th. Breeze equal to NO. The raft slides in a straight line and at great speed. It is the coast 30 leagues to leeward. No new developments in the discovery of horizons. The intensity of light does not vary. Good weather, that is, the clouds are high, not very thick, and bathed in a white atmosphere that seems to be of molten silver. Thermometer, plus 32 degrees centigrade. At noon, he prepares a hook on the end of a rope for Hans, feeds him with some meat, and throws him into the sea. 2 hours pass without any fish being caught. Will these waters be uninhabited? No. There is a shaking. Hans picks up the rigging and pulls out of the water a fish that fights vigorously to escape. A fish? My uncle exclaims. It's a sala! I exclaim in turn. A little sala. The teacher examines the animal carefully and is not of my opinion. This fish has a flat and rounded head, and the anterior part of the body covered with bony plates. It lacks teeth in the mouth, and its pectoral fins, quite developed, fit to its body without tail. It undoubtedly belongs to the order in which the naturalists have classified the sala, but differs from it in quite essential details. My uncle is not wrong, because after a short examination he says, this fish belongs to a family that has been extinct for centuries, of which fossil remains from the Devonian lands are found. How? I say. Have we taken one of those primitive sea dwellers alive? Yes, the professor answers, resuming his observations, and you see that these fossil fish have no resemblance to the present species, so that, to possess one of these living beings, is a true joy for a naturalist. But to which family does it belong? To the order of the Ganoideus, family of the cephalopods. Gender, will you tell me? Genus of the Pterichthys. I would be able to swear it. But they offer a particularity that they say is proprietary of the fish of the groundwater. Which one? That they are blind. Blind. Not only blind, but they lack at all the organ of vision. I look and see that it is true, but this may be an isolated case. He feeds the hook again and throws it into the water. In this ocean there must be a lot of fishing, because in 2 hours we catch a great number of pterichthys, and other fish belonging to another extinct family also, the dipterids, but whose gender my uncle cannot determine. All of them lack the organ of vision. This unexpected fishing has advantageously renewed our provisions. It seems, therefore, that this sea contains only fossil species, in which the fish, as well as the reptiles, are all the more perfect the older their creation is. Perhaps we will find some of those saurian that science has been able to remake with a bone or cartilage fragment. I take my eyepiece and look at the sea. It is deserted. We are certainly still too close to the coasts. Then I look up into the air. Why would not these heavy atmospheric layers, those birds reconstructed by Cuvier, beat with their wings? Fish would provide excellent food. I examine the space, but the air is as uninhabited as the beaches. My imagination, however, drags me to the wonderful hypotheses of paleontology. I sleep awake. I think I see on the surface of the water these huge cercitos, these antediluvian turtles that resemble floating islets. It seems to me to see the great mammals of the early days of creation, the Leptotherium, found in the caves of Brazil, the Mericotherium, coming from the icy regions of Siberia, passing through the shady beaches. Beyond the Lophiodon pachyderm, that gigantic tapir that hides behind the rocks to dispute its prey to the Anoplotherium, a strange animal that participates in the rhinoceros, the horse, the hippopotamus, and the camel, as if the Creator, wanting to end soon in the first days of the world, had gathered several animals into one. The gigantic mastodon spins his trunk and crushes with his fangs the stones of the shore, while the megatherium, held on its enormous legs, digs the earth, awakening with its roars the echo of the sonoros granitos. Above, the Protopithecus, first ape to appear on the surface of the globe, climbs to the steepest summits. Even higher, the winged-handed pterodactyl glides like a huge bat over compressed air. Finally, in the last layers, immense birds, more powerful than the castor, more voluminous than the ostrich, spread their wide wings and come to head against the wall of the granite vault. This whole fossil world is reborn in my imagination. Go back to the biblical times of creation, long before man's birth, when the incomplete earth was not yet sufficient for him. My dream goes back even beyond the appearance of animated beings. The mammals disappear, then the birds, later the reptiles of the secondary age, and finally the fish, crustaceans, mollusks, and artichokes. The zoophytes of the transition period are themselves annihilated. All life on earth is summed up in me, and my heart is the only one that beats in this unpopulated world. There are no more seasons, the climates disappear. The heat of the globe itself increases without ceasing and neutralizes that of the sun. The vegetation is exaggerated. I pass like a shadow in the midst of the arborescent ferns, tramping with my uncertain steps the iridescent clays and the variegated spurs of the soil. I rest on the trunks of the immense conifers. I lie down in the shade of the sphenophiles, of the asterophilos, and of the lycopods that measure 100 feet high. The centuries pass like days. I go back to the series of terrestrial transformations. The plants disappear. The granitic rocks lose their hardness. The liquid state is going to replace the solid under the action of a more intense heat. The waters run across the surface of the globe. They boil and evaporate. The vapors envelop the earth, which slowly reduces to a gaseous mass, at the temperature of white-red, of a volume equal to that of the sun and with brightness equal to its own. In the center of this nebula, 1,400,000 times more voluminous than the globe that will form one day, I am dragged by the interplanetary spaces. The body is subtilized, is sublimated in turn, and mixes like an imponderable atom with these immense vapors that trace their inflated orbit in the infinite. What a dream! Where does it take me? My fevered hand pours on the paper its strange details. I have forgotten everything: the teacher, the guide, the raft. A basic hallucination seized my spirit. "What have you got?" asks me my uncle. My eyes are fixed on him, without seeing it. "Be careful, Axel, you're going to fall into the sea." At the same time, I feel vigorously taken by Hans's hand. If it were not for this help, I would have rushed into the sea under the rule of my dream. "But has he gone mad?" asks the professor. "What's going on?" I exclaim back to me. "Are you sick?" "No, I had a moment of hallucination, but it's gone." "Is there no news?" "No, the breeze is favorable, and the sea is like a plate. We march at a considerable speed, and if my calculations do not fool me, it will not take long to reach the opposite shore." Upon hearing these words, I rise and examine the horizon, but the line of water is still confused with that which clouds form. Chapter 33. Saturday, August 15th. The sea retains its monotonous uniformity. No land is seen. The horizon seems extraordinarily remote. My head is still stunned by the violence of my dream. My uncle has not dreamed, but he is in a bad mood. He searches all the points of space with his eyeglass, and crosses his arms with air. I notice that Professor Lidenbrock tends to be the impatient man of before, and I record the fact in my diary. Only my sufferings and dangers aroused in him a human trait, but since I got well at all, he has become the same again. However, I do not understand why she is impatient. Are we not making the journey in the most favorable circumstances? Is the raft not walking with an astonishing speed? Are you restless, uncle? Ask him to see how often he throws the glasses or the face. You mean? No, maybe impatient? There's plenty of reasons for that. However, we march with a speed, what do I care? What worries me is not that the speed is small, but that the sea is very large. Then I remember that the professor, before our departure, had calculated the length of that underground sea at 30 leagues, and we had already covered a space 3 times greater without the coasts of the south being seen yet. We do not go down, the professor continued. All this is wasted time, and as you will understand, I have not come so far to take a boat trip by pond. They call this crossing a boat trip, and this sea a pond. But I reply, from the moment we have followed the path indicated by Saknussemm. That is precisely the point. Have we really followed this path? Did Saknussemm find this stretch of water? Did he cross it? Have we not been deceived by that stream which we take as a guide? In any case, it should not be a burden to us to have come this far. This show is magnificent, and who thinks of shows? I have set myself a goal and my wish is to achieve it. Don't talk to me of shows. I take the warning note, and leave the teacher to bite his lips with impatience. At 5 o'clock, Hans claims his pay, and 3 riksdales are handed to him. Sunday, August 16th. No news. Same time. The wind has a slight tendency to cool down. My first concern when I wake up is to observe the intensity of light, for I always fear that the electrical phenomenon will weaken and die out. But it is not so. The shadow of the raft is distinctly drawn on the surface of the waters. Truly this sea is infinite. It must be the length of the Mediterranean, and who knows if the Atlantic. Why not? My uncle often probed. He tied a beak to the end of a rope, and let out 200 shovels without finding bottom, it being difficult for us to hoist our probe. When we have the beak on board, Hans makes me notice some clearly dizzy signs that are observed in it. It would seem that this piece of iron has been vigorously pressed between 2 hard bodies. I look at the hunter. Tander, he tells me. As I do not understand, I turn to my uncle, who is completely absorbed in his reflections, and dare not take him out of them. I question the Icelandic again with my eyes, and this one, opening and closing his mouth several times, makes me understand his thought. Teeth, I exclaim, examining the iron rod more carefully. Yes. They are teeth whose tips have been imprinted on the hard metal. Yes, the jaws they guard must possess prodigious strength. Is it a monster of some extinct species that roams in the depths of the sea, more voracious than the shark and more terrible than the whale? I can't take my eyes off this half-eaten bar. Will it make my dream of last night come true? All day long, these thoughts stir me, and my imagination can hardly calm a dream of some hours. Monday, August 17th. I tried to recall the particular instincts of these antediluvian animals of the secondary epoch, which succeeded to mollusks, crustaceans and fish, and preceded the appearance of mammals on the surface of the globe. The world belonged then to the monstrous reptiles who reigned as lords in the Jurassic seas. Nature had given them the most complete organization. What a gigantic structure! What prodigious forces! The present saurian, caiman or crocodile, older and more fearsome, are but weakened reductions of their early-age parents. I shudder at nothing but remembering these monsters. No one has seen them alive. They appeared on the earth 1,000 centuries before man, but their fossil bones, found in those clay limestones that the English call lias, have allowed to reconstruct them anatomically and know their colossal conformation. I have seen in the Hamburg Museum the skeleton of one of these saurians that measured 30 feet long. Am I, inhabitant of the Earth's surface, destined to meet face to face with some representative of an antediluvian family? And no! That's an impossible. And yet the mark of mighty teeth is well marked on the iron rod, and it is evident from their footprints that they are conical like those of a crocodile. My eyes are fixed with horror on the sea. I feared to see one of these inhabitants of underwater caves throw himself upon us. I suppose Professor Lidenbrock shares my ideas, if not my fears, for after having examined the peak he looks out over the ocean. Mal here? I think the idea that has had to probe. It has disturbed some marine animal in its retreat, and if during the journey we are not attacked. I take a look at the weapons, and make sure they are in good condition. My uncle watches my maneuver and approves it with a gesture. Already some swirls that are perceived on the surface of the water denounce the agitation of its inner layers. The danger is approaching. Vigilance is required. Tuesday, August 18th. The night comes, or rather the moment when sleep wants to close our eyelids. For in this sea there is no night, and the implacable light tires our eyes in a stubborn way, as if we were sailing under the sun of the Arctic oceans. Hans rules the helm, and while he stands guard I sleep. 2 hours later, I wake up to a terrible jolt. The raft has been pushed out of the water with indescribable violence and thrown 20 toeses away. What's wrong? My uncle exclaims. Have we played a base? Hans points with his finger, at a distance of 200 toeses, a blackish mass that rises and depresses alternately. I look in the indicated direction, and exclaim, it is a colossal porpoise. Yes, my uncle replies, and behold now a sea lizard of extraordinary size. And further on a monstrous crocodile. Look at you, what terrible jaws, with hideous teeth. But it's gone. A whale. A whale. A whale. Exclaims the professor dash. I see huge fins. Look at the air and water that it throws out of noses. Indeed, 2 liquid columns rise to considerable height above sea level. We remain astonished, overwhelmed, amazed at that collection of marine monsters. They have supernatural dimensions, and the least bulky of them would tear apart the raft from a single bite. Hans wants to turn round in order to avoid his dangerous neighborhood, but he discovers on the opposite side other no less formidable enemies. A turtle 40 feet wide and a snake 30 feet long, and stretches its huge head above the waves. It is impossible to run away. These reptiles approach. They circle the raft at a slower speed than an express train, and draw concentric circles around it. I have taken my rifle, but what effect can a bullet produce on the scales that cover the bodies of these animals? We remain speechless with fright. They are coming towards us. On one side, the crocodile, on the other, the snake. The rest of the sea herd is gone. I prepare to make fire, but Hans stops me with my sign. The 2 beasts pass 50 toeses of the raft. They rush one upon another, and their fury does not allow us to see. The fight is 100 toeses from the raft, and we see clearly how the 2 monsters attack each other. But it seems to me that now the other animals come to take part in the fight: the porpoise, the whale, the lizard, the turtle. I see them at every moment. Show them to the Icelander, and he shakes his head in a negative direction. Tra says calmly. How? 2. Pretend that only animals. And he is quite right, exclaims my uncle, who does not remove the glasses from the group. Is it possible? Yes. The first of these monsters has a mouth of porpoise, head of lizard, teeth of crocodile, and for this he has deceived us. It is the ichthyosaur, the most fearsome of the antediluvian animals. And the other? The other is a snake hidden under the shell of a turtle, the plesiosaur, implacable enemy of the first. Hans is quite right. Only 2 monsters thus disturb the surface of the sea, and I have before my eyes 2 reptiles from the primitive oceans. I see the blood-stained eye of the ichthyosaur, which is the size of a man's head. Nature has endowed it with an optical apparatus of extraordinary power, able to resist the pressure of the water layers in which it inhabits. It has been called the whale of the Saurian because it has its own speed and size. Its length is not less than 100 feet, and when it draws the vertical fins of its tail out of the water, I better understand its enormous magnitude. Its jaws are enormous, and according to the naturalists it has no less than 182 teeth. The plesiosaur, a cylindrical trunk snake, has a short tail and legs arranged in the form of oars. His body is all covered with a huge shell, and his neck, flexible as the swan, lies 30 feet on the waves. The 2 animals attack each other with indescribable fury. They raise mountains of water that reach the bag, and put us 20 times about to capsize. You hear whistles of a prodigious intensity. The two beasts are bound together, and I cannot distinguish them from each other. One must fear all of the wrath of the victor. An hour or two passes, and the struggle continues with the same bitterness. The fighters approach the raft sometimes, and sometimes they move away from it. We stand still, ready to fire. Suddenly, the ichthyosaur and the plesiosaur disappear, producing a huge whirlpool. Will the fight end in the depths of the sea? But suddenly a huge head was thrown out of the water, the plesiosaur's head. The monster is mortally wounded. I do not discover his immense carapace. Only its long neck stands up, falls down, rises again, bends over, whips the surface of the sea like a gigantic whip and twists like a worm split in two. The water leaps at a considerable distance and blinds us materially. But soon the agony of the reptile comes to an end. Their movements decrease, their contortions decrease, and its long snake trunk spreads like an inert mass on the serene surface of the sea. As for the ichthyosaur, has it returned to its underwater cavern or will it reappear again? Chapter 34. Wednesday, August 19th. The wind, fortunately blowing quite hard, has allowed us to flee quickly from the theater of combat. Hans is always wielding the rudder. My uncle, who has been made to forget his absorbing ideas by the incidents of combat, examines the sea again with the same impatience as before. The journey recovers its monotonous uniformity again, which I do not wish to be interrupted by dangers as imminent as the one we ran yesterday. Thursday, August 20th. Quite uneven and any breeze, high temperature. We march at a rate of 3.5 leagues per hour. At about noon, hear a distant noise. I acknowledge the fact without knowing what its explanation might be. It is a continuous moan. There is, says the professor, some distance from here, some rock or islet against which the waves crash. Hans climbs to the end of the pull, but he does not discover any rock. The surface of the sea appears all smoothed up to the same horizon. 3 hours pass by. The moans seem to come from a distant waterfall. I express my opinion to my uncle, who shakes his head. This nevertheless I am convinced that I am not mistaken. Will we run perhaps towards a waterfall that will plunge us into the abyss? It is possible that this kind of descent is to the liking of the teacher, because it approaches the vertical, but what is to me? In any case, a noisy phenomenon occurs not far from here, because now the roars are heard with great violence. Do they come from the ocean or from heaven? My eyes turn to the vapors suspended in the atmosphere, and I try to probe their depth. The sky is still. The clouds, carried to the top of the vault, seem motionless and are lost in the intense irradiation of light. It is necessary, therefore, to seek elsewhere the explanation of this strange phenomenon. I examine then the horizon that is clean and without mists. His appearance has not changed, but if this noise comes from a waterfall, if all this ocean is precipitated in an inferior estuary, if these mugs are produced by the fall of a large mass of water, the current must be activated, and its increasing speed can give me the measure of the danger that threatens us. I observe the current, and see that it is nil. An empty bottle that I throw into the sea stays to the leeward. About 4, Hans got up, came to the pole and climbed it to the top. From there, he looks around the arc of circle that the ocean describes in front of the raft, and stops at a point. His countenance does not express the slightest surprise, but his eyes remain fixed. He has seen something, my uncle exclaims. I believe so too. Hans descends, and points to the south with his hand, saying, "Der near." Down there? My uncle answers. And taking the eyepiece, he looks with the greatest attention for a minute, which seems like a century to me. Yes, yes, she exclaims afterwards. What do you see? An immense column of water rising above the ocean. Another marine animal? Could it be? Then, we move further west, because we already know what to hold on to as far as the danger of stumbling upon these antediluvian monsters is concerned. Let us not change course, my uncle answers. I look back at Hans, and see that he is still undeterred with the rudder in his hand. However, if at the distance separating us from this animal, which can be calculated in 12 leagues at least, the water column that throws through the noses can be seen, it must have a supernatural size. The most elementary prudence would advise to turn away, but we have not come here to be prudent. We follow, then, the same course. The closer we get, the bigger the pump. What monster can swallow such a large amount of water and throw it away without any interruption? At 8 o'clock in the evening we were less than 2 leagues from him. His huge, blackish, monstrous body spreads over the sea like a small island. Is it illusion? Is it fear? Its length seems to me to be more than 1,000 toises. What cetacean is this, then, that neither the Cuvier nor the Blumenbach have described? It is motionless and as if asleep. The sea seems unable to lift it, breaking waves against its sides. The water column, projected 500 feet high, descends with a deafening clang. We run like fools towards this imposing mole that would need daily for its food 100 whales. Terror takes hold of me. No further advance. I will cut, if necessary, the halyard of the candle. I rebel against the teacher, who does not answer me. Suddenly, Hans got up, and pointing at the threatening point says, "Home." "An island," exclaims my uncle. _an island. Again, shrugging my shoulders. "Of course," the professor replied, with a loud laugh. "But what about this water column?" "Geyser," exclaims Hans. "A geyser, no doubt," my uncle answers. "A geyser like the ones from Iceland." At first, I do not want to confess that I have deceived myself in such a crude way, having taken an islet for a sea monster. But the thing is clear, and I have to conclude by giving my arm to twist. It is a natural phenomenon, simply. As we approach, that liquid column acquires grandiose dimensions. The islet is indeed exactly like an immense cetacean whose head dominates the waves rising above them at a height of 10 toes. The geyser, a word pronounced by the Icelanders Cheeser and meaning fury, rises majestically at its end. At every moment there are deaf detonations, and the enormous jet, struck by more violent furors, shakes its plume of steam, jumping up to the first layers of clouds. It is alone, without being surrounded by fumes or hot springs, and all the volcanic power is summed up in it. The rays of electric light come to be mixed with this dazzling column of water, whose drops acquire, upon receiving its caress, all the nuances of the iris. "Let's dock," says the professor. "But we must carefully avoid this water spout, which would cause the raft to capsize in a moment." Hans, maneuvering skillfully, leads us to the tip of the islet. "Jump on the rocks." My uncle follows me immediately, while the hunter remains at his post, as a man already healed of fright. We walk on a granite mixed with tufa silicia. The ground burns and trembles under our feet, like the sides of a boiler in whose interior works the heated steam. We arrive at a small central pond from which the geyser rises. I dip a thermometer into the bubbling water, and mark a temperature of 163 degrees. This water comes out, then, from a burning focus, which is in contradiction with the theories of Professor Lidenbrock. I cannot resist the temptation to make him notice. "It is well," he replies. "And what does that prove against the doctrines?" Nothing, I reply in a dry tone, seeing that I was crashing against an obstinacy without example. However, I must confess that we have been very lucky so far in that, for reasons beyond my control, this journey is being made under special temperature conditions. But for me it is clear that we will one day reach those regions where central heat reaches its highest limits and exceeds all the thermometer graduations. There we will see, that is the sacramental phrase of the teacher, who, after having baptized this volcanic islet with the name of his nephew, gives the signal to embark. I stand for a few minutes still contemplating the geyser. I observe that its jet is irregular, sometimes decreasing in intensity, to recover afterwards much vigor, what I attribute to the variations of pressure of the vapors accumulated inside. At last, we set off along the steep rocks of the south. Hans has used this stop to repair some failures of the raft, but before I move on, I make some observations to calculate the distance traveled and write them down in my journal. We have traveled 270 leagues over the surface of the sea, from Port Gräuben, and we are below England, 620 leagues from Iceland. Chapter 35. Friday, August 21st. The next day we lost sight of the magnificent geyser. The wind has cooled, moving away quickly from the Axel islet, whose moans have been extinguished little by little. The weather threatens to change. The atmosphere is filled with vapors which carry with them the electricity generated by the evaporation of the salty waters. The clouds descend appreciably and turn a marked olive color. The rays of electric light can barely penetrate this opaque curtain run over the scene where the drama of the storms is to be performed. I am impressed, as it happens on the surface of the earth whenever a cataclysm is approaching. The cumuli piled up to the south have a sinister aspect, that horrifying appearance I have often observed at the beginning of storms. The air is heavy and the sea is calm. In the distance, clouds are seen that seem huge cotton balls, stacked in a picturesque disorder, which slowly swell and gain in volume what they lose in number. They are so heavy that they cannot be detached from the horizon. But on the impulse of the upper currents, they gradually melt, become shadowed, and soon form a single layer of extremely imposing appearance. From time to time, a still quite clear balloon of vapors bounces off this brown carpet and soon gets lost in the opaque mass. Evidently, the atmosphere is saturated with fluid, of which I too am impregnated, for my hair becomes erect as if I were in contact with an electric machine. It seems to me that if, at this moment, my companions touched me, they would receive a violent shock. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the signs of the storm are accentuated. It is said that the wind rests to take new breath. The cloud seems an immense, or in which the hurricanes accumulate. I do not want to believe in the threats of heaven, but I cannot restrain myself and exclaim, "Bad weather is preparing." The teacher does not answer. He has a devilish humor to see that ocean extending indefinitely before his eyes. Answer my words with a shrug of the shoulders. "We will have a storm," I say, pointing to the horizon. These clouds descend on the sea as if to crush it. General silence. The wind is silent. Nature seems a corpse that has stopped breathing. The sail falls heavily or along the mast, on whose top I begin to see a light sand tongue of fire. The raft remains motionless in the middle of a thick sea without waves. But if we do not walk, why keep this sail that can make us turn at the first shock of the storm? Let us lower the sail, I say, and lower the stick. The most elementary prudence advises it. "No, by the devil's life!" roars my uncle iracundo. "No, and 1,000 times no! May the wind shake us! May the storm sweep us away! But let me see at last the rocks of a coast, even if our raft should crash against them." My uncle has not yet finished uttering these words, when the aspect of the southern horizon suddenly changes. The accumulated vapors are resolved in rain, and the air violently requested to fill the emptiness produced by condensation becomes a hurricane. It comes from the farthest confines of the cavern. The darkness is so intense, I can hardly take some incomplete notes. The raft rises leaping, which brings my uncle down. I crawl to him. I find him gripping the extremity of a corporal, and he seems to contemplate with pleasure the spectacle of the unleashed elements. Hans doesn't even move. His long hair, disordered by the hurricane and accumulated on his motionless countenance, gives him a strange look, because in each of his tips shines a luminous penile. Its hideous physiognomy recalls that of the antediluvian men, contemporaries of the ichthyosaurs, of the Megateris. The stick, however, resists. The candle is stretched out, like a bubble about to burst. The raft walks with a speed I cannot calculate, though not as great as the water drops it releases in its movements, which describe perfectly straight lines. "The candle! The candle!" I cry, signaling to turn it off. "No!" my uncle answers. "Nay," says Hans, slowly moving his head. The rain forms, meanwhile, a mud-hard waterfall in front of the horizon to which we run as fools. But before it reaches us, the veil formed by the clouds is torn apart, the sea enters into boiling, and the electricity produced by a vast chemical action operating in the upper layers of the atmosphere. To the sparkly vibrations of the lightning, the frightful roars of thunder mix. Countless flashes of lightning are interwoven in the midst of the detonations. The mass of vapors becomes incandescent. The shriek that strikes against the metal of our weapons and tools, it acquires luminosity, and the swollen waves seem ignivomus hills in whose bowels an extremely violent fire is incubated, and whose ridges boast a lively plume of flames. The intensity of the light dazzles my eyes, and the sound of thunder shatters my ears. I have no choice but to grasp firmly the mast of the raft, which bends like a weak cane under the violence of the hurricane. Here are made extremely incomplete notes of my journey. I have not found more than a few fleeting and taken, so to speak, mechanically observations. But because of their brevity, and even for its lack of clarity, they are a test of the emotion that dominated me and give me a fuller idea than memory of the situation in which we were. Sunday, August 23rd. Where are we? We are being dragged with a prodigious speed. The night has been terrible. The storm does not subside. We live in the midst of an incessant detonation. Our ears bleed and we cannot understand each other. The lightning does not cease. I see dazzling zigzags that, after an instant blast, will strike the granite vault. Oh, if it should fall, other lightning forks, or takes the form of fireballs, which explode like bombs. It does not increase the noise, because it has already exceeded the limit of intensity that can perceive the human ear, and even if all the powder puffs of the world exploded at once, we would not hear it. There is a constant emission of light on the surface of clouds. The electric matter is constantly being released from its molecules. The gaseous principles of air have been altered. Countless columns of water are thrown into the atmosphere and then fall covered with foam. Where are we going? My uncle lies long is on the tip of the raft. The heat increases. Looking at the thermometer, I see it is pointing. The number is erased. Monday, August 24th. Apparently, this will never end. Why is the state of this dense atmosphere, once modified, not definitive? We are exhausted by fatigue. Hans remains unfazed. The raft runs imperturbably towards the southeast. We have traveled more than 200 leagues since we left the islet of Axel. The hurricane has rained or noon, and it is necessary to firmly pants all the objects that make up the cargo. We tie ourselves also. The waves are passing over our heads. We have not been able to change a single word for 3 days. We open our mouth, move our lips but produce no noticeable sound. Even talking to the ear is not possible to understand. My uncle approached me, and he said a few words. I think he said, "We are lost, but I am not sure." I take the time to write these words, "Let's lower the sail." He tells me by signs that good, but I have hardly had time to tilt my head to say yes, when a disk of fire appears on board the raft. The sail is torn off, together with the stick, and they part both, forming a single body, rising to a prodigious height like new pterodactyl, that fantastic bird of the first centuries. We were frozen with horror. The sphere, half white and half bluish, of the size of a 10-inch bomb, is slowly walking around, spinning with surprising speed under the impulse of the hurricane. He goes from side to side, climbs one of the edges of the raft, jumps on the bag of provisions, descends slightly, throws away, rubs the powder box. Horror! Let's fly, but not. The dazzling disk is separated. I approach Hans, who stares at her. My uncle, who kneels to avoid his shock. Me, who pally and tremble under the impression of its light and color. I turn around my foot, which I try to withdraw without being able to get it. The atmosphere is filled with a smell of nitrous gas that penetrates into the throat and lungs. We suffocate. Why can't I remove my foot? Will he be nailed to the raft? The fall of the electric globe has magnetized all the iron on board. The instruments, the tools, the weapons are turned, clashing with a sharp tinkle. The nails of my shoes are strongly attached to a plate of iron embedded in the wood. I can't take my foot off. With a violent effort, I finally get to pull it off the very moment when the balloon was going to grab it in its spinning motion and drag me along. What a bright light! The balloon explodes. A sea of flames covers us. Then everything goes out. I have had time to see my uncle lying on the raft, and Hans with the rudder in his hand, spitting fire under the influence of the electricity that invades him. Where are we going? Where are we going? Tuesday, August 25th. I come out of a prolonged fading. The storm continues. The lightning is unleashed like a nest of snakes that someone has dropped into the atmosphere. Are we still in the sea? Yes, and dragged with an untold speed. Oh, we have passed under England, the Channel, France, perhaps all of Europe. There is a new noise. I am not sure, evidently. The sea crashes against the rocks. But then. Chapter 36. Here ends what I have called my journal of navigation, so happily saved from the shipwreck, and I return or recall my account as before. What happened when the raft hit the rocks on the coast, I would not be able to explain. I felt rushed into the water, and if I escaped death, if my body did not break against the sharp rocks, it was because Hans's vigorous arm pulled me out of the abyss. The brave Icelander carried me out of the waves on a hot sand where I was, beside my uncle. Then he went out to the rocks, on which the raging waves were crashing, in order to save some of the wreck. I could not speak. I was overcome with emotion and fatigue, and it took me more than an hour to recover. It was a real flood, with that redoubled violence that announces the end of the storms. Some overlapping rocks gave us a coat against the sky falls. Hans prepared food, which I could not touch, and all of us, exhausted by 3 nights of insomnia, gave ourselves up to a dubious sleep. The next day, the weather was magnificent. The sky and the sea had calmed down by mutual agreement. All traces of storm had disappeared. Upon waking, my uncle, who was radiant with joy, greeted me satisfied. How did he say, "My son? Have you rested well?" Would not anyone have said that we were in our little house on the Königstrasse, that I was coming down to eat my lunch quietly, and that my marriage with poor Grauben was going to be verified that very day? If only the storm had turned the raft to the east, we would have passed under Germany, under my beloved city of Hamburg, under that street where the chosen one of my heart lived. In this case, I would have been separated from her by 40 leagues, but 40 leagues vertically counted through a granite mole, which to cross would have to travel more than 1,000. All these painful reflections quickly crossed my mind, before I answered my uncle's question. "How is that?" he repeated. "Don't you want to tell me how you spent the night?" "Very well," I replied. "I'm still a bit grinded, but that won't be anything. Absolutely nothing. A little tiredness, and nothing else. But I find you very cheerful this morning, uncle." "Enchanted, my son, enchanted by life. We have arrived at last." "At the end of our expedition?" "Not so far, but at the end of this never-ending sea. Now we are going to travel again by land and really sink into the bowels of the globe." "Let me ask you a question, uncle." "Question as you like, Axel." "And the return?" "The return. But do you think about returning when we haven't arrived yet?" "No, my idea is to ask you how it will be done. In the simplest way. Once we reach the center of the spheroid, either we will find another way back to the surface of the Earth, or we will make the journey back by the same path that we are now following. I suppose it will not close behind us. Then the raft must be put into good condition." "Of course, but will we have enough food to see these great projects realized?" "Certainly. Hans is a very skilled boy, and I am sure he has saved most of the load. We will make sure of it." We came out of that cave open to all winds. I harbored a hope, which was at the same time a fear. It seemed impossible that in the terrible crash of the raft everything that led to it would not have been destroyed. He was not deceiving him, indeed. When I arrived at the beach, I saw Hans in the middle of a multitude of perfectly ordered objects. My uncle shook his hand in a lively feeling of gratitude. That man, whose self-denial was in fact superhuman, had been working while we were resting, and had managed to save the most precious objects at grave risk of his life. This is not to say that we would not have suffered quite significant losses, our weapons, for example, but in short, we could well do without them. The powder supply, however, was intact, having been about to explode during the storm. "Well," exclaimed the professor, "as we have run out of rifles, we must refrain from hunting." "Yes, but what about the instruments?" "Here is the manometer, the most useful of all, in exchange for which I would have given the others. With it I can calculate the depth to which we meet and know the instant when we reach the center. Without it, we would be exposed to overtaking him, and going out by the antipodes." My uncle's joviality was fierce to me. "But what about the compass?" I asked. "Here, on this rock, in perfect condition, the same as the thermometers and the chronometer." "Ah, our guide is priceless." Strength was to recognize him, because thanks to him, no instrument was missing. As for tools and utensils, I saw them scattered along the beach: spikes, hose, scales, ropes, etc. The question of food remained to be resolved, however. "What about the provisions?" I said. "Let's see the provisions," my uncle replied. The boxes in which they were contained were lined up on the sand, perfectly preserved. The sea had respected them almost entirely, and among crackers, salted meat, gin, and dried fish, it could be calculated that we still had provisions for about 4 months. 4 months! Exclaimed the professor. We have time to go and return, and with what we have I plan to give a splendid feast to all my colleagues from Johanneum. Long ago I must have been accustomed to my uncle's character, and yet that man always caused me astonishment. Now, he said, let us replenish our water supplies with the rain that the storm has poured into all these granite vessels. Therefore, we must not fear that thirst haunts us. As for the raft, I will recommend to Hans that he repair it as best he can, though I have for myself that we are no longer serving. How is that? I exclaimed. It's an idea I have, my son. I feel like we don't have to leave where we come in. I looked at my uncle with some suspicion, wondering if he had gone mad, even though, well thought, who knows if he was telling a great truth without knowing. We're going to lunch, he added. We went to my little promontory, after which I gave the guide his instructions, and there, with dried meat, biscuit and tea, we prepared an excellent lunch, one of the best, I must say, I have ever made in my life. The need, the air and the tranquility, after the past agitations, aroused in me a devouring appetite. During lunch, my uncle suggested that we calculate the place where we were at the time. I think it will be easy for us to calculate it, I said. Exactly, no, it is not easy, he replied. It is even materially impossible, because during the 3 days that the storm had lasted, I have not been able to take note of the speed and the course of the raft, but we can still estimate our position. Indeed, the last observation we made was on the islet of the geyser. On the islet of Axel, my son, do not renounce the honor of having given your name to the first island discovered within the earth's massif. Well, for on the islet of Axel we had traveled 270 leagues over the surface of the sea, and were more than 600 leagues from Iceland. Let us therefore start from this point, and count 4 days of stormy weather during which our speed must not have been less than 80 leagues every 24 hours. So I think we would have to add 300 leagues, from which we deduce at once that the Lidenbrock Sea measures about 600 leagues from one shore to another. You see, Axel, that can compete in extension with the Mediterranean. Yes, I think so. Especially if we crossed it in a transverse direction, which is very possible. And the most curious thing I add that if our calculations are accurate, we are at this moment under the Mediterranean. Really? No doubt, because we are 900 leagues from Reykjavik. Here is a nice journey, my son, but we cannot say that we are under the Mediterranean, and not Turkey or the Atlantic, except in case our course has not been altered. No, I do not believe it. The wind seemed constant, and I think therefore that this coast must be situated to the southeast of Port Grauben. That's easy to check by consulting the compass. Let's see it right away. The teacher went towards the rock on which Hans had laid all the instruments. He was happy and content, rubbing his hands and adopting study postures. He looked like a bullseye. I followed him with great curiosity to know if I had been wrong in my calculations. When he reached the rock, my uncle took the compass, placed it horizontally and observed the needle, which, after having swung, stopped in a fixed position under the influence of magnetism. My uncle looked carefully, then rubbed his eyes, looked again, and turned to me, stunned. "What's wrong?" I asked him. Then he signaled me to examine the instrument. A surprised exclamation escaped from my lips. The needle marked the north where we supposed the south was. The lily blooming looked towards the beach instead of heading towards the sea. I moved the compass and examined it carefully, making sure that it had not suffered the slightest defect. In any position the needle would immediately take the unexpected direction. So there was no doubt. During the storm, the wind had rolled unnoticed and pushed the raft to the beaches my uncle thought he had left behind. Chapter 37. It would be impossible for me to describe the series of feelings that agitated Professor Lidenbrock. Astonishment, first, disbelief, then, and finally anger. I had never seen a man so displeased at first, so irritated afterwards. The fatigue of the journey, the dangers encountered in it, all was useless. It was necessary to start again. We had gone back a point of departure. But my uncle came to his senses at once. "Ah!" exclaimed "So fate plays such tricks on me. So the elements conspire against me. So air, fire, and water combine their efforts to oppose my step. Well, it will be seen of what my will is capable. I will not yield, I will not back a line, and we will see who can more, if the nature or man. Standing on the rock, threatening, angry, Otto Lidenbrock, like the indomitable Ajax, seemed to defy the gods. But I thought it was appropriate to intervene and restrain that senseless ardor. Listen to you, uncle, I said to him with an energetic voice. There is a limit on earth for all ambitions, and one should not fight against the impossible. We are not well prepared for a voyage by sea. 500 leagues are not easily traveled on a bad raft, with a blanket for sail and my weak staff for mast, and having to fight against the unleashed winds. We cannot rule our raft, we are the plaything of storms, and only fools can think of trying this impossible journey a second time. For 10 minutes I was able to develop this series of arguments, all of them refutable, without being interrupted, but this was because, absorbed by other ideas, my uncle did not hear a word of my argument. To the raft, he exclaimed suddenly. And this was the only answer I got. Though I begged and exasperated, I crashed against his will, more firm than granite. Hans had just repaired the raft. It seemed entirely that this strange individual guessed my uncle's thoughts. With some Surturbrand strokes he had consolidated the artifact, which already held a sail with floating folds played by the breeze. The teacher spoke a few words to the guide, and he immediately began to take the ship and arrange everything for departure. The atmosphere was clear, and the wind held on from the northeast. What could I do? Fight 2 against 1? The if only Hans had been on my side, but no. It seemed as if the Icelander had stripped himself of every trait of personal will and made a vow of consecration to my uncle. Nothing could be obtained from a server so addicted to his master. It was necessary to follow them. I was about to take my usual place on the raft, when the teacher stopped me with his hand. We will not leave until tomorrow, he said. I adopted the attitude of indifference of a man who resigned himself to everything. I must forget nothing, he added, and since fate has driven me to this part of the coast, I will not leave it without having recognized it. For the understanding of this remark, it would be good to note that we had returned to the northern coasts, but not to the same place as on our first departure. Port Gräuben should be located further west. Nothing more reasonable, therefore, than to examine carefully the surroundings of that new landing point. Let's practice the discovery, I exclaimed. And we both set out, leaving Hans to his duties. The space before the line where the waves and the foothills of the cliff were exhaling was quite wide, and it could be calculated in half an hour the time needed to travel through it. Our feet crushed countless conchyllas of all shapes and sizes, belonging to the animals of primitive times. We also found enormous shells, whose diameter was often more than 15 feet, which had belonged to the gigantic Glyptodonians of the Pliocene period, of which the modern turtle is only a small reduction. The ground was sown, besides a great quantity of stone debris, species of pebbles rounded by the work of the waves and arranged in successive lines, which made me deduce that the sea should, at one time, occupy that space. On the scattered rocks, now out of reach, the waves had left obvious signs of their passage. This could explain, to some extent, the existence of that ocean 40 leagues below the surface of the globe. But in my opinion, that body of water was to be lost little by little in the bowels of the earth, and it came, evidently, from the waters of the ocean which had made their way there through some rift. However, it had to be admitted that this crack was currently plugged, because otherwise the whole of that immense cavern would have been filled in a very short time. Perhaps the same water, having had to fight against the underground fires, had evaporated in part, and this was the explanation of those clouds suspended above our heads and of the production of electricity that created such violent storms inside the Earth's massif. This explanation of the phenomena we had witnessed seemed satisfactory to me because, no matter how great the wonders of nature, there are always physical reasons that can explain them. We were walking on a sort of sedimentary terrain, formed by the waters, like all the terrains of this period, so widely distributed over the entire surface of the globe. The professor carefully examined all the interstices in the rocks, probing with keen interest the depth of every hole he found. We had sailed for a mile along the beaches of the sea at Lidenbrock, when the ground suddenly changed its appearance. He seemed moved, disturbed by a violent jolt of the lower layers. In many places, the sinkholes and protrusions revealed a powerful dislocation of the earth massif. We were moving with difficulty over those fragrances of granite, mixed with silica, quartz, and alluvium deposits, when our sight discovered a vast plain covered with skeletons. It seemed an immense cemetery where the eternal spoils of generations of 20 centuries were confused. High piles of debris extended, like a wavy sea, to the last limits of the horizon, getting lost in the mists. There was accumulated, in a space of about 3 square miles, all the life of animal history, which has hardly begun to be written on the too recent grounds of the inhabited world. An impatient curiosity attracted us, however. Our feet crushed with a dry noise the remains of those prehistoric animals, those fossils whose rare to interesting remains would be disputed in museums and large cities. The lives of 1,000 Kavaris would not have been enough to reconstruct the skeletons of organic beings crammed into that magnificent ossuary. I was stunned. My uncle had raised his huge arms towards the thick vault that served as heaven. His mouth was wide open, his eyes were blinking under the glasses, his head was moving in all directions, and his whole attitude was one of boundless wonder. There was a priceless collection of lepidopterygos, merycoterios, mastodontes, protopithecos, pterodactyls, and all the antediluvian monsters accumulated there for their personal satisfaction. Imagine a passionate bibliophile suddenly transported to the famous library of Alexandria, burned by Omar, and that a miraculous miracle would have made him rise from his ashes, and you will have an idea of the mood of Professor Lidenbrock. But his astonishment was greatest when, running through that volcanic dust, he lifted a skull from the ground and exclaimed with a trembling voice, "Axel! Axel, Axel! A human head! A human head, uncle!" I replied, no less surprised. "I did, nephew." "Ah, Mr. Milne Edwards." "Yes, Lord of Cataphages, what a pity you are not here where I am, the humble Otto Lidenbrock." Chapter 38. To understand this evocation addressed by my uncle to the illustrious French sages, it is necessary to know that, shortly before our departure, a fact of transcendental importance for paleontology had taken place. On March 28, 1863, workers excavating the Moulin-Quignon quarry near Abbeville in the Somme department of France under the direction of Mr. Boucher de Perdas found a human jaw at a depth of 14 feet. It was the first fossil of this kind to be brought to light. Beside it, stone axes and carved silica were found, colored and coated over time with a kind of uniform varnish. This discovery made a big noise, not only in France but also in Germany and England. Several sages of the French Institute, the Lords of Cataphages and Milne Edwards among others, took the matter very seriously, proved the unquestionable authenticity of the bone in question, and were the most ardent defenders of the jaw process, according to the English expression. To the geologists of the United Kingdom, Falconer, Busk, Carpenter, etc., who admitted the fact as true, the German sages joined in, and my uncle Lidenbrock stood out among them for his warmth and enthusiasm. The authenticity of a human fossil from the Quaternary period seemed, therefore, indisputably proved and admitted. It is true that this system had an adversary in Monsieur Elias de Beaumont, a sage of well-established authority, who maintained that the land of Moulin-Quignon did not belong to the Diluvium but to a less ancient layer, and according to this particular agreement with Cuvier, he did not admit that the human species had been contemporary of the animals of the Quaternary era. My uncle Lidenbrock, according to the great majority of geologists, had remained in his tread, holding numerous controversies and disputes, while Lord Elias de Beaumont was left almost alone on the opposite side. We knew all the details of the matter, but we did not know that since our departure he had made further progress on the question. Other identical jaws, though belonging to individuals of different types and from different nations, were found in the light and grey lands of certain caves in France, Switzerland and Belgium, as well as weapons, tools, utensils and bones of children, adolescents, adults, and the elderly. The existence of the Quaternary man was thus affirmed more and more every day. But this was not alone. New exhumed remains of the Pliocene Tertiary soil had allowed other more daring sages to assign to the human race of very remote antiquity. It is true that these remains were not the bones of man, but products of his industry, such as tibias and femurs of fossil animals, regularly striated, sculpted, so to speak, and bearing evident signs of human work. Man, therefore, ascended in a single leap on the scale of time a great number of centuries. He was before the mastodon, and contemporary of the Elephas meridionalis, had, in a word, 100,000 years of existence, because this is the age assigned by the most famous geologists to the formation of the Pliocene soils. Such was the state of paleontological science at that time, and what we knew about it was sufficient to explain our attitude in the presence of that ossuary of the Sea of Lidenbrock. One can easily understand the joy and astonishment of my uncle, especially when, 20 steps ahead, he found before him a specimen of the quaternary man. It was a perfectly recognizable human body. Had it been preserved for so many centuries by a soil of special nature, like that of the cemetery of Saint-Michel in Bordeaux? I cannot say, but that body of smooth, unflinched skin, with the limbs still juicy at least to the sight dash, with the teeth intact, the hair abundant and the nails of the feet and hands prodigiously long, presented itself before our eyes as it had lived. My voice was silent at the appearance of a being from another age so remote. My uncle, so talkative and argumentative as usual, also became muted. We lifted up that corpse, straightened it afterwards. We felt his rumbling torso, and he seemed to stare at us with his empty orbits. After a few moments of silence, the professor overcame the uncle. Otto Lidenbrock, letting his temper run away, forgot the circumstances of our journey, the environment in which we were, the immense cave that sheltered us, and believing no doubt in the Johanneum, giving a lecture to his disciples, said in doctoral tone, addressing an imaginary audience, "Gentlemen, I have the honor to present a man from the quaternary era. Great sages have denied its existence, and others, no less illustrious, have affirmed and defended it. If the St. Thomas of paleontology were here, they would touch it with their finger and be forced to admit their error. I know very well that science must guard against such discoveries. I am not unaware of the iniquitous exploitation of fossil men by the Barnums and other charlatans of their own kind. I know perfectly well the story of Ajax's kneecap, of the supposed corpse of Orestes, found by the Spartans, and of the 10 cubits long corpse of Asterius, of which Pausanias speaks. I have read the memoirs concerning the skeleton of Trapani, discovered in the 14th century, in which it was believed to recognize Polyphemus, and the story of the giant exiled during the 16th century in the surroundings of Palermo. You know, as well as I do, the analysis carried out near Lucerne in 1577 of the great bones which the famous physician Felix Plater said belonged to a giant of 19 feet. I have devoured the treatises of Cassanian, and all the memoirs, brochures, speeches and counter-discourses published about the skeleton of the king of the Cimbrians, Teutobochus, the invader of Gaul, exhumed in 1613 from a sandal of the Dauphiné. In the 15th century he would have fought with Pedro Campet against the existence of Stutcher's preadamites. I have in my hands the paper entitled Gigans. Here the peculiar defect of my uncle reappeared, who when speaking in public could not pronounce the difficult names. The script he continued entitled Gigans. But it got stuck again. Gigantio. Imposable. El enredado vocablo no quería salir. How much they would have laughed at the poor teacher in the Johannean. Gigantos theology, finally concluded Professor Lidenbrock, between two terrible oaths. And then, cheering, he continued, "Yes, gentlemen, I do not ignore any of that. I also know that Cuvier and Blumenbach have recognized in these skeletons simple bones of mammoth and other animals from the quaternary period. But in the present case, doubt would be an insult to science. There is the corpse. You can see it, touch it. It is not a skeleton, but an intact corpse, preserved only for an anthropological purpose." I did not want to contradict this assertion. "If I could wash it in a solution of sulfuric acid," added the professor, "I would remove all the earthy parts and those glowing conchylas embedded in it. But I do not possess the precious solvent at this time. However, this corpse, as you see it now, will tell us its story." The professor then took the fossil corpse, handling it with the skill of those who are engaged in showing curiosities. "You see," he continued, "he is not 6 feet tall, and we are therefore at a great distance from the alleged giants. As far as the race to which it belongs is indisputably Caucasian, the white race, ours. The skull of this fossil is regularly ovoid, without excessive development of the cheekbones, nor an exaggerated advance of the jaw. It does not show any sign of pragmatism that changes the facial angle. Measure this angle, and you will find that it has about 90 degrees, but to go even further in the path of inferences, and I would venture to affirm that this human specimen belongs to the family which extends from India to the borders of Western Europe. You don't smile, gentlemen. No one smiled. But it was such a custom that the teacher had to see everyone smile during his wise lectures. Yes, he continued, feeling animated again. It is a fossil man and contemporary of the mastodons whose bones fill this amphitheater. But I will not dare to tell you how they came here. In what way those layers where they lay have slipped into this enormous cave of the globe. Certainly, in the Quaternary period, there were still considerable disturbances in the Earth's crust. The continuous cooling of the globe produced cracks, paths, and crevices through which a part of the upper ground was probably drained. This does not mean that I support this theory, but the fact is that here we have man, surrounded by the works of his own hand, those axes, those carved silica, which have constituted the Stone Age, and unless he has not come as me, as a hiker, as a cultivator of science, I cannot question the authenticity of its remote origin. The teacher muted and my hands broke in unanimous applause. On the other hand, my uncle was right, and others rather wiser than his nephew would have had to try their clothes before trying to fight him. Another clue. That fossilized corpse was not the only one in that immense ossuary. With each step we took, we found new ones, so that my uncle had to choose the most wonderful specimen to convince the unbelievers. To tell the truth, it was an amazing spectacle that those generations of men and animals confused in that cemetery offered. But we had a serious question that we did not dare to solve. Those animated beings, had they slipped by a concussion of the ground to the beaches of the Sea of Lidenbrock when already turned into dust, or lived there, in that underground world under that fantastic sky, born and dying like the inhabitants of the Earth's surface? Until then, only the fish and sea monsters had been presented to us alive. Would any man from the abyss still wander by those deserted beaches? Chapter 39. Our feet continued to beat for half an hour, even those layers of bones. We advanced driven by a burning curiosity. What other wonders and treasures for science did that cave contain? My gaze was prepared for all surprises, and my imagination for all astonishments. The shores of the sea had long since disappeared behind the hills of the ossuary. The reckless teacher was too far away from me without fear of getting lost. We walked silently bathed in electric waves, by a phenomenon that I cannot explain, and thanks to its diffusion, which was then complete, the light illuminated in a uniform way the various surfaces of the objects. As it did not emanate from any focus located at a particular point in space, it produced no shadow effect. Everything happened as if we were in the middle of the day and in the summer, in the middle of the equatorial regions, under the vertical rays of the sun. All the vapors had disappeared. The rocks, distant mountains, some confused masses of remote jungles took on a strange aspect under the even distribution of the luminous fluid. We were like the fantastic character of Hoffmann who lost his shadow. After a mile-long march, we reached the edge of an immense jungle, which was nothing like the mushroom forest near Port Grauben. We were contemplating the vegetation of the Tertiary period in all its magnificence. Large palm trees, of now extinct species, superb guanos, pines, yews, cypresses, and yuccas represented the family of conifers, and were linked together by an inextricable network of bejucos. A carpet of moss and liver covered the earth. Some streams were murmuring under those shadows, if such a name can be applied to them, since in reality there was no shadow. Tree ferns grew along its margins, similar to those that grow in the greenhouses of the inhabited world. Only color was missing from those trees, shrubs, and plants, deprived of the vivifying heat of the sun. Everything was mixed in a uniform, brownish and withered tint. The leaves had no natural greenery, and the flowers, so abundant in that tertiary age which saw them born, without color or perfume at that time, seemed to be made of paper discolored by the action of light. My uncle Lidenbrock ventured under those gigantic jungles. I followed him not without a certain apprehension, since nature had accumulated an abundant plant food there, who assured us that there were no formidable mammals inside. He saw in the wide clearings left by the trees, which had been destroyed and eaten by the action of time, leguminous plants, acerola, rubraceae, and 1,000 other edible species, coveted by ruminants of all periods. Then the trees of the most diverse regions of the globe appeared confused and intermixed. The oak tree grew beside the palm, the Australian eucalyptus leaned on the Norwegian fir, The northern birch entwined its branches with those of the Zealand kauris. There was enough reason to confuse the reason of the most ingenious classifiers in terrestrial botany. Suddenly, I stopped and looked at my uncle. The diffuse light allowed to distinguish the smallest objects in the depth of the jungle. I had thought to see. No! I actually saw with my eyes immense shadows waving under the trees. They were indeed gigantic animals. A whole herd of mastodons, not fossil but alive, similar to those whose remains were discovered in 1801 in the swamps of Ohio. He looked at those monstrous elephants, whose trunks moved among the trees like a legion of snakes. He heard the noise of their long tusks, whose ivory pierced the old trunks. The branches were creaking, and beech trees, plucked in huge quantities, disappeared through the immense jaws of those enormous monsters. The dream in which he had seen the whole world reborn from prehistoric times, from the ternary and quaternary ages, took real form. And we were there, alone, in the bowels of the globe, at the mercy of its fierce inhabitants. My uncle looked astonished. "Let's go," he said suddenly, holding my arm. "Forward! Forward!" "No," I exclaimed. "We lack weapons. What would we do in the middle of that herd of gigantic quadrupeds? Come on, man, come on!" No human creature could defy the wrath of those monsters with impunity. No human creature, my uncle replied in a low voice. "You're deceiving yourself, Axel. Look! Look there, it seems to me that I see a living being and being like us. A man." I looked, shrugging my shoulders, determined to carry my unbelief to the last limits. But I had no choice but to surrender to the evidence. Indeed, less than a quarter of an hour, leaning on the trunk of a huge kauris, a human being, a Proteus from those underground regions, a new son of Neptune, was grazing that innumerable herd of mastodons. In manis pecoris custos in manier ipsi. Yes. In manier ipsi, it was no longer the fossil being whose corpse we had raised in the ossuary, but a giant capable of imposing his will on those monsters. His height was over 12 feet. His head, the size of a buffalo, disappeared among the thickets of an uncultivated hair, of a mane of crines similar to that of the elephants of the primitive ages. He was blandly in his hand an enormous trunk, worthy of that antediluvian shepherd. We had been motionless, stunned. We could be discovered at any moment. We had to flee. "Come you! Come you! Come you!" I exclaimed, pulling my uncle, who for the first time had to be dragged. A quarter of an hour later, we were out of sight of that formidable enemy. And now that I think about it with tranquility, now that the calm has reappeared in my spirit, and months have passed since this strange and supernatural encounter, what should I think? What should I believe? Oh no! It's impossible. We have been toys of a hallucination of the senses. Our eyes did not see what they thought they saw. We were there as no man in that underworld. There inhabits those lower caverns of the globe a human generation, which does not suspect the existence of the inhabitants of the surface nor meets them in communication. It's folly! Madness! I prefer to admit the existence of some animal whose structure is similar to that of man, of some enormous ape from the first geological epochs, of some Protopithecus, of some Mesopithecus similar to the one Mr. Lartet discovered in the bone bed of Sanson. However, the size of the one we saw exceeded all the measurements given by modern paleontology. But no matter, he was a monkey. Yes, a monkey, however unlikely. But a man, a living man, and with him an entire generation buried in the bowels of the earth, is utterly impossible. Never. Meanwhile, we had left the clear and luminous jungle, silent of wonder, overwhelmed under the weight of a stupor Rihanna in the ugliness. We ran with our wrath. It was a real flight, like those terrible drags that we think we suffer in certain nightmares. Instinctively we were heading towards the Lidenbrock Sea, and I do not know in what divagations my spirit would have lost its way, except for a concern which led me to more practical observations. Although I was sure to tread a ground which never crossed my steps, I often noticed certain groups of rocks whose shape reminded me of those of Port Grouben. Sometimes there was reason to be wrong. Hundreds of streams and waterfalls were jumping between the rocks. It seemed to me that I saw the Cape of Surderbrand, our faithful Hansbach, and the grotto in which I had come back to life. A few steps further, the arrangement of the foothills of the mountain, the appearance of a owl, the surprising profile of a rock came to plunge me again into a cloud of doubt. The teacher shared in my indecision. He could not orient himself in the midst of that uniform panorama. I understood it by some words that had to escape him. Of course, I said to him, we have not returned to our starting point, but there is no doubt that, by circumnavigating the beach, we will approach Puerto Robin. In that case, my uncle replied, it is useless to continue this exploration, and I think it best that we return to the raft. But aren't you mistaken, Axel? It is difficult to give a categorical answer, because all these rocks resemble each other. I think I recognize, however, the promontory at whose foot Hans built the artifact on which we have crossed the ocean. We must meet near the small port. If it is not this one, I added by examining a surgeon arrow that I thought I recognized. No, Axel, said my uncle, we would find our own footprints, at least, and I see nothing. Well, I do, I exclaimed, throwing myself on an object that shone on the sand. What is that? Look at you, I exclaimed, showing my uncle a dagger that had just been picked up. Calm down, said the latter. Did you bring that gun with you? Not certainly. I suppose you brought it. No, as far as I know. It's the first time I've seen such an object. Same thing for me, uncle. It's so strange. No, by the way, it is extremely simple. The Icelanders usually carry this kind of weapons with them, and this one belongs without doubt to our guide, who has lost it on this beach, to Hans. My uncle said with an accent of doubt, shaking his head. Then he examined the gun carefully. Axel, he told me at last with a grave accent, this dagger is a 16th century weapon. A real dagger of which the knights carried to the waist to strike the enemy's death. It is of Spanish origin, and has belonged neither to Hans nor to you nor to me. How? Do you mean? Behold, if it had been sunk into the throat of a human being it would not have been so bruised. The leaf is covered with a layer of rust which does not date from a day nor a year nor a century. The teacher was encouraged, as usual, by his imagination. Axel, he continued, we are on the true path of great discovery. This dagger has been abandoned on the sand for a period of 100, 200, 300 years, and it has cracked against the rocks of this underground sea. But he will not have come alone, nor will he have become self-flagellated, I exclaimed. Someone will have preceded us. Yes. A man. And that man, who was it? That man has engraved his name with this dagger. He's a man of the United States. That man has once again wanted to point us, with his own hand, the way of the center of the earth. Let's find him. Let's find him. Driven by a lively interest, we began to walk the high wall, carefully examining the most insignificant cracks that could be beginning of some gallery. In this way we reached a place where the beach was cramped, and the sea almost bathed the foothills of the cliff, leaving no more than a step than a toes at most wide. Between two advanced protrusions of the rock, we then found the entrance to a dark tunnel, and in one of these granite rocks they discovered our eyes, astonished, two mysterious letters, half erased already, the two initials of the intrepid and fantastic explorer, A.S. exclaimed my uncle. Arn Saknussemm. Always Arn Saknussemm. Chapter 40. From the beginning of that rugged journey I had experienced so many surprises, that I thought nothing in the world could amaze me anymore. And yet, before those two letters, engraved 3 centuries ago, I fell into a daze close to stupidity. Not only did I read the signature of the wise alchemist on the rock, but I had in my hands the stylus with which it was engraved. Unless he acted in bad faith, he could not question the existence of the traveler and the reality of his journey. While these reflections were bubbling in my mind, Professor Lidenbrock was drawn into a somewhat dithyrambic approach in praise of Arn Saknussemm. "O wonderful genius!" exclaimed, "you have not forgotten any of the details that could open to other mortals the ways of the earth's crust, and so your fellow men can find, after 3 centuries, the traces that your plants left in the midst of these dark underground. Do you have reserved for others other than your own the contemplation of such strange wonders? Your name, engraved from stage to stage, leads the traveler with sufficient audacity to follow you straight to his destination, and in the very center of our planet will also be your name, written by your own hand. Well, I will also go to sign with my hand this last granite page, that, from this very moment, this cape, seen by you, by this sea also discovered by you, may be called forever the Cape Saknussemm. These were, little by little, the words that his lips pronounced, and upon hearing them I felt overwhelmed by the enthusiasm that breathed in them. I felt a new force reborn in my chest. I forgot the sufferings of the journey and the dangers of the return. What another man had done I also wanted to do, and nothing that was human seemed impossible to me. Go! Go! I exclaimed full of enthusiasm, and I was about to go into the dark gallery, when the teacher stopped me, and he, the man of enthusiasm, advised me patience and cold-bloodedness. Let us go back, I said, to find our faithful Hans, and bring the raft to this place. I obeyed this command, not without a contradiction, and slipped quickly through the rocks of the beach. Truly, uncle, I said as we walked, that all circumstances have so far favored us. Ah, do you think so, Axel? Of no kind, no doubt. Even the storm has brought us to the true way. Bless the storm that has returned us to this coast from where the bonanza would have driven us away. Suppose for a moment that our bow, the bow of the raft, had come to run aground on the southern shores of the Lidenbrock Sea. What would have become of us? Our eyes would not have stumbled upon the name of Saknussemm, and we would now be left on a beach with no way out. Yes, Axel, it is providential that we have sailed south and reached north to the Cape Saknussemm. It is surprising, I must confess, and there is a fact here whose explanation I do not know at all. Bah! What does it matter? What we must try to do is to take advantage of the facts, not explain them. No doubt, my son, but we will once again take the road leading to the north, to pass again below the northern countries of Europe, Sweden, Russia, Siberia, what do I know? Instead of swallowing ourselves under the deserts of Africa or the wings of the ocean, of which I don't want to hear any more. Yes, Axel, you are right, and everything has come to our advantage, since we are going to leave this sea which, because of its horizontality, could not lead us to the desired place. Let's go down again, to go down without rest, to always go down. You know that to reach the center of the globe, we only have to cross 1,500 leagues. Bah, exclaimed I, it's not really worth talking about that smallness. Let's go. Let's go. This senseless dialogue was still going on when we met the hunter. Everything was ready for the immediate departure. All the packages had been shipped. We took a seat on the raft, and once the sail was hoisted, we sailed, shuffling the coast, at the request of Corporal Saknussemm, bearing Hans the helm. The wind was not favorable for that device that could not fit it, so in many places we had to advance with the help of the iron poles. Often, the stones located on the edge of the water forced us to make important detours. Finally, after 3 hours of navigation, that is, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, we arrived at a place suitable for disembarkation. I jumped ashore, followed by my uncle and the Icelander. This journey did not diminish my enthusiasm. On the contrary, I even proposed to burn our ships in order to cut off our retreat, but my uncle opposed it. I found him very cold. At least I said, let's leave without a moment's delay. Yes, my son. But first let us examine this new gallery, to see if it is necessary to prepare the scales. My uncle set his Ruhmkorff apparatus in motion. We left the raft well moored to the shore, and we went, marching me to the head, to the mouth of the gallery, which was only 20 steps away from there. The opening, which was almost circular, had a diameter of about 5 feet. The dark tunnel was open in the living rock and carefully varnished by the eruptive matter to which it gave way. At another time its lower part was at ground level, so that it could be penetrated without difficulty. We were walking along an almost horizontal plane, when, after 6 steps, our march was interrupted by the interposition of a huge rock. "It damn rock!" I exclaimed with fury, when suddenly I was stopped by an impassable obstacle. As much as we looked right to left, up and down, we didn't take any steps, no bifurcation. I experienced a strong displeasure, and I was not resigned to admit the reality of the obstacle. I bent down, and looked under the rock without finding any interstice. Then I examined the top, and stumbled upon the same granite barrier. Hans moved the lamp light along the wall, but it did not show any continuity. It was necessary to give up all hope of discovering a step. I sat on the floor, while my uncle walked with great strides along that granite corridor. "But Saknussemm?" I exclaimed. "That's what I'm thinking," said my uncle. Would he be stopped by this stone door? No, no, I replied vividly. This rock must have blocked the entrance in a sudden way as a result of some seismic shock or one of those magnetic phenomena that still shake the Earth's surface. There have been long years between the return of Saknussemm and the fall of this stone. It is evident that this gallery has once been the path followed by lava, and that, at that time, eruptive materials circulated freely through it. Look, there are recent cracks that pierce this granite roof, built with traces of huge stones, as if the hand of some giant had worked in this obstruction. But one day, the push was stronger, and this block, like key to a vault that fails, slid to the ground, leaving the passage blocked. We are therefore faced with an accidental obstacle that Saknussemm did not find, and if we do not remove it, we are unworthy of reaching the center of the world. This was my language, as if the teacher's soul had been lodged in me entirely. I was inspired by the genius of discoveries. He forgot the past and despised the future. Nothing existed for me on the surface of the spheroid in whose bosom I had been engulfed. No cities, no fields, no Hamburg, no Königstrasse, nor my poor Grauben, who at that time was to think me forever lost in the bowels of the earth. Let us make our way with a strong force, said my uncle. Let us break down this wall with a hoe and a piquet. It is too hard for that, I exclaimed. Then, let's resort to gunpowder. Let's practice a mine and blow up the obstacle. The gunpowder. Yes, yes. Let's go, it's just about blowing up a piece of rock. Hands to work, Hans! Exclaimed my uncle. The Icelander returned to the bag and soon returned with a pick, which had to be used to open a small hole. It was not an easy job. The aim was to open a hole large enough to hold 50 pounds of cotton gunpowder, whose force is 4 times greater than that of ordinary gunpowder. I was in a state of terrible overexcitement. While Hans was working, I actively helped my uncle to prepare a long wick made of wet gunpowder and enclosed in a sort of cloth casing. We'll pass, I said. We'll pass, my uncle repeated. By midnight, our work on the Zappa was finished. The load of cotton powder had been laid in the hole, and the wick continued along the gallery until it came out, just missing a spark to trigger the explosion. Until tomorrow, said the professor then. It was necessary to resign and wait for 6 long hours. Chapter 41. The following Thursday, August 27th, was a famous date of that underground journey. I cannot remember it without the horror still making my heart beat. From that moment on, our reason, our judgment, and our ingenuity ceased to have any part in events, becoming mere toys of the phenomena of the earth. At 6 o'clock, we were already standing. The time was approaching to open our way through the Earth's crust by means of an explosion. I have asked for the honor of giving fire to mine. Once this is done, I should meet my companions on the raft that had not been unloaded, and we would immediately move away in order to avoid the dangers of the explosion, whose effects may not be limited to the interior of the massif. The fuse, according to our calculations, should take 10 minutes to communicate fire to the mine, so I had enough time to take refuge in the raft. I prepared, not without some emotion, to play my part. After a very quick lunch, my uncle and the hunter embarked, staying on the shore, provided with a lighted torch that should serve me to give fire to the wick. Go, my son, said the teacher. Set fire to the fireworks and return immediately. Be assured, uncle, that I will not linger in the way. I went straight to the opening of the gallery, opened the lantern and took the tip of the wick. The teacher had the stopwatch in his hand. Are you ready? He shouted to me. Ready, I answered him. Well then, fire, my son. Quickly I approached the flame, my tip of the wick that started to sizzle immediately, and running like an exhalation, I returned to the shore. Embark, my uncle said, we're going to unload. I jumped on board, and Hans, with a violent push, pushed us towards the sea, the raft moving away about 20 toasts. It was a moment of intense anxiety. The teacher did not take his eyes off the stopwatch hands. 5 minutes were missing, he said. 4. 3 to go. My pulse was beating violently. 2 to go. 1 to go. Fall, granite mountains. What happened then? It seems to me that I did not hear the sound of the detonation, but the shape of the rocks changed suddenly. It seemed as if a curtain had been drawn. I saw an unfathomable abyss open on the beach. The sea, like prey of a horrible vertigo. It became a huge wave, on which the bag rose almost perpendicular. We all collapsed. In less than a second, the light was extinguished, and we were immersed in the most terrible darkness. Then I felt that the point of support was missing, not my feet but the raft. I thought we were going to sink, but it was not so, fortunately. I would have wished to address my uncle, but the roar of the waves would have prevented him from hearing me. Despite the darkness, noise, surprise, and emotion, I understood what had just happened. On the other side of the rock we had blown up was an abyss. The explosion had caused a kind of earthquake in that cracked ground. The abyss had opened and turned into a torrent, dragging us towards it. I considered myself lost. An hour, 2 hours, what do I know? They passed like this. We entwined our arms, leaning strongly with our hands so as not to be thrown off the raft. Extreme violent shocks occurred whenever the wall was hit. These collisions, however, were rare, from which I deduced that the gallery widened considerably. That was, no doubt, the way of Saknussemm. But instead of descending alone, we had dragged a whole sea with us, thanks to our recklessness. It will be well understood that these ideas assailed my mind in a vague and obscure way. It took me much work to associate them during that vertiginous race which seemed to fall. Judging by the air that was whipping my face, our speed must have been higher than the fastest trains. It was impossible to light a torch in such conditions, and our last electrical apparatus had been destroyed at the time of the explosion. So, my surprise was great when I suddenly saw a light shining beside me, which illuminated the countenance of Hans. The skilled hunter had managed to light the lantern, and though his flame wavered, threatening to go out, he cast some glimmers into that dreadful darkness. The gallery was wide, as I had imagined. Our insufficient light did not allow us to see its two walls at once. The slope of the waters that carried us exceeded that of the most insurmountable rapids in America. Its surface seemed to be formed by a beam of liquid arrows, thrown with extreme violence. There is no other comparison that could better express my idea. The raft sometimes ran around, on the impulse of certain whirlpools. When he approached the walls of the gallery, the lantern approached them, and its light allowed me to appreciate the speed that we carried by seeing that the protrusions of the rocks drew continuous lines, so that we were, apparently, locked in a network of moving lines. I calculated that our speed must be 30 leagues per hour. My uncle and I looked at each other with anxiety, holding on to the remaining piece of mast, for at the time of the explosion it had been broken in two. We marched with our backs turned in the air, so that we would not be choked by the speed of a movement that no human power could counter. The hours, meanwhile, passed, and the situation did not change until a new incident came to complicate it. As I tried to arrange the cargo a little, I saw that most of the objects composing our impediment had disappeared at the moment of the explosion, when we were wrapped by the sea. I wanted to know exactly what to do with the resources we had, and with the flashlight in hand, I started to count. Of our instruments, only the compass and the chronometer remained. The scales and ropes were reduced to a piece of cable wrapped around the mast piece. There was no hoe, a pick or hammer, and oh irreparable misfortune, we had no provisions for more than one day. I set to record the gaps of the raft, the most insignificant corners formed by the beams and joints of the boards. But nothing. Our provisions consisted only of a piece of dried meat and some biscuits. I was left as if alilado, not wanting to understand, and well looked at. Why worry about that danger? Even if we had enough food for months and even years, how to get out of the abyss that was dragging us that irresistible torrent? What to fear the tortures of hunger when I was already threatened with death in so many other ways? Did we have time to die of starvation? Yet, by an inexplicable rarity of imagination, I forgot the immediate dangers before the threats of the future that would be shown to me with all their dreadful horror. Moreover, could we not escape the raging torrent and return to the surface of the globe? How? I do not know. Where? What the place was not the case. A probability against 1,000 is not always a probability, whereas death by starvation leaves us not even an atom of hope. It occurred to me to tell my uncle everything, to show him the helplessness in which we were, and to make the exact calculation of the time that we had left to live, but I had the courage to keep quiet. I wanted her to remain calm. At that moment, the light of the lantern gradually weakened until it completely died out. The wick was consumed to the end. Darkness became absolute again. There was no longer to dream of being able to fade their impenetrable darkness. We had one torch left, but it would have been impossible to keep it lit. Then I closed my eyes like a little child, not to see the darkness. After a considerable period of time, our fast-paced race doubled in speed. The greater force with which air whipped my face, I was to notice. The slope of the waters became ever greater. I really think we were falling rather than sliding. The impression I felt was that we were falling almost vertically. My uncle's hands and Hans' hands, clinging to my arms, held me with vigor. Suddenly, after a time-space I cannot specify, we felt like a shock. The raft had not stumbled upon any hard body, but had stopped suddenly in its fall. A water spout, an immense liquid column, fell on it. I felt suffocated. I was drowning. This momentary flood did not last, however, for long. After a few seconds I found myself back in the open air, who breathed avidly into my lungs. My uncle and Hans were squeezing my arms almost to breaking, and the three of us were still on top of the raft. Chapter 42. I reckon that it would be 10 o'clock at night. The first of my senses to come back to function after the dive was my ear. I heard almost immediately, for it was a true act of hearing. I heard, I repeat, the silence in the gallery be restored, replacing the roars that for many hours stunned my ears. At last my uncle's voice came to me like a whisper, saying, "We go up." "What do you mean?" I exclaimed. "We go up, yes, we go up." Then I stretched out my arm, touched the wall with my hand and pulled it back bloody. We went up, indeed, with a frightening speed. The torch, exclaimed the professor. Hans, not without difficulty, finally managed to light it, and although the flame of the light was directed from top to bottom, as a result of the ascending movement, it produced enough clarity to illuminate the whole scene. "Everything happens as I had imagined," said my uncle. "We are in a narrow well measuring only 4 toests in diameter. After reaching the bottom of the abyss, the water regains its natural level and lifts us up with it. Where? I do not know at all, but it is necessary to be prepared for all events. We climb at a speed that I calculate in 2 toises per second, or 120 toises per minute, to more than 3.5 leagues per hour. At this pace, it is far ahead of the road. Yes, if nothing stops us, if you have exit this well. But if it is clogged, if the air is compressed slowly under the enormous pressure of the water column, we will be crushed." "Axel," the professor replied with great serenity, "the situation is almost desperate, but there are still some hopes of salvation, which I am examining. If it is very true that at every moment we can perish, it is no less so that at every moment we can also be saved. Let us, therefore, be in a position to take advantage of the lesser circumstances." "But what can we do?" "Prepare our forces by eating." Upon hearing these words, I looked at my uncle with frightened eyes. It was time to say what I had wanted to hide. "Eat?" I repeated. "Yes, right now." The teacher added some words in Danish. "How?" my uncle exclaimed. "Were the provisions lost?" "Yes, here is all that remains for us, a piece of cecina for the 3. My uncle looked at me without wanting to understand my words. "How about?" I asked Dash. "Do you still think we can save ourselves?" My question was not answered. Another hour passed and I began to experience a violent hunger. My companions also suffered, although none of the 3 dared to touch that miserable remnant of food. Meanwhile, we were climbing without ceasing with terrible speed. Sometimes we lacked breath, like the aeronauts when they ascend with excessive speed, but if they feel a cold more intense the higher the height at which they rise in the aerial regions, we experienced an absolutely opposite effect. The temperature was growing in an unsettling way, and at that time it should not go below 40 degrees. What did this change mean? Until then, the facts had proved the theories of Davy and Lidenbrock right. Until then, the particular conditions of refractory rocks, electricity, magnetism, had modified the general laws of nature, providing us with a moderate temperature, because the central fire theory being, in my opinion, the only true, the only explainable. Were we then to penetrate into a medium in which these phenomena were carried out without any rigor, and in which the heat reduced the rocks to a complete state of fusion. So I feared it, and that's why I said to the professor, if we drown or crash, and if we do not starve to death, we always have the chance of being burned alive. But he was content to shrug, and again dizzy in his reflections. Another hour passed, and apart from a slight rise in temperature, no new incident came to change the situation. At last, my uncle broke the silence. Let's see, said I, need to take a side. Take a side? I replied. Yes, we must repair our strength. If we try to prolong our existence for a few hours, economizing on the rest of food, we will remain weak until the end. Yes, to the end, that will not be delayed. Well, if an opportunity to save us presents itself, where shall we find the strength to act, if we allow fasting to weaken us? And once we eat this piece of meat, what will we have left, uncle? Nothing, Axel, nothing. But will it feed you more by eating it with your eyes? Oh, your reasoning is that of a man without will, of a being without energy. But do you still have hope? I asked him, irritated. Yes, the professor replied firmly. How? Do you think there is some way of salvation? Yes, by the way. While the heart beats, while the flesh beats, I do not explain to me that a being endowed with will is dominated by despair. What admirable words! The man who uttered them in such critical circumstances possessed undoubtedly a rare courage. But I said, what do you intend to do? Eat the last of food to repair our lost strength? If it is written that this meal of ours shall be our last, let us have resignation. But at least, instead of being weary, we will return or be men. Let's eat then, I exclaimed. My uncle took the piece of meat and the few cookies saved from the wreck, made 3 equal parts, and distributed them. We were allocated, soon, 1 pound of food to each. The teacher ate with greed, with a kind of feverish enthusiasm. I without taste, despite my hunger, and almost with disgust. Hans, calmly, with moderation, to small bites that he chewed without noise and savored with the calm of a man who does not worry about the future. Well, I had found a gin-mediated pumpkin that offered us, and that charitable liquor managed to revive me a little. Vatraflig, Hans said, drinking on his turn. Excellent, my uncle replied. I had regained some hope, but our last meal had just finished. It was then 5 o'clock in the morning. Man's constitution is such that his health is a purely negative effect. Once the need to eat has been satisfied, it is difficult to imagine the horrors of hunger. One must experience them in order to understand them. As we came out of prolonged abstinence, some bites of cookie and meat triumphed over our past sorrows. However, after this banquet, each one gave himself to his reflections. What did Hans, the man from the far west, who possessed the fatalistic resignation of the Orientals, dream about? As far as I was concerned, my thoughts were filled with memories, and these led me to the surface of the globe, which I should never have left. The house of Königstrasse, my poor Grauben, the excellent Martha passed by like visions before my eyes, and in the gloomy noises that were transmitted through the granite massif, I thought to be surprised by the noise of the cities of the earth. As for my uncle, always holding to his idea, he examined with scrupulous attention the nature of the land. He tried to realize its situation, observing the superimposed layers. This calculation, or rather this assessment, could only be approximate for a sage who is always a sage when he manages to keep his cool head, and it must be admitted that Professor Lidenbrock possessed this quality to an unusual degree. I heard him murmur words of geological science, which were well known to me, and this was the cause of my interest in that supreme study, even with my regret. Eruptive granite, he said. We are still in the primitive age. But, as we ascend without ceasing, who knows yet? Who knows? He had not yet lost hope. He felt the vertical wall with his hand, and a few moments later continued, Here are the gneiss. Here are the micaskites. Well, soon the lands of the transition age will arrive, and then. What did the teacher mean? Could he measure the thickness of the Earth's crust suspended above our heads? Did he have any means to make such a calculation? No. It lacked the manometer, and mere appreciation could not replace its precious indications. However, the temperature was rising in a significant progression, and I felt myself drenched in sweat in the midst of a scorching atmosphere. It could only be compared to the heat emitted by a foundry's furnaces when casting is carried out. Slowly, Hans, my uncle, and I had been stripping our jackets and vests. The lightest garment caused great discomfort, not to say suffering. Did we go up to an incandescent light? I exclaimed, at a time when the heat was increasing. No, my uncle replied, it is impossible, impossible. I insisted, however, touching the wall, this wall burning. As I said this, my hand grazed the surface of the water and I had to remove it in a hurry. The water is burning, I exclaimed. The teacher responded this time only with a gesture of anger. An invisible terror then seized my mind and I was no longer able to be free of it. He foresaw a near catastrophe, as terrible as the boldest imagination could have imagined. An idea, uncertain and vague at first, was changed into certainty in my spirit. I rejected it, but returned with obstinacy again. I did not dare to make it, however. Some involuntary remarks made me acquire conviction. In the doubtful light of the torch, I noticed in the granite layers disordered movements. There was evidently going to be a phenomenon in which electricity played a role. Moreover, that excessive heat, that boiling water. I decided to watch the compass, but I was crazy. Chapter 43. Yes. I was crazy. The needle jumped from pole to pole with sudden jolts. It passed through all the points of the quadrant, and turned as if possessed by a vertigo. He knew that, according to the most accepted theories, the mineral crust of the globe is never in a state of absolute rest. The modifications caused by the decomposition of internal materials, the agitation produced by the great liquid currents, the action of magnetism, tend incessantly to shake it, although the beings scattered on its surface do not even suspect the existence of these agitations. So, by itself, this phenomenon would not have frightened me, or at least not made me conceive of such a terrible idea. But other facts, certain details sui generis, could not deceive me any longer. The detonations multiplied with a frightening intensity. I could only compare them with the noise that would produce a large number of cars dragged quickly on a rough cobblestone. It was a continuous thunder. Then the compass, crazed, shaken by electric phenomena, confirmed my opinion. The mineral crust threatened to break, the granitic massifs to gather, the void to fill up, the well to overflow, and we, poor atoms, we were to be crushed in that formidable compression. Uncle! I exclaimed. Now we are lost. What motivates your new terror? He replied with surprising calmness. What do you have? What's wrong with you? Oh, I don't have it. Observe the walls that are shaking, the massive that dislocates, the boiling water, the steaming that thickened, this needle that oscillates, this insufferable heat, all indications of such a huge earthquake. My uncle shook his head calmly. An earthquake, have you said? He asked me. Yes, certainly. No, my son, it seems to me that you are mistaken. How? Are these not the precursor signs of an earthquake? No. I expect something bigger. What do you mean? An eruption, Axel. An eruption. I exclaimed. Are we in the chimney of an active volcano? So I believe it, said the professor smiling, and in faith that is the best thing that could happen to us. The best thing that could happen to us. But then my uncle had gone mad. What was the meaning of his words? How to explain his smile? How? Exclaimed, we are enveloped in a volcanic eruption. Fatality has thrown us into the path of incandescent lava, of burning rocks, of boiling waters, of all eruptive matter. We will be repelled, expelled, thrown, vomited, thrown into space among huge rocks, in the midst of a rain of ashes and slag, wrapped in a whirlwind of flames, and yet you dare to say that it is the best thing that could happen to us. Yes, said the professor, looking over my glasses, because it is the only chance we have of returning to the surface of the earth. I gave up listing the 1,000 ideas that crossed my mind at that time. My uncle was absolutely right in everything, and never did he seem more daring or more convinced than when I waited and saw the fearful contingencies of an eruption coming calmly. Meanwhile, we continued to climb, not ceasing in the whole night our ascensional movement. The noise that surrounded us grew constantly. I felt almost suffocated, and was convinced that my last hour was approaching. However, the imagination is so rare that I gave myself to a series of truly childish reflections, but far from dominating my thoughts, I was subordinate to them. It was evident that we were going up, pushed by an eruptive flood. Under the raft there were boiling waters, and below them a lava paste, a conglomerate of rocks which, upon reaching the mouth of the crater, would scatter in all directions. We were, then, in the chimney of a volcano. About this, there was no doubt. But this time, it was not the Sneffels volcano already off, but another volcano in full activity. That's why I was scrambling my brains thinking what that mountain could be and where in the world we were going to be vomited. In the northern regions, certainly of no kind. Before the compass went mad, it had always indicated to us that we were marching north, and from Cape Saknussemm we had been drawn hundreds of leagues in this direction. Now, were we again under Iceland? Were we to be thrown out of the crater of Hekla, or from one of the 7 flaming mountains of the island? In a radius of 500 leagues to the west, I could see, under that parallel, only the little-known volcanoes of the northwest coast of America. To the east, there was only one at 80 degrees latitude on the Esk, on the island of Jan Mayen, not far from Spitsbergen. Craters were not lacking, indeed, and spacious enough to spew a whole army, but I intended to guess by which of them we would be thrown. At dawn, the ascending motion accelerated. The fact that heat increased, rather than decreased, as we approached the surface of the globe is explained by being local and due to volcanic influence. Our kind of locomotion could not leave in my mind the slightest doubt about this. A huge force, a force of several hundred atmospheres, generated by the vapors accumulated in the bosom of the earth, drove us with irresistible energy. But what countless dangers we were exposed to! They soon penetrated the vertical gallery, which was increasing in width, yellowish reflections, whose light distinguished right to left, deep corridors that resembled immense tunnels from which thick vapors escaped, and long tongues of fire licked their walls. "Look at you! Look at you, uncle!" I exclaimed. "Don't mind, they are sulphurous flames that are not missing in any eruption. But what if they wrap us? They won't wrap us up. But what if we choke? We will not suffocate. The gallery widens, and if necessary, we would abandon the raft to hide in some crack. What about water? What about the rising water? There is no more water, Axel, but a kind of lava paste that lifts us up to the mouth of the crater." Indeed, the liquid column had disappeared, being replaced by eruptive materials quite dense, but boiling. The temperature was unbearable, and a thermometer exposed in that atmosphere would have marked more than 70 degrees. The sweat flooded me, and if the ascent had not been so fast, we would have asphyxiated without doubt. The teacher did not insist on his intention to leave the raft, and he was right. That handful of badly joined boards offered a solid surface, a point of support that we would not have otherwise found. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, a new incident occurred. The sudden ascending movement ceased and the raft was completely immobile. "What is this?" I asked, shaken by that sudden stop which made me the effect of a crash. "A stop," my uncle replied. "Does the eruption calm down?" "I think not." I got up and tried to find out what was happening around us. Perhaps the raft, held by some protruding rock, was momentarily resisting the eruptive mass. In this case, it was necessary to hurry to free her as soon as possible from the stumbling block. But there was no obstacle. The column of ashes, slags and stones had stopped rising spontaneously. "Has the eruption stopped by chance?" I said. "Ah!" my uncle exclaimed, clenching his teeth. "If you are so afraid, calm down, my son. This calm cannot be prolonged. For 5 minutes it has lasted, and we will not delay in resuming our ascent towards the mouth of the crater." In speaking like this, the professor was constantly checking his chronometer, and he was not wrong in his predictions. Soon the raft acquired a fast and disorderly movement that lasted about 2 minutes and stopped again. "Well," my uncle said, looking at the time, "in 10 minutes we will be on our way again." 10 minutes? Yes. We are in a volcano of intermittent eruption, which lets us breathe at the same time as him. This is indeed the case. At just 10 minutes, we were pushed back with an amazing speed. It was necessary to hold on to the boards firmly in order not to be thrown off the raft. Then, the drive stopped again. Later I have reflected on this strange phenomenon, without being able to explain it satisfactorily. However, it seems obvious to me that we were not in the main chimney of the volcano, but in some accessible conduit where the phenomena which had effect on it reflected. It is not possible to say how many times this maneuver was repeated. What I can say is that, each time the movement was reproduced, we were fired with greater violence, receiving the impression of being thrown into a projectile. While we stood still, I suffocated, and during the ascents, the scorching air cut my breath. I thought for a moment of the immense pleasure of suddenly finding myself again in the hyperboreal regions at a temperature of 30 degrees below zero. My exalted imagination wanted the snow-covered plains of the Arctic regions, and longed for the moment to be able to roll over the icy carpet of the pole. My head, disturbed by such repeated shaking, was slowly lost, and had it not been for the vigorous arms of Hans, more than once I would have smashed my skull against the granite wall. I have not retained any precise memory of what happened during the following hours. I have a confused idea of continuous detonations, of the shaking of the granite massif, of the spinning movement that seized the raft, which swayed on the waves of lava, in the midst of a rain of ashes. It was enveloped by crackling flames. A gale, as if fired by a colossal fan, activated the underground fires. At last I saw the countenance of Hans, illuminated by the glare of a fire, and felt no more sense than the sinister horror of the man condemned to die tied to the muzzle of a cannon, at the moment when the shot comes out and scatters his limbs through the air. Chapter 44. When I opened my eyes again, I felt gripped by the waist by the vigorous hand of Hans, who with his other hand was also holding my uncle. I was not badly wounded, but bruised as if I had been beaten. I found myself lying on the slope of a mountain, 2 steps from an abyss into which I would have rushed at the slightest movement. Hans had saved me from death while I was rolling along the sides of the crater. "Where are we?" my uncle asked, giving signs of great irritation for having come to the surface of the earth. The hunter shrugged his shoulders to show his ignorance. "In Iceland?" I said. "Nay," replied Hans. "How can you not?" exclaimed the teacher. "Hans is deceiving himself," I said as I stood up. After the countless surprises of that trip, we were still in reserve for another new stupor. I expected to see in a cone covered with eternal snow, in the midst of the arid deserts of the northern regions, under the pale rays of a polar sky, beyond the highest latitudes. But against all my assumptions, my uncle, the Icelander, and I were lying in the middle of a steep mountain face, scorched by the burning of a scorching sun. Did not want to give credit to my eyes, but the real toasting that suffered my body left no doubt. We had come out of the crater half naked, and the shining star, whose favors we had not requested for the last 2 months, showed us lavish in light and heat, and enveloped us in waves of its splendid rays. When my eyes were accustomed to those glare, which they had become unaccustomed to, I used them to correct the errors of my imagination. At least I wanted to be in Spitzberg, and there was no way to convince me otherwise. The professor was the first to take the floor, saying, "Indeed, this landscape is nothing like those of Iceland." "What about the island of Jan Mayen?" I replied. "Neither, my son. This is not a volcano in the north, with its granite hills and snow cover. However, look, Axel, look, above our heads, at most 500 feet, a crater of a volcano opened, through which a high column of flames, mixed with pumice, ash and lava, escaped every quarter of an hour with a strong detonation." He felt the convulsions of the mountain, which breathed like whales, throwing fire and air from time to time through its enormous vents. Below, and by a very fast slope, the layers of eruptive matter fell to a depth of 700 or 800 feet, which gave for the volcano a height of less than 100 toises. Its base disappeared in a true forest of green trees, among which I distinguished olive trees, fig trees and vines laden with red grapes. It was necessary to confess that this was not the aspect of the Arctic regions. When the sight of that belt of greenery passed, it was quickly lost in the waters of a wonderful sea or lake, which made of that enchanted land an island barely a few leagues long. On the Levant side, there was a small port, preceded by some houses, in which several ships were swung in a special way at the impulse of the blue wings. Further out, from the liquid plain emerged so many islets, which resembled a vast anthill. To the west, distant coasts were seen on the horizon, protruding over some of those blue mountains of harmonious conformation, and over others, more remote still, a cone of prodigious height, at the top of which a plume of smoke agitated. To the north, there was a vast expanse of sea, which gleamed under the influence of the sun's rays, over which the tip of a mast or the convexity of a sail swollen by the wind could be seen from one stretch to another. The unanticipated of such a show still hundredfold its wonderful beauties. "Where are we? Where are we?" I repeated. Hans closed his eyes with indifference, and my uncle looked at him, hardly noticing anything. "Whatever this mountain is," he said at last, "it's quite hot. The explosions do not cease, and it would be worth having escaped the dangers of an eruption to receive the caress of a piece of rock on your head. Let us go down, and we will know what to take. On the other hand, I am dying of hunger and thirst." Decidedly, the teacher was not a contemplative spirit. As far as I was concerned, forgetting the toils and needs, I would have remained in that place for many hours yet, but I had to follow my companions. The slope of the volcano presented very fast slopes. We were sliding along real ash ravines, avoiding the lava flows that descended like fire snakes, and I, while conversing with volubility, because my imagination was too full of ideas, and it was necessary to give him some relief. "Are we in Asia?" I exclaimed. "On the coasts of India, on the islands of Malaysia, in the middle of Oceania? Have we crossed half the globe to get out of it by the antipodes of Europe?" "But what about the compass?" answered my uncle. "Yes, yes," he said, "trust the compass. To give credence to his directions, we would have always marched north. According to that, he has lied." "Oh, lied. Lied. And I have not been told lie to you. Unless this is the North Pole." "No. But it was an inexplicable fact. I didn't know what to think." Meanwhile, we were approaching that vegetable which both recreated the sight. I was tormented by hunger, as well as thirst. Fortunately, after 2 hours of walking, a beautiful countryside appeared before our eyes, entirely covered with olive trees, pomegranates, and vines that seemed to belong to everyone. On the other hand, in the state of nudity and abandonment in which we were found, it was not an occasion to walk with many scruples. With what pleasure we pressed between our lips those tasty fruits, those sweet and juicy grapes. Not far away, in the grass, in the shade of delicious trees, I discovered a fresh water spring, in which we dip our faces and hands with unspeakable pleasure. As we indulged in all the delights of rest, a little boy appeared between two groups of olive trees. "Ah!" exclaimed Dash, a resident of this blessed country. It was a kind of beggar miserably dressed, rather sickly looking, who our presence seemed to intimidate extraordinarily, something that actually had nothing strange, because half naked and with our uncultivated beards, we were very bad, and unless we were not in a country of thieves, our strange figures had to frighten its inhabitants. At the moment when the boy, frightened, started to run away, Hans ran after him and brought him back, despite his kicks and cries. My uncle began by reassuring him as God had hinted, and, in correct German, asked him, "What is the name of this mountain, little friend?" The boy did not answer. "Well," my uncle said, "we are not in Germany." He asked the same question in English, and neither did the little boy. To me it devoured the impatience. "Will be dumb?" exclaimed the professor, who, proud of his polyglot, repeated in French the question. The same silence of the child. "Let's rehearse Italian," said my uncle. I asked him in this language, "Dove siamo?" "Yes, where are we?" I repeated with impatience. But the child did not answer either. "Dimentre!" exclaimed my uncle, who was beginning to get angry, giving him a pat. "Dash, will you just burst at once?" "Come si noma questa isola?" Stromboli repeated the shepherd, escaping from Hans' hands and running fast through the olive trees until we reached the plain, without ever again taking care of him. The Stromboli. Oh, what effect that unexpected name had on my imagination! We were in the middle of the Mediterranean, in the middle of the Aeolian archipelago, of mythological memory, in ancient Strangile, where Aeolus had chained winds and storms. And those blue mountains that could be seen from the east were the mountains of Calabria, and that volcano which stood on the southern horizon was nothing less than the implacable Etna. The Stromboli. I repeated, the Stromboli. My uncle accompanied me with his gestures and words. It seemed we were singing a duet. Oh, what a journey! What a wonderful journey! What a wonderful journey! What a journey! Enter by a volcano and leave by another, located more than 1,200 leagues from the Sneffels, that arid country of Iceland, nestled at the ends of the world. The ups and downs of the expedition had transported us to the heart of the most harmonious regions on Earth. We had exchanged the region of eternal snow for that of infinite greenery, and abandoned the Cinderella fogs of icy areas to come and shelter us under the blue sky of Sicily. After a delicious meal of fruit and fresh water, we set off again towards the port of Stromboli. We did not think it wise to divulge the way in which we had arrived on the island. The superstitious spirit of the Italians would have seen nothing but demons vomited from the bowels of hell in us, so we resigned ourselves to posing for poor castaways. It was less glorious, but much safer. On the way I heard my uncle whisper, "But that compass pointed to the north. How can this be explained?" "In my faith," I said with the greatest disdain, "that it is not worth our while to scrape our brains trying to find an explanation for him." "What do you say, fool? A professor of the Johanneum who could not give an explanation of a cosmic phenomenon would be an unheard of embarrassment." And in expressing himself in this way, my uncle, half naked, with a leather bag around his waist, and sticking his glasses over his nose, returned to be the terrible mineralogy teacher. An hour after having left the olive grove, we arrived at the port of San Vincenzo, where Hans claimed the amount of his 13th week of service, which was religiously paid to him, crossing between all the warmest handshakes. At that moment, if he did not participate of our natural and legitimate emotion, he was at least drawn by an impulse of extraordinary expansion. He slightly squeezed our hands with the tips of his fingers and drew a slight smile on his lips. Chapter 45. Here is the conclusion of a story that even the most accustomed people will not believe, but I have been on guard in advance against the credulity of men. We were received by the fishermen of Stromboli with the considerations due to some castaways. They provided us with clothes and food, and, after 48 hours of waiting, on the 31st of August, a small boat took us to Messina, where some days of rest will suffice to replenish our forces. On Friday, September 4th, we embarked aboard the Volturne, one of the steamers of the Imperial Messengers of France, and 3 days later we made landfall in Marseille, with no more concern for our spirit than our damn compass. This inexplicable fact did not cease to seriously concern us. On the evening of September 9th, we finally arrived in Hamburg. Impossible to describe the astonishment of Marta and the joy of Grauben at seeing us enter through the gates. "Now that you are a hero," said my beloved bride, "you will no longer need to separate yourself from me, Axel." I looked at her, and she smiled to me in tears. The reader can calculate the sensation that would be produced in Hamburg by the return of Professor Lidenbrock. Thanks to Martha's indiscretions, the news of her departure for the center of the earth had spread throughout the world. But no one believed her, and when she saw him coming back, she was not given credit. However, the presence of Hans and the information from Iceland changed public opinion. Then my uncle became a prominent figure, and I, the nephew of an illustrious sage, which is something. The city of Hamburg gave a party in our honor. A public session was held at the Johanneum, in which the professor gave a detailed account of his expedition, omitting, of course, the extraordinary facts concerning the compass. That very day he deposited in the city archives the document of Saknussemm, expressing the strong feeling that caused him the fact that circumstances, more powerful than his will, would not have been allowed to follow the tracks of the Icelandic explorer to the center of the earth. He was modest in his glory, which increased his reputation. So many honors had to be envious. This was indeed the case, and as his theories, based on certain facts, contradicted the systems established by science on the question of central fire, he maintained both verbally and in writing very notable controversies with the sages of all countries. As far as I am concerned, I cannot accept his theory concerning the cooling. Despite all that I have seen, I believe and will continue to believe always in the central heat. But I confess that certain circumstances, not yet very well defined, may modify this law under the action of certain natural phenomena. At the time when arguments were most bitter, my uncle experienced a real disgust. Hans, despite his pleas, left Hamburg suddenly. The man to whom we owed everything did not want us to pay our debt, undermined by the nostalgia that produced the memory of his beloved Iceland. Farvel, he told us one day, and without further farewell, he left for Reykjavik, where he arrived happily. We were truly attached to that singular man who had saved our lives on several occasions. His absence will not make us forget the debt of gratitude we owe him, and I hope not to leave this world without seeing him again. In conclusion, I will add that this trip to the center of the earth produced a unanimous sensation in the world. It was translated and printed in all languages. The most important newspapers published its main episodes, which were commented on, discussed, attacked and defended with equal enthusiasm by believers to unbelievers. And strangely enough, my uncle enjoyed the rest of his life in the glory he had won, and there was no lack of a Lord Barnum who proposed to him to exhibit it at a very high price in the United States. But a deep disgust, a true torment, was bitter to this glory. The fact of the compass was unexplained, and that such a phenomenon had not been explained was truly a torture to the intelligence of a sage. Heaven, however, reserved for my uncle a complete happiness. One day, arranging a collection of minerals in his office, I discovered the famous compass and began to examine it. For 6 months I had been sitting there in a corner, not being able to suspect the headaches that I was giving. "What a stupor!" I shouted, and the teacher came. "What's wrong?" he asked. "This compass." "What?" "It stops." "What, that your needle points to the south, instead of pointing to the north?" "What do you say?" "Look at you, your poles are inverted." "Inverted?" My uncle looked, compared and jumped, which made the thing tremble. What a bright light suddenly illuminated his intelligence and mine. "How lucky," he exclaimed when he could recover the use of the word, "that since our arrival at Cape Saknussemm, the needle of this damned compass pointed to the south instead of north. There is no doubt. Our mistake is then explained satisfactorily. But what phenomenon has produced this reversal of its poles? The thing could not be simpler. Explain yourself, my son." During the storm that was to develop in the Sea of Lidenbrock, that fireball which magnetized the iron of the raft disoriented our compass, reversing its poles. "Ah!" exclaimed the teacher, letting out the laughter dash. "Good has been played by electricity." From that day on my uncle was the happiest of the wise, and I the happiest of men, for my beautiful Kurlandese, having renounced her status as a ward, occupied in the modest house at Königstrasse the double position of niece and wife. It is not necessary to add that his uncle was the illustrious Professor Otto Lidenbrock, corresponding member of all scientific, geographical and mineralogical societies in the 5 parts of the world. And,